All of those people the 90 and it's racist as fuck. So much of people Brooklyn and the rural areas are MAGA, right? That they still they vote against. Hopefully they all, they all vote together. And we don't have to worry about gun conflicts again. What else that hopefully? I will vote for Donald Trump. Almighty God, I will vote. I will vote. No, I don't know. I will vote for my freedom. Yeah, you heard that part? No, that's what it's pretty. But they vote for freedom. It's just like it's just like peers voting for hunters. Like, what are we doing? Sorry to guys, you gotta vote. You gotta fast forward to that part. Okay, I gotta find it out because I think that was only a clip. That it was it's on YouTube. Okay, I will learn it and I'll sing it for you. For my children. That's the part. That's the part. What y'all gonna do is try to stop the redistricting. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know about the rest of Georgia, but I think Atlanta is pretty decent. Like, it'll be already here. I don't think that the mayor. I'm on Eric Holders. I'll tell you what to do. They took out the drop-off boxes in a lot of places in Atlanta. Right? Yeah. Notice that? Like, after, which was on one? I know, in Fulton County, that's what they're saying. He took out a lot of the drop-off boxes. Yeah, they were real mad about the mailing, though. They were real mad about that. hook, and I had never heard. Oh my God, I will fall. Yeah, that's the best part. And I was like, oh, this like this. So I came on this app. I sang it to y'all over and over again. I remember you singing it. That's how I bet you so much. You play some music.
I don't want to be there. Yeah, when right now.
We don't want to hear that California shit, no.
Like five people get to Chinese food.
We don't want to hear no California fucking music. I'm not Asian. I'm not doing that tonight. I'm tired. I just really want to listen. I mean, no, I'm serious, y'all, please. You know, please. I'm really, really tired. Just let her open the room so she can take a nap whenever she get home. I'm saying open the room and then you can get your food and then you can take a nap while we arguing. Alright, okay, okay.
Yeah, what's wrong with open? She can do whatever she want to do.
Just open the room. Open it now. Open the room so we can argue. Shit. So we were arguing. That's toxic.
We all know we're toxic.
You are toxic, Manny, but
Yeah, mine.
they ain't nothing toxic.
Positive. Being the light. I radiate positivity.
I don't do anything wrong ever in life. So there's that. Yeah, it's an argument. And that's it today. Oh, child, there was so much drama.
What happened?
Today,
What happened last night? What I missed?
when they were chat, I mean, the audience, in some rooms, I ain't even really on my clubhouse, but when in the audience listening, that's boring too, though.
Y'all not getting the characters last night.
Oh, yeah, there was that character lady. The what lady? Sarah. Yeah, new character unlocked. This say, her dad was screaming in between the couches. I don't know where she found it. It was weird, man. I was dancing.
What was she doing?
Oh, I had not a bitch or nothing. I was being real nice. I mean, shit, we were chatting for like an hour, but I was in the middle of shit. I was like doing stuff, but I was listening. And I just got to the point where I was like, you know what, I'm gonna interrupt this shit because y'all been letting this go on for no reason at all. Like, shit, man, I had to leave. I had to leave somebody because she was I was about to be triggered for real. Yeah, Debbie, where the fuck you was at? Because I was somebody like, yeah, I was with my mom anyway, right? But I needed to keep her calm. I didn't hear anyone going off and then be about night with her because I, you know, ran her. They didn't run her. So I had to just leave because that town was killing me. But it took a while. It took a while for Tamara to get to the point. Like, you know what I mean? That's why I was like, just let her speak because I was like, what is your point? That's the attitude. Where's April? Wait, guys, wait. There's a tsunami warning in Alaska. Anybody here from me? We haven't seen a tsunami earthquake warning and just shit. That's another kind of nature. I don't know. They're saying here, somewhere in Alaska, they're just saying tsunami. And they just had an earthquake 12 minutes ago, 7.3 magnitude. Did you guys see that? Check my out. Today's tsunami warning. I guess after the earthquake. Yeah, she's over here. Yeah, this is pretty decent. 7.3, that's a decent size, right? It's a currently they're in a close to Alaska. It's actually huge. It's huge. Yeah.
I found the
map right now.
Doc, I found the remake.
Yes. Yeah, so I'm gonna check on April if she's okay.
You ready?
I'm calling her right now, see if I can get her. I'll be right back. Okay. Alright, cool.
Here it goes like this. Some fun, y'all. Even though people don't, you know, when people can hear me, y'all. It's so true. That's the crazy part.
Very true. Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote for Donald
And the
Trump.
freedom part, though, I hadn't heard that before today. The freedom part is crazy.
Exactly. Dr. Garner says, I will vote. Okay? They're going to vote I will vote. I will vote.
OTE.
For Donald. You gotta say Donald. Donald Trump. You can't say not Trump.
The remix said they spell it D-O-N-A-L. Yeah, the remix said they spell it D-O-N-A-L-T-R-U-N-K.
We have a request from the Goo to replay that remix generically.
Okay, I run it back on it.
I think that's great. That's Democrats need to be. There should be remix after remix. They should be reposting that man's remix because that is hilarious. And creating new ones and adding to the
Next time, actually.
and maybe feature somebody. What is the Yankee? What is like what's the other one?
Bad Bunny.
They do Bad Bunny. They need to have the remix. Exactly. No, I'm old as fuck. I said Daddy Yankee. Yankee old. That's so Daddy Yankee is probably
Just like with the fake and newly discredited steal thus made, the life report intelligence agents, the laptop from hell, which the guy swore had come from Russia, it came actually from Hunter Biden's bathroom, and even the Russia scam itself, the total fake and made up story used in order to hide who could have been Hillary Clinton's big loss in the 2016 presidential election. These scams and hoaxes are all the Democrats are good at. It's all they have. They are no good at governing, no good at policy, and no good at picking winning candidates. Also, unlike Republicans, they stick together like glue. Their new scam is what we will forever call the Jeffrey Epstein hoax. And my past supporters have bought into this bullshit hook, line, and sinker. They haven't learned their lesson and probably never will, even after being conned by the lunatic left for 8 long years. I have had more success in 6 months than perhaps any president in our country's history, and all these people want to talk about the Trump running by the fake news and the success star them is the Jeffrey Epstein hoax. Let these weaklings continue forward and do the Democrats' work. Don't even think about talking about our incredible president's success because I do not want their support anymore. Thank you for your attention in this matter. Make America great again. So that was Trump's post on Truth Social this morning, and he said that all the supporters, all the Niners supporters that are questioning the Jeffrey Epstein situation, calling it a hoax, he doesn't want their support.
Man, somebody lying. Somebody lying. But last night they was just saying how Democrats don't stick together, and that's what we was. And then he said, if the Democrats stick together, which one, first of all? It's them. They're fucking Democrats. Now, what Democrats said that was Jeffrey Here's what others are doing more work and all this type of thing, so it's not like it's heavily populated. Yeah, because they're talking about now. I saw that part. Yeah. it doesn't come up this far, but the inlet protects us from the ocean. Like
It's a very powerful
major,
day
and it is 7.3.
that I took
It
a
actually
deal
is
with
on the list. Did I tell you to be a sheriff tonight? You make sure you ignore all my lectures. I'm going to the dentist. I ain't got time for it. Look, hey, Paul, I was driving here. Sorry, I'm on to you, okay? I'm not forget about that. Okay, we're fine, brother. Okay. We're farther from the inlet, too. If it comes over, it's going to get them people downtown. No, I hope they didn't cut nowhere up there. We had no actually reporting on it. Okay. I need to go into Chase. So, hey, did you just hear what Luke said? I'm glad you did. Like the house is up there. Somebody deleted Bahrain, and he was talking mad shit about the own towel. And I had to cut it off with other things. But apparently he yelled at the to shut everything down at one point. He got so pissed off. Did he shut the conference down? Yeah, shut the little, you know how they have in the Oval Office when he's speaking with another leader and they take questions. Yeah, and he was like, he didn't understand how Powell got appointed, and he was the dumbass who appointed him in 2017, girl. He don't even remember shit. He don't know what he's doing. Bless his heart. Powell needs to go take a nap. Yeah, it's fine right now. I listened to that shit earlier. That embarrassing to tell you don't know who appointed him. You don't know who hired this nigga. We do not know that he was fired. It's you. You hired him. Like, what? They should have said, who did you hire him? You remember? That's not his name. Yeah, they didn't get away with murder. It's a little bit of all those that are appointed that they give him no much respect. Like, they don't take that in Brooklyn because they've been warned. You know the ones that never come back. Yep. Remember how Tom Brown kicked out and they had yeah. So, okay, so that was appointed a chief to make that need some cash. Bring it back. You're on fire. We'll send you on the news. I'll get the bag, all right. You got more breaking news, love?
So that was the breaking news of the day. So this has been the hottest stuff so far today. Trump turning his back on people, pretty much telling Ireland about.
Are you guys surprised that he is rolling over people with the trains? Are y'all even so He's freaking out right now about who might have some information that he ain't flushed down the toilet yet. Yeah, damn, well, Bondi got some shit on him, because otherwise, what's he doing around? Oh, girl will sell it for money. Damn, Bondi's all about the money. She's so royal.
This is the actions of somebody that is somebody who is 100% guilty. Like when you spaces that you don't even know what the fuck you're doing. Because if you don't give a fuck, you don't give a fuck. If you think you're not gonna speak on the side here on me, right? So the second that you're worried about somebody who exposing you or somebody having certain information on you, that's what Trump is at right now. He's really, really worried about somebody exposing him, so he trying to do all the damage control ASAP. He's putting a competitive measure right now, cutting off ties right now, because he wants this shit to go away. He don't want that shit to come out.
I think they scared. Sometimes they don't know if that's it. That's probably their girlfriend, boyfriend, anonymous, and they're scared because now they can't be themselves.
Exactly.
If somebody connect the dots, all roads lead to this. off the mic, baby. You muted yourself. Oh, okay.
I was gonna say yes, and that explains how he's deflecting. Like earlier when he did the little press conference and he said, "Yeah, the real scandal is Biden's auto pay." Right? What the fuck? What are you talking about? It's Biden's auto pay. Like what the fuck are you saying? And I'm sure Notorious someone believing that shit. He gonna repeat it to his dumb ass. That's what magicians do, right? You know, I do it in this direction, like look over there, or I do this over here. Voila. You know, that's what you're trying to do. It's just a three-card Monty. And Maggie keeping the hell on the ball right now. He's like, fuck, I don't even need your sport, kid. I don't even play with you. Discussion. But you know how everybody is anticipating the midterms, right? And they're expecting, hopefully, for the Democrats to do it to sweep the election. What happens if no Democrats win the election? Like, how would that look?
That's what I just said, Rick. I said they're gonna lose. There's no enthusiasm. There's nobody being actively that I'm aware. I don't see Democrats.
I'm not saying that they're gonna lose. I'm not saying that they're gonna lose. What I'm saying,
You think that's all you need? You think that's it? We don't think
no, I'm not saying that.
to worry about whether there's enthusiasm for candidates now. Why not?
But check it.
Because they can't roll it with. It's never too early, Scott. It can't get off this. What is going
These
on?
people in Congress just got sworn in 6 months ago.
And I'm
Don't
just saying.
freak out about it. Check back in about 8 months and let me know if you're feeling the same thing.
Okay, so what do we know what districts? I mean, I want to know who I can give money to. We need to be doing now.
So
We need to be experiencing things. We got a lot of shit to do.
these are the directions should be whether or not there's enthusiasm on the federal level. It's on the state level. And there are some stuff going on in some elections.
We don't have, but we're talking about the midterm.
What do you expect the Democrats to do? The Republicans do nothing. They can't do anything right now.
What you guys keep saying they can't do anything right now?
They don't have the votes. Listen to me. Did y'all hear my question? Like, y'all look like if no Democrats win the midterm. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, what does that look like?
What
Happens if a comet strikes Florida? I'm just saying, like, what's the point? Like, what if? Who knows? I don't know. Let's figure out something. What happens if the Yankees win the World Series?
That's why y'all behind, because you guys got the wait and see mentality. You got the what if mentality. You know, we can wait till the last month mentality.
The reason why I asked that question is because somebody said, like, I was listening and there was a conversation and it was like, yes and no, and like if no Democrats win in the midterms, then it'll make his chances of doing the third term even strong. I was wondering if do y'all agree with that sentiment? Like, do you guys see the possibility? The Democrats to lose. All you can is the courts, and they're working on it.
The Jews are dragging y'all by the Maddies are dragging y'all by the feet here.
Not looking for the conversations for the Democrats. You're busy looking at what fucking Rashida just spoke today. Fucking what's his name? We played Jeffries yesterday. Like they're speaking. You're looking for the articles that have to do with Trump.
That is true.
Yes. Yeah, and he spoke about how dangerous this shit is. Like people are speaking. Now, if you're focusing on what Democrats are doing, then you would see that they speak almost every other day.
Like when all these people kept, it was all not. No, Sarah,
My bad, the crowd dinner.
he spoke from, I think he was speaking from South Carolina, North Carolina, one of Carolina. But these people are speaking. We're just the other day, someone saw the fucking is talking. And to be honest with you, Republicans are advertising for Democrats. The dumbass executive order, the Supreme Court ruling, the price, the fucking money laundering for meme coins. I mean, the bullshit that they're doing, they're sabotaging their own fucking party. This big beautiful bill, the fucking Medicaid cut, the goddamn SNAP cut. You don't think people are gonna feel this shit in the next year?
Quinn, I hope I'm not misrepresenting you, Quinn. They were talking about, who was that? Schumer. Like, Schumer didn't understand dumbass shit. They said, get rid of Schumer. You tell me if that's right, Quinn. Get rid of Schumer and get rid of Hakeem. Isn't that right? Is he on the stage? What about says? Quinn. Is Quinn on the stage? Yeah, I don't know who said it. I thought it was Quinn because I was getting dizzy. I was driving. They said get rid of, and then they said do not, there should be anyone from the East Coast to the West Coast. They were even shitting on Kevin.
We were just talking. First of all, the reference was about Schumer and about Hakeem Jeffries, and we were talking about messaging specifically. We're talking about some of the things that Schumer is doing. Outlook, they can't do much. So we're talking about voting as well as some of the things that Schumer that we thought was definitely very lackluster. So, and we were talking about some of the things that and some of the people in Congress are actually aging out of their, I don't want to say usefulness because that's dismissive, but they're aging. Well, no, it's not. No, because they're very useful. They're still doing the work that they should be doing. It's just right now.
Talking about this doing the work when it's getting to age out. Which one?
There's still people doing them, and there's still people doing the work. We also mentioned some of the people who are actually up and coming, who were in a position to fight this fight, i.e., the the legislation from the Obama era.
Right. Right. So like maybe they need to speak up on that, but changing your messaging to act like a hood rat or just to fight in public, that's you gotta remember that they still have their demographics, whether their demographics to fight for voters.
No, that's exactly what the conversation was about, Patty, about them being more boisterous about the things that they actually do, because they don't do that. So people think that because obviously people like Trump will take credit for them, and they don't really understand. People don't really understand, how not only when this legislation began to take place, even after it's enacted, and that is also because their base of people is, a portion of the base of people are intelligent enough to understand how to work. There are several people that, and this was the point I was making, is that there are several people that the party is not reaching out to. There's a historically rated that they don't reach out to them. There's opportunities to flip some of those things, but they don't reach out to those people because they haven't historically been voters. But instead of, in the in-between time, and this was also part of the discussion.
Yeah, but why waste your money in a red state?
Well, because there are people there.
There's no true opportunity turnover, majority white, red state. Now, if it's a swing state, 100% on board, right? Or if you can see signs of swinging based off of the fucking local politics, then yeah, but why waste money on a state that you know is going to go out?
Well, here's the reason why. Because some of the states that they're not focusing on are not disproportionately white states. For instance, Mississippi, Louisiana, those are disproportionately white states. They just have dormant black voters who don't go and vote. And there's a reason why they don't go and vote. That's a completely different conversation. But the reality is, the people that may have thought the same thing, and there are people who still think the same thing about Georgia, even though Georgia was blue 4 years ago. So there was a reason why that was the case, because we were able to unearth people who did not typically vote. So that same effort should be made in places like Louisiana and Mississippi, because they are disproportionately black states.
But they're not a majority black state. And if you look at states like Mississippi or Louisiana, so Mississippi, did they just go to the Supreme Court a couple years about the gerrymandering? You gotta remember, like, when you're in these majority white states, right? They take pieces of black voters and they put them into a fucking red area. Or they take pieces of a red area to drown out that blue area. What's the sense? What the? They do that. Like gerrymandering.
No, that's absolutely true. That's absolutely true.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Majority black. No, it's not majority black.
They had almost 40% black votes. So if they were more organized, they would actually be able to stay. But they're not organized.
It's not only they're organized, it's how the lines are drawn. Y'all
That is true. That is true. She's right about that.
The lines are drawn a certain way when you know that Republicans, when the lines are drawn, the lines are drawn. And if the only thing that you may have some type of leaning, maybe going towards purple, maybe Texas. But the way the lines are drawn in Texas, they're always going to have Republicans. But if you look at the population, when they were what's the thing, Beto was running against Ted Cruz, there's been like these instances where they almost lost. So that's a sign that yeah, there's the possibility maybe in the future they would become a purple state, right? But Mississippi, that's not going to happen. Louisiana, that's not going to happen. Not within the next 10 years. Not the way they vote.
Florida was a purple state. Last election, they went a little bit more red, but they came very close with Andrew York. Very, very, very close with a lot of the votes. But last election, they went a bit more red, so that was a disheartening. But with this immigration stuff, I'm not sure, maybe they just like 1 or 2 more complex solutions, but I don't think they're ready to go for the red state.
No, Patty's right. The gerrymandering is one aspect of it, and I only use Mississippi as an example because there is such a large proportion of black people there. But some of the other factors involved in gerrymandering is a big barriers in a way that they make it so it make it difficult for I'm trying to do two things at one time. You can win some of the elections and maybe not flip gerrymandering is a huge problem. And that's why Obama and Eric Holder were on such a mission to be able to fight some of these jurisdictions because they were heavily gerrymandering those states for Republicans. They were doing it on steroids, and they made some headway in that regard. But I mean, I definitely think that there should be some attention paid to some of those places. Yes, they do that heavily in Georgia too. They purge voter rolls so that people can't go and vote. Yeah,
But it's not illegal.
it's not. It's not.
Now, what it was, I felt like it was a conflict of interest with y'all governor or future governor being the secretary. You know what I'm saying? I felt that was a conflict, but it's not against the law. I felt like that's
No, you're right, and it's also a part of. It's also the gerrymandering factors into that too, because the state house is disproportionately Republican and white for that matter.
So, even with the blue states that we have, we still have the majority, right? Most people live in those states. The thing is the swing states, and that's where they need to focus their money on. That's North Carolina. The only reason why they focused a little change, or a lot of change actually, on Georgia is because they said Biden got it. Maybe they love Biden, they'll love Kamala, but she was under Biden, and it just didn't happen.
Right. No, I think it was
North Carolina, Wisconsin,
Michigan, Pennsylvania,
Michigan, Pennsylvania, yeah, that's
Arizona.
Arizona, yeah. It's like you focus your money in those states.
But some of those states wouldn't have even been considered in play 10 years ago. So I mean, those demographics of those places are always changing.
Kind of different. Virginia is kind of different. They used to be swinging.
Yeah, they're going back the right way.
Freaking PA is different.
They are.
Wisconsin definitely is different. Like these states have always like chose what they wanted to choose.
Yeah, they do. And there was a time in
Now they're
Wisconsin.
calling Georgia a purple state. I think that was the stupidest mistake ever. Because Georgia is not a purple state. Georgia is a red state. They just happen to go for Biden.
Our demographic is shifting a bit, but I would concede that there's in the smaller places. It appears the thing about Georgia, we figured this out during Stacey Abrams' campaign. There are a lot of black voters who are just literally dormant, who have been, and believe it or not, in places where the suppression has actually become a way of life. Like they don't even have to suppress them anymore. They just don't come out and vote. But when they do, that's what happens. Now, that was also, to be fair, that was also a combination of people of low Republican turnout as well. But I mean, they didn't lose it, but by 10, 11,000 votes.
But they didn't even go lose for a black president.
Right? No, you're 100% right.
See, just that black president wasn't a male. I think if it was a male, they would have went book. Maybe
No.
one male.
Rachel last time was Jimmy Carter.
Joe Biden now, but yeah.
And the only reason why they took Jimmy Carter is because he was son. They called him George's son.
To your point, Gwen, I think that's one of the reasons why Kamala had a hard time, is even though she had the majority of the black vote, the number of black voters wasn't as high as the previous election, right? So we didn't count as numbers like we usually do. We don't usually interact, especially the swing states. No, we don't usually turn out. I mean, like if we turn out, you usually turn out more, like the numbers for her were lower, not the percentage, but the overall. Yeah, no, lower than previous election. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. I mean, I think that this is obviously a continue that we've considered to some degree low black voter turnout baked in. Like there's no anticipation that I thought it was before because there was such a push this year on that year. I'm not saying this year, but you know what I mean. Like now, everybody knows it's a
Fulton County takes one. I think
So, I mean, the pros and cons for her, yeah, it's definitely long term. Now, those who did vote, they all voted for her.
That's the percentage, right? I like the percentage of us that's still staying true. It was the overall number.
That's correct.
Didn't count. Yeah.
We just need more like just turn around and let's go through the procedure.
Yeah, for sure. And what made me mad is a lot of people on this app like, man, I just say I'm not even gonna vote. I'm just not gonna vote. Like, this ain't even my like, motherfucker. Like, you ain't know that we had the fight to get there, right? That was all right. That was to be given to us. That was something that had to be
You talk about people that don't have any common sense having to say,
right. You're like, well, that's not be voting for this side. You might as well, if you're not showing up and voting and backing the person because you don't think they have a chance, you're a part of the other team at this point.
you like literally use people that say that kind of shit do so because they think they're actually doing something favor. They think they're doing whatever candidate they favor by endorsing them, by supporting them with a vote. They don't see it from the other side. They don't see how it's benefiting them. So I mean, that's all part of education, right? That's all part of people not really understanding how the landscape works. So that's that's a problem. That's another problem relative for sure. But that's another problem. And we don't understand that. It's because that's a voter education problem. But I still think that if given, and that's the aspect of it I was talking about from the Mississippi or from the Louisiana.
You can't start with the president. That has to be local
No,
politics.
exactly. 100%.
Right. So the president, someone running for president is wasting fucking campaign money going into either freaking like, what does the board of education look like? Are they left leaning and like,
But they also dump money in the local.
hard to sit.
They dump money in the local campaigns too. I mean, that was heavy. They got heavily.
But then that's them. They need to advertise. They need to work on their own local politics.
That's true. That's true. And Patty, I'm gonna be honest. Like, for them to really get me involved in local politics, I know that sounds sad, but that's what it was. That's when I started going to the city council meetings, to the board meetings, to the planning meetings, because I need to understand what's going on local level. Because that's how the fucking policies get rolled out. They go local, then they go statewide, because there is no federal oversight. You understand? So that's what really got me into it. While I was there, I started seeing all the different things that were on the table that I didn't even know existed on those meetings, and then we came on board. And I don't know how we get other people to get involved like that. Like, I don't know. Like, we gotta find something that's near and dear to them. And you realize they get influence it a lot quicker on the local level before it even goes larger. You know what I mean? Like, how do you articulate that to somebody?
Well, that's when people are having their largest problem. And that's when you hear people even complaining on that. I don't believe people. Clubhouse is a microcosm of voter base in general. But I mean, the bottom line is there are people who don't understand, who don't think that they attribute what's happening on the local level to what's happening on the national level. And so, in some respects, that is not a bad comparison. But if nothing is happening for them in whatever so-called state they're in, they think that's reflective of the entire party, the national party, not just their local party's effort. And their local party may be outspent, they may be outnumbered, they just don't consider those things because they don't know them.
Right. And those are haters. You know, like even in Georgia, what's gonna be his biggest thing is gonna be NJC. She's not like she's very social.
Yes.
She's always on the news. She even like her town hall, she invites media. Like she is always out loud. These are everybody sees her face. She does shit. She makes comments. She pops up and all over the place. She has media follow her around. You got fucking Jackman Crockett on the Democrat side. She's always doing these videos on Instagram. She fucking does stupid ass TikTok videos. She's always on the news. She fucking makes her viral moments during Congress. Like, if your rep isn't doing all that them two young ladies are doing, then guess what? You get what you get. You're gonna get your gerrymandering. You're gonna get your fucking DEI doesn't no longer existing. You're gonna have affirmative action cut. This is what happens when your local politician doesn't do shit but sit on their fucking thumb.
That is very true. We've got several other and that's another discussion. But I mean, the bottom line is that there is a lot of
driving his
You talking about Pete? You talking about Mayor Pete?
He was a whole mayor. Like, there's people that work, and those are the ones that work. And you know their names, they work. Whether you like them or not. Katie Porter, everybody knows her name. She be all over revenue, and she don't play.
Rashida Tlaib.
Somebody y'all don't even know who your own rep is.
Rashida Tlaib. You know all of them. They even have nicknames for their so-called unified team, quote unquote, in times. Yeah, you know who those people are, and some of them obviously come to you by way of something to get yourself in, and some of them really don't want that shine. If the truth be told, I mean, we know our senators from here, but there was a huge national race around both of them. Around both of them, national dollars were dumped in to both of their campaigns. So obviously, we know both of them. So I mean, there is.
And just for the MJT's campaign, she made money for it. Into her campaign, she became influential. Money is just foreign to Jasmine Crockett. She made herself known. And Katie Porter, a fucking nobody just like.
Yeah, she does that. They do national press. Marjorie Taylor Greene makes a fucking idiot out of herself on a regular basis, but her people support that. So no matter how much of an idiot she is, and she is an idiot, she is attracting the attention of the people in her district, and obviously nationally, not for a good reason, because people don't think she's very bright. But I mean, the bottom line is the people in her district, quote unquote, love her. So how that translates out. Yeah.
That's a sign of a leader, whether she's a foolish ass leader. A lot of motherfuckers don't follow behind her.
Now I'm taking range.
In the Congress now, she's gonna run for that Senate seat.
Yeah, she's a bridge too far running for Senate.
I mean, Katie was scared that was needed in the Congress that Trump was early.
Yeah, there's one thing to have a district trailer park motherfuckers voting for you and approach you into the Congress, but there's a whole other thing that you have to have the Senate vote you in. So that's a whole different effort, and I don't think she would get this.
I kind of fall on that Katie Porter. And sometimes you need them to be just that representative that's allowed to live. As a rep, you can do a lot of things that as a president you shouldn't be doing, or as a governor you shouldn't be doing. So those reps, when they out here making their TikTok videos and clowning and doing whatever they need to do for the people, guess what? They doing it for their party. That's their advertising.
It definitely gets them money because national profiles translate to national dollars.
That part.
And that was part of the conversation last night, is that there's not, it just being more vocal, that's something that younger people, obviously, i.e. the MJT, i.e. the Newer motherfucker, but the Marjorie Taylor Greenes and the Jasmine Crockett's do, because they are a little more youthful. They have the ability to go out and do those things. Katie Porter, they don't mind being, they understand that they're being in the spotlight. The Chuck Schumer's, well, he does his degree of that, and that's why he's also a fundraiser too. Mitch McConnell was a good fundraiser. I don't know what they think about it. God bless him.
Those positions for a reason.
Because they can fundraise.
Right.
Because people are in their back pockets.
And I love me some
Who is the God bless them. I'm not drawing blanks on I'm a very Stevens thing, so I hate saying that out loud. No, I think Corey was
Somalia.
No, God bless I'm looking at questions. No, I know AOC. I'm talking about y'all gonna trip when I say her name. Oh my God, California. Maxine Waters.
Maxine.
I'm really tripping.
Maxine.
Yeah, so I must be Brooklyn. least not in any huge capacity for the moment. But at some point, I mean, if people's eyeballs are on their phones, and wherever those podcasts, i.e., Joe Rogan's, the other conservative people do, they're going to start getting those dollars because that's what people are paying attention to. The Democrats haven't really figured out that part of it yet.
The 20-something year old cannot watch the legislature. They're on social media. Sorry. Yeah, hi guys. Still, apologies for coming in late in the conversation, but just a little bit I heard. I just wanted to coincide with that. The legacy media really is dead. I mean, we are flooded with social media. I mean, you can read podcasts, Substack, Instagram, TikTok. It's everywhere. I mean, I have seen a total shift in the narrative, and I'm encouraged by that. That's all I wanted to add.
I don't know whether I'm encouraged by that or discouraged by that. That's good and bad. No, I mean, there's just, you're just looking at that, and I don't know, let me not say that. I think most people look at that through the gatekeeping from the legacy media aspect, but and I can respect that, but there's also a bit of, I don't know the word to use, but there's not as much, there's not as much, there's no control from the other side. Control is not the word, but there's no organization rather from the other side, which some people revel in. Some people love the fact that there's, it's just a raw message, but not me, because a raw message is going to also mean that it's informed. You have to sift through a lot of bullshit to actually get actual information from those places. Now, for people who value that kind of lunacy, that's one thing. But there's you just sit through some shit. Organized media says that there are rules to organized media, from the aspect of being accurate. There's checks and balances, and even though there's sometimes circumvented, but there's at least a set of rules, perceivably, from one aspect. And the other side is just a bunch of raw information coming from, and you have to sift through the nut jobs in order to get even a little bit of the information. So that's why I say there's pros and cons
No,
for
I
both
think that's really legitimate. What I'm doing, I can only do what I can do. What I'm doing is I am like every single day sending out pieces to read, sending out reels, sending out everything I can send out to everyone I know, including people who are not in our camp, to get them to look at their narrative. So I mean, we also use these are tools. These are our narratives, and some of these are really persuasive reels that are taking apart the arguments and giving us a different perception. So that's why I'm encouraged. But yeah, we're up against a lot, no question about that.
Hey, you guys don't mind, but I was saying that emotionally lately. What you see in social media, alternative media, whatever you want to call it, the internet. I think that is the only form of press that exists because it's obvious that anything that comes over the, mediums that we're accustomed to, like TV or radio, those are brought out, paid for, and it's pretty much a wrap. So what she said is 100% right because it's us communicating that it's going to lead to any differences. That's all I got.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoy listening to some of it. I don't enjoy having to sit through nonsense. But it is a new medium. I don't necessarily call it press or news. Maybe just in the streams of consciousness of people. But to Nell's point, there are some people whom you can listen to who are palatable. It's just that a lot of these motherfuckers just really just running their mouths because they have a platform and somebody is also giving them the okay. They ain't doing it out of the kindness of their hearts. Believe that. They're trying to get a piece of that.
Yeah, that's true for sure. And a lot of people are taking advantage of that. A lot of people are saying, you know what, I like to talk to
I just don't. I'm completely agree. But again, there's good and bad about all. There is. It's just that when you just have people who don't abide by any set of rules, and you can have people again who really think that because they're getting raw information that there's somehow it's unfiltered and it's unfiltered that it's somehow more believable. When really it's just that you have to sift through a lot of the shit because a lot of it is just not a controlled message. It's just people, 1,000 people giving their opinions and feelings about things, but actually not based on any merit or any scholarship. It's just they're sharing shit that they believe. I think that's what I see a lot.
Yeah. One thing that social media does is it shows emotions, right? So like when people were talking about Palestine, what Israel's doing, they always refer back to the stories and the videos. So the news doesn't do that. The news just dry. It just tells you basic information and it moves, right? When you get to see these stories, you get to see the real life in action, things that people post, and then you have your favorite influencers. I mean, and that's their new celebrity, that's their new news outlet, and it moves people. So again,
And that's what people invest in feelings because they don't have a lot of information. For me, I want the information. I don't care about how people feel. Like you tell me how you feel about the information. But the information is what I prioritize, not how you feel about it.
But you know, I mean, I went to college, didn't graduate, nothing like that. Didn't have to tell you all that. But the point is, I was studying communications, right? And then television. I was studying TV, film, and radio. Anyway, the point is, they teach you that
no matter what's within their purview of power, they haven't tried or seen the value in doing any of these different things. A lot of the shit he's doing is because he's trying to gain favor with the degenerates that vote for him. That's why he's so hyper concerned about this Epstein thing, because they're concerned about it, because he's talking about it. That's why I said
He said, fuck you, but it was, I mean, come on now. He already, welcome to 420, and you guys are just getting here. We got a lot of people on stage with a lot of breaking news topics. But what about this, the tweet? I can't pull up the tweet. If somebody's at home and can pull up the tweet and reread it again, he's like, he got everybody running scared, Quinn. I mean, he's telling people, if you don't agree with me, fuck you, I need your help. Da da da. You know what I mean? I don't understand it. We are, to me, I feel like, I don't know. I guess we are not letting him see the president. He do whatever he wants, and all that is immunity. So we just gotta take it, and just, I guess, wait it out.
no, he doesn't have total immunity. He's like, that's not true.
That's what it feels like, Glenn. It feels that way. You know what I mean?
I know,
I'm going off on my feelings, okay?
I understand. But he doesn't have total immunity. Like there are places he cannot go with this woman.
You guys gotta fill me in. I missed what you were saying, Quinn, when you said that's not such a bad idea. You talk about the coke or the bitch on the bill.
So I didn't say anything. I never said that anything wasn't a bad idea. I just said that it was far.
You don't understand that?
I said,
That's not such a bad idea.
no, I think that's what you heard. So what I said,
Nobody else heard that?
no.
I know he said that this shit might not.
What I said is that that's not far from believable. That he may try to do something like that. That's what I said.
Oh,
That doesn't sound anything like I agree.
So, well, I have breaking news. We need to pick up the conversation. At that point, while I'm driving, I'm seeing that okay, Vance, where has he been? And now he was service. I don't know. Oh, he came to California, and I don't know why. It was weird. So I think him and Gavin Newsom some little smack.
Maybe because he's scared to go out the country with his white man.
Well, like Alabama, Mississippi, or some shit. There's some state that really wants to support his dumbass. I know Californians must have, Vance. It's a great state. That's why he's here. And I don't know. I need to look up the article. If anybody read the article, something happened between him and Gavin.
yeah,
Something happened. No, go ahead.
I really buy that guy you can see on TV or read the paper. But, when I catch a headline or hear about a story, I really have, I take a grain of salt basically on just that's all I have.
Well, I mean, when you say it like that, so what we talking about here, we just supposed to not read the news? How we gonna have a hot topic?
No, I'm not saying that. It's just I don't put so much weight into what they say when they time and time again do the opposite. Seriously, that's like really my strategy on how to predict what's coming next. Whatever they say, expect the opposite. For real.
That's not like you said what you said. Everything happened. House getting hot.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh my God, is it happy hour? I know I'm getting
It's
on.
definitely close to 10 anymore. It's a common getting ready for me. I'm ready to go.
everybody, welcome to the first committee. The title, we're not talking about the title yet because I'm not at home and I need to get it out of my system. But are Democrats out of touch? I say yes. Mega Lines and FC Lazard. We're gonna talk about that because this is gonna tie into the Trump thing. There's a lot of we put a lot of energy into the denial. I'm waiting for one of the three headliners to be fired, but now I'm feeling like nobody's going down. I'm just trying to figure out how Mac is going to handle this. Everybody's out there telling me that every guy will do it. I don't figure out. Hello?
Well, I know Cory Booker went off yesterday at the committee hearing today. It was today. And
Today's the 17th, and that was the 16th. It's the 16th. Yeah. I do too. Okay, go ahead. Read all the quotes. Well, the does, right?
the Deputy Secretary of State for Management Resources, Michael Riggles, had previous testimony, and whatever the previous testimony was, he back there lied straight up at the committee hearing. So I have a clip, it's 11 minutes.
Oh, really? Okay, that's a long clip. Okay. It's of Corey.
Yeah, it's him going off. Let me see if I can get to the part where he goes up. You know, he just talks really slow. Come on, you big hey, hey.
It's really relevant
I guess we got Warner and Ashton Senior and Junior. I'm telling you, every time they're not here, there's always somebody to be like, hey,
I don't even know you guys are listening to what everybody else is talking about. You just start a whole other conversation about what you want to talk about.
you say that's it. And they'll take a piece off of it and start talking about it. Go ahead.
You discussed the breaking news about Israel striking the Syrian capital.
No, we did not.
All right, well, here's a story for you. Israel strikes Syrian capital, sending a warning to the government. Israel threatened to escalate attacks on Syrian government forces unless they withdraw from Wahida, the southern province dominated by the country's Druze minority. And this looks like this was updated at 5:08 Eastern. Incidentally, it said it launched deadly airstrikes on Syria's capital on Wednesday, damaging a compound housing the defense ministry and leaving an area near the presidential palace, according to Israeli military and Syrian authorities. This is in Damascus, following days of bloody clashes, etc. The Israeli government, which is pledged to protect that minority, warned on Wednesday it would intensify strikes if Syrian government forces did not withdraw from the region. A strategically important part. This is an escalating situation, so there's a little breaking news.
Wow, you guys know about that? That's the thing.
Right out, one after the other, after the other. It's awful.
Well, we go with that without, being they start putting them in that building. Say, yeah, I'm right behind you.
I think Trump referred to it as not to stop the attacks. I mentioned, you don't listen to him.
ammunition they have, I think he has more of it, whether it's connections, whether it's assets, whatever. He has more guns. He has more guns in the war chest.
Well, also remember that that's his way to stay in power and out of prison. Remember that starting a war in the Middle East, starting World War III, which I think we're already in anyway. That's get out of jail card. So anytime we see another war in Syria, Lebanon, Iran, of course, this is part of the problem. This is the card he has in his pocket in order to distract Gaza and the West Bank.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Wayne, you stand up, correct?
You know what I'm saying? I think you misinterpreted that. I don't think he's got more guns than war chest. He's smarter than he is. You have to account for that. He's smarter than he is. He's more strategic. He's smarter, so he is more strategic.
Riley and Trump.
Yeah, it's not hard to be. So he's smarter than a fucking fifth grader. He's not right. That factors that will hurt you at some point. Contrary to popular belief.
Yeah,
He's a big part of the problem. I agree.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
So mutual interest.
but those people do serve in the IDF too. So he does have, I don't know, I guess he has some type of loyalty with them, right? Because they were like when they did take Golan Heights, that's where the Druze used to live. So there's a lot of Druze that are within Israel that are part of their citizens in Israel, and that's their home. So you got, I guess he's looking at it like these are our people because they are the minority in Syria, and if they're getting abused, he's trying to protect the people that serve in his military as well.
I really hope that's his intent, Billy's not. I really hope and pray that that's right. I mean, what you're saying is completely true. It's what makes all this look on.
When you guys even go any international body or you try diplomacy, it's just a move. I just see maybe as well because whatever the frick he wants, he doesn't care about diplomacy, about talking or whatever. He just does whatever he wants. And I
And let's get away with this.
yeah,
Particular saying with Syria, to me, I don't really see it as a big, yeah. It's like when we go into other countries because Americans are under attack. Like, you're not gonna let people abuse Americans in that country, or you're not gonna let them abuse the people that you see as part of your country. You're not gonna let that happen. So like, I really don't have any feelings about him attacking.
I would hope if Trump had swayed with the Syrian leader, I would have hoped that he would fight having Trump once again to stop to invade a sovereign country. I just thought the borders mean something. He can't have an issue where people just take matters into their own hands without fighting and they can just go into sovereign lands and do a freaking kill off the coast over there. But they need to stop helping him. Just let him do his own thing. He's big and bold, and I guess now that he nominated Trump for a no, I'm having brain fogs. He nominated Trump for a what's the award he nominated? It was what are you talking about? It's called Nobel Peace Prize.
That's what he got.
Yes, or my
That's what you asked, right? What did he get? Nothing. Right?
yes, sir. I was saying since he nominated him for a Nobel Peace Prize, I think he's thinking now that Trump likes that and he loves it. So I guess he's gonna let him just keep on running crazy over there, doing whatever he wants to do. But I just think we need to just stop supporting this guy. We're not looking good.
Well, I mean, as American citizens,
year before last, not the Act, I forgot it's an act. It's a law that if you then the State Department, you even had State Department employees that literally they reported there was something like today in terms of holding a children accountable by U.S. laws. So yeah, this is and then they're saying, oh, Syrians conducting a genocide against the Jewish people. Okay, if there's people like who doesn't have to do what they do, isn't it ironic? Quote the great Alanis Morissette that Israel is being accused of doing a genocide to the Palestinians. It's like everything is up and down.
Yeah, man. I was wrong in getting that kill people around the world and commit.
Things like that are romantic. Some shit like
Seriously, like they're accused of war crimes. Like this is real stuff, yo. I care about my fellow human beings. Not like, come on, guys.
Yeah, I don't know other things like that, but nothing like not a penny. I absolutely cannot endorse that for one horse.
Yeah, there's no reason why they're using the time plus the bucket long so £2,000.
Just on my phone, I completely unconscionable.
Very early for a lot, but just trying to get on my nerves with this shit. Like, how do you defend the attack today on Syria? I don't like, even when you're very pro-Israel, you start to question the judgment with some of these decisions. It kind of gets a little.
I struggle with this every day. I struggle with this as a Jewish person, and I struggle with this as an American.
And it's the government for me and put up in the inception of this early people that's a little, but it's the government that can't stop it from stirring.
Oh, I'm not going to hurt people any more than I blame enough for Trump.
I get Trump yeah, well, until I get home, I got breaking news. I guess it's breaking news. You guys might have already heard about this. But Hunter Biden, and this is going to tie into us talking about the Dems tonight. They said that Hunter Biden went scorched earth on Dems. Hunter Biden is one reason why the party lost big in 2024. And this is what he said. The former son faulted, I'm sorry, I can't read and drive, faulted Democrats' disloyalty to his father for the electoral drubbing they suffered last year, and President Trump returned to power. Hunter said or argued that Democrats squandered their advantages of incumbency and an incredibly successful administration despite his rigmarole approval numbers. Then he goes on, oh, he said when they turned against his father in a dramatic fashion last summer, we lost the election because we did not remain loyal to the leader of the party, Hunter said. See, we said anything else. That's my position. We have the advantage of incumbency. We have the advantage of incredible successful administration, and the Democratic Party literally melted down. That's what Hunter said. Anybody agree or disagree with Hunter?
I think he's upset because it's his father. Y'all been playing his daddy's face.
Yeah, I mean, he's right, but at the same time, he's held personally accountable for all the problems he's had amongst the Jews in the world. You know what I mean?
He's a good human being. Y'all ain't got no drug addict in your family.
Yeah, but
Okay, so you think the president has some kind of special thing to just get his family president? Okay, well then, like, let him be who he is.
That shit taken too long. I ain't gonna lie. The reason why I went in court and looked up sentence, I mean, sometimes I have to keep up with that shit. Like, just get up. Thank you. And what you were saying again?
facial expressions during his debate. And if you would have read the transcripts, you would have understood that he had more sense than the goddamn other motherfucker. But as Democrats or as independents that were supposed to be supporting a certain party, you guys put shit out into the atmosphere to make Trump relevant.
Patty, them hoes ain't loyal. They ain't loyal.
Blame people instead of people John Paul. Did you see him on TV? Have you seen him running kids' slaves talking about
See, you hear this shit? You hear this shit?
I'm being 100% honest with you. Why do you think? Man, let me fall back.
You hear this shit? This is exit for the back door, please. Exit for the back door. No one please lock the door. When he exits,
Why you talking them the people's talking points?
Because people talk like y'all have the ground.
I'm talking about why are you talking about this stuff and then all you afraid about it? That don't make no damn sense. He do. I thought it was Bruce. I had to clear my screen to check. I thought it was Bruce.
What are you talking about?
guys, this is where we lost.
All you been talking about how I sound. Why don't you talk about the content of the words that I've delivered? Y'all talk about, oh, he's
I was talking about the content of the words you were delivering. Talking about like rubbing out little girls' legs and shit. That's bullshit. Donald Trump did way worse than that. So just shut up.
and I'm calling back. What's the problem? I'm calling back.
Why don't you put in the facts? Put it in there when he's been charged with some type of. Put it in there because I want to see it. I want to see anything where he may have a civil lawsuit, a criminal lawsuit, something criminal. I want to see something. Put it in there. I want to see it.
I mean, we all have eyes and ears.
No. I'm talking about the facts. I don't care about your eyes and ears. Your eyes and ears.
I'm not educating everyone.
You're not educating me.
Okay, then, why
You
not?
feel stupid.
You're asking me to do
You're
something, right?
running.
Oh, okay.
Oh my
Here we
God.
are. Here we are. Seriously, though, I appreciate
You
you
let
saying
somebody
that,
talk though, please.
Yeah, come on, I was thinking about we gotta do a one-on-one page on something right now.
so, wait, man, look,
I'm sorry, who's that?
Go ahead.
go ahead, sister, man, go ahead.
No, that's Matthew. Matthew, I wanted to
I was gonna say, like, yeah, I'm not gonna, bash him because it's his dad, he's gonna defend his dad, but I think this is part of the Democratic delusion that you hear over and over again. We're just gonna ignore the fact that the U.S. dollar lost 20% of its value over Biden's presidency and the cost of living skyrocketed for every single American, right? And then, like, that wasn't anything. We're just gonna ignore that the entire campaign and say it didn't happen. So, she's the second person.
what's on what? Yeah. So, like, the way the judges come in here and throw fucking information around, I need y'all, right? Mother, post it. I'm sick of y'all just saying shit and not fucking making no ID clarity. So post the shit that you just said. Thank you.
Am I in your payroll? You can go on payroll and just go read the decline in the U.S. dollar. It's an easy Google search. That must want to look at
You have no idea what you're talking about.
You're like reading
I know he don't, because I'm saying to myself, huh? Like, what happened now? You listen, post it, please. Thank you.
Google is free.
No, Google ain't fucking free. Nigga, I have to pay for the internet, so it ain't free.
When you're in the single connection.
Okay, so where are we going?
I was gonna say, the second White House today. Two questions. Joe Biden joining the White House was Joe
light was running the White House. The July.
Oh my God, you guys are still saying all that?
Yeah, they are, and I'm still on that. Why? Listen, like I said, no, Matt, be quiet, because I said that this was going to be the first thing y'all did, right? Y'all talking about that motherfucking auto pen shit. And why did you let your president deflect from his own his misfortune? Why y'all letting that happen? He's playing in your face, and you playing into it, man, with your stupid ass.
Your key answer yes to this following question. Did the first lady instruct you or anyone else to conceal health issues from senior staff or the public regarding the president? You pleaded the fifth. That's not good. It was running a country. It was running a country.
No, I'm serious now because you've been to irritate me, and I've been trapping. What? Okay, lower your voice, please. Let me know right here. Let me right here. I'm not angry. Stop talking, goddammit. What is this facet fucking nation about the auto fucking pen? And we got so much shit going on, and you guys want to concentrate on the auto fucking pen. That's all you got?
Yeah, but the auto pen wasn't running the country.
What did he do to hurt the country, even if he was using the auto pen? All he did was fucking pull the trigger. It's an auto pen to begin with. Somebody answer that. Auto pen and what are you talking about?
It's not against the law. Obama used it. Trump used it as well. So what's next for you? And you up why in the fuck do we have a president that tried to stop the certification of a fucking why? Do you think that shit is cool? So how in the fuck are you gonna compare somebody that's getting old and maybe a little slower than someone that fucking tries to fucking take over the country? Has said publicly that he maybe never should have left the White House.
So,
What kind of shit are you on?
isn't that
You
concerning?
on crack too?
Isn't that concerning, Karen?
Yes.
That one who was running the country for 4 years.
It's a whole staff of auto pen. You're fucking president Donald Trump. What does that say about the auto pen? And you're president. You fucking idiots. Y'all really on this man. But yes, it does have everything to do with the auto pen. Because we heard the press conference that he gave. And when they asked him about Epstein, he then said, why are we still talking about Epstein? The real scandal is Joe Biden and the auto pen. We playing y'all stupid ass people. It's playing y'all. That's a perfect, that is just a perfect point, Brooklyn. That is a perfect point. We trying to wait. Y'all care, but wait, back up, man. Y'all supposed to be caring and fumbling and dying about these kids and these girls that were molested and raped. That's what you
What about
should
a
say.
13-year-old?
The government auto pen is more important right now than what you guys are saying. It's like, what is going on? You guys have nothing to talk about. Your president got everything fucked up. The world is fucked up. He hasn't done anything except for the border. The border. And then now what? And now you got a nerve to come in here and let's talk about the auto pen where people are losing. When hospitals already starting to close just on the fear of Medicaid being slashed down to fucking nothing. People, 1,500 people got fired from the government. Was it Friday? Was it Monday? All kind of shit is going on. What is the total amount? Somebody tell me. Of government employees who have lost their job since this nigga's been in the White House. What the hell is going on? And you coming in here talking about, oh my God, the oil pen.
Like somebody did it.
The oil fucking pen. What have you guys been
He's 38-year-old, right? So what I want to talk about is Katie Johnson, right? That's a 13-year-old girl who accused Trump of rape and got threatened until she got the case to using the auto pen for what he called non-consequential documents all the damn time. This year he admitted to that. So right now, he's using auto pen. So why are we talking about so why are we talking about auto pen when Trump admitted it's a document that signs things for you? That's all.
To be fair, he didn't say auto pen. So Matt did not say, but the reason why they keep saying auto pen is because he pleaded the fifth, and when they were questioning him on his Biden being healthy and him having other people use the auto pen, that is what he pleaded the fifth on. That is why they keep saying the auto pen. Because Donald Trump pleaded the fifth.
Donald Trump pleaded the fifth over his entire his hearings when they were trying to oust him. I can't even think of the word right now. When they kicked him out, he was trying to kick him out. He pleaded the fifth. Impeachment. What's the problem now with pleading the fifth? Impeachment. That's what I'm trying to say. Thank you. He pleaded the fifth the whole time. So why that's what makes you so incredible. You're just not credible.
The 455 times that's how much time he did the questions that were asked today had little to nothing to do with the auto pen. It had to do with he had the capacity to be our president and he was running this country. I think that's unfair.
Who run? No, it's not a fair question because who runs it when Donald Trump stays on the golf course all day, every day? Who running the country when he's on the golf course, Matt? The president has a whole staff of people. There's a whole staff. The president don't run the country by himself. So why are you acting so stupid right now? That's just dumb to say. The president don't run the country by himself. Do you know that? And it runs when Donald Trump is on the golf course. And it was running when he was raping women. When he was raping women and sticking his finger up their pussies. So what the fuck are you talking about? What is wrong with you?
I'm concerned about all the biggest cover-ups in the history of this country. That's what we're talking about.
About any of the other cover-ups, brother. You never talk about
Right now, Biden is in the process of dying. R.I.P. to that good man, right? I'm sorry for what he's going through, but he has cancer and has been tested, so he's on his way out here. He's not a prepared president either. He never was, in my opinion. I think he did amazing as a president. So the legislature he passes is magnificent. Whether you understand it or not, the chips act being one of them. But let's go past that. Right now, we have somebody right now that's trying to suppress pedophilia.
Why the fuck are you not questioning that? Why are you not questioning how he's handling the United States government's budget? That could possibly rape your daughter and fucking rob your ass blind and sell your shit on the corner of 7th and 42nd Street. Like, you're an idiot. Yeah, but yeah, you're always trying to fucking come for Biden. If you want to come for Biden, come for everybody else.
I'm concerned that there was one of the biggest cover-ups in the history of
He's repeating the same shit.
That's what wrong.
No, it's dogmatic. It's dogmatic.
I'm very concerning the two White House staffers were extremely close to the president in the first lady cannot answer simple questions.
We don't.
And I'm more concerned about the fact that your president is trying to get everybody out of here that don't look like him. He is risking our lives. On our lives. So imagine you're gonna be hurt. And you're gonna be fine. But anybody that's black, brown, or tan can be pulled over at any time. They can be detained. They can be thrown in prison. He can do it to me. I am terrified. He don't give a fuck. He don't give a fuck.
Then shut up the fuck up. I saw the video anything else. Did you hear what he said the other day about the if the kid down the street has a 1300 SAT score and he didn't understand the holistic approach when it comes to college admissions? He is not concerned with your black ass. He's concerned with his white child, his whiteness, his how they have fell behind because black folks have learned how to read books outside of the fucking Bible. He's concerned with niggas getting jobs that they feel his son is more qualified for than the black kid down the street.
I get it right too. But that 20 seconds. All things being equal, whoever has left all things being equal, except the color of your skin.
I'm not gonna try it. Oh my gosh.
You should
It's not the color of your skin. It's just dysfunction.
all things being equal.
Things have never been equal, man. What the fuck are you talking about? It's never been equal. And it's never gonna be equal. Now it's 100 times worse than it was 6 months ago.
You know what, man? This is terrible. I gotta tell you something. I'm 71 years old. I've been on Clubhouse for 4.5 years. It took me a good long year of really, really listening hard, learning vocabulary. I would have, I'm sorry, I'm emotional, out of the equation. You're like operating on a paradigm that doesn't fucking exist in order to not look at your own racism. So that's not to shame you and blame you, it's to tell you that I've been through this. And if you don't look at yourself, this is what you're gonna keep coming up against.
Oh, Asians here. Come on, patient. Come.
I hear you, I understand what you're saying, but you know what? Life is not a petri dish, a thought experiment. If you want to live in fantasy land, and you want to say all things being equal, this is how it should be in your mind, hey, perfect. But here, in reality, where everybody lives, the reality is that shit ain't right. It's wrong. Let's come back to reality, man. I understand you have an imagination, and anything in your imagination, the rules apply, but in reality, that shit don't work. I'm just playing on that, okay? So, look, come on back home, man. Come on back home to reality. It's okay. It's okay.
lives its whole life. And this is just the perfect time to be there because everybody is like on his side is just as big. So he seems like he's smart. I don't know, but
He's talking about your motherfuckers about being evil. Okay? You motherfuckers are right now, if you're loving it, you suffer. When it gets real quick, it's gonna be a whole different fucking story. That's what he was saying.
it's the show has things.
What it feel like, what it really is, they feel it. But in reality, fucking not on the face. Just so you know, I'm gonna be this way. It's on his mind, I'm gonna bitch. And I'll be like, fuck you, we told you so. So, fuck my niggas all up.
So this kind of ties to the room. Oh, sorry, Lisa.
No, you can let
This is part of what I mean with like our Democrats out of touch, like mentors, and they want to eat your children. Like this just sounds ridiculous. It's so common.
He said if you want to be besties with the MAGA, go ahead. And he had it right there. They're called rhinos. Those are the ones that are reasonable to talk to. MAGA, you cannot talk to.
So that is okay to come on stage and spew the lies that they're saying on Fox News. Like, I'm just so I'm just upset that for 4 years he was not running the country, and for 4 years when we know that that's not true. And it's not okay to come in here and just spew this shit and not expect to get smacked down. I think everybody is open to, their ideas, their views, or whatever. But when it comes down to lying, you don't have to accept that. And I thought you were going to go a different direction, Mother. I'm glad you landed how you did. I don't think anybody believes that everybody who voted for Trump is as disgusting. It's the ones that continue to double down and go 10 toes down on the bullshit that is done. They are disgusting.
But they can't be saved. You gotta understand. They can't be saved.
Yeah, I can honestly.
I don't think they can be saved.
Yeah, I hear you.
Sometimes there needs to be a breakdown before we have a breakthrough. They need to be saved. We have to save them. Maybe not all of them, but enough. Because if we can't, this world is still going to be what it is. We need to be something different. There need to be something different. And we need to bring them in. I'm saying this is reality. This is reality. Your alternative is to have them removed, either politically or physically. My goal is to say, no, we need to try to find a way to bring enough of them in. Enough of them. Remember when we say anybody had a kids to have some spine? No. Anybody had enough experience to have some spine, things will be different. That's what I'm saying. We just need enough. We can't save all of them, but we need enough.
Well, this what Matt is coming here to talk about is not the greed and not the carelessness of MAGA. It is totally so fucking fucked up the way he's coming here talking about a auto pen when he should be in here coming to talk about the cuts that are going on to people and barely, it just barely make it through. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we're getting ready to slash Medicare and Medicaid by 930 billion over the next decade, and it'll leave like 17 million without health care insurance. This nigga, not that nigga, whatever. This person's not coming in here talking about that's important. That's important. The cuts to SNAP is important. Food. If I have to come in here and talk to you both on that is about food again, there is no reason in this world with these fat asses, and I'm sure a lot of Matt is probably overweight. I don't know Matt. Talking about, and I apologize if you're not, but just to make my point, these fat asses coming in here talking about again when they're trying to just take a basic human right away of people not starving. How about that? How about that? And I'm sorry I gotta raise my voice, but I don't give a damn if he signed it with his dick. The fact of the matter that you come in here and think that's the most important
again, they say they don't recording.
Anymore. Don't bring up anything anymore, Matt, and all your other magnets. If you're not equipped for the retort, don't come in here and say a goddamn thing. If you're not ready for the retort, you're gonna come in here, you're gonna shit all over everybody. I got shit all over my face and on my pants, and you're gonna leave.
Yeah, it's just classic cowardice, and I'm just like, so I was just gonna say, Lisa, if you are still here, like Matt is and Matt Cool talking to you in the audience there. I'll give you the text.
Stressing me, Matt, cool.
Yeah. So I'll talk to all the Maccas, and it's a shame that that coward left, because I'll give you the tariffs, I'll give you the immigration intro, because of severe intimidation. The fact that you had to do that is disgusting. And could you guys imagine for half a second if this was Biden or any other Dem on the left that was accused of these allegations? They would want bloody, they would be screaming for blood, as well they should.
They want to wait to lie us and burn that bitch down and slow us down.
Yeah, exactly. But when it's their Messiah, and he's taken the oath, he's taken the fifth 400 plus times. It's all good, man. It's all good. Because we're keeping these cables brown.
But you guys, listen, it just hasn't hit us. I appreciate your submission here. Thank you so much. And I'm sorry, Matt, I thought you were talking to me back cool, but anyway, you were, and I apologize for calling your name out. But what I don't like, we are going through one of the biggest and steepest rollbacks of social programs since 1939. It's not that people don't need this stuff. People are already working who need to be working on these programs. That's part of the requirements to be on the program. It's just a slick ass way of cutting more people off of it. It's just a slick ass way. So I don't even know why we. Oh my God. Okay, I'll just this. I guess you guys. When it actually does start happening, and when we see people, none of us were alive. But just go back and read about it.
I definitely remember that.
You can't stand saying for food. You used to read on. I don't know about you guys, but I actually read it online. What are you talking about? I actually read it online. Shopping carts, and they gave us a choice of cheese and cereal. Absolutely. What year was that? Cheese and cereal. That was already 90. The Depression era when everybody had. Oh, okay. Well, we had it there. So I get a flashback. That was it's a big flashback. Oh, it's gonna be a big flashback when you have to go in soup lines, and literally it's a soup cake. You lay them out into a bowl so you can sit there and try to eat it, but your fingers aren't like swatching bread. Yes, to me, the biggest rollback since 1935.
Well, and I just want to theory.
Closing your buying to close, y'all. Let me see what is actually closed. Let me Google that. Go ahead.
And I think rolling everything back as I'm looking at things puts us back to that depression transition to World War II. Look, not a lot of kids went to school. A lot of kids and women's worked at factory. They're already talking about that stuff. There's all these different things. For me, it seems like they're rolling everything back so that we have no choice but to be a part of the wartime America. And it seems like fascism is the best way to do that shit, right? And that's where we are. And I'm terrified of it because, that's what these white jobs are. And people don't know that the businesses are definitely going to benefit from it because they're trying to reindustrialize. Supposed to be reindustrialized to be wartime ready. Everybody has to go to work to fulfill that machine. And normally we don't want to do that shit, but if we don't have nothing to eat, If we don't have any Social Security net, we don't have nothing else to do but that. That's where we are compromised, and I think he's trying to run us back to this wartime ready America. LA. Because look, we're about to fight somebody. We're about to fight somebody. And it's right around the corner. And it's gonna be not good. That's all I'm saying.
We should just send everybody to the Maggie's house. When we run out of food, they should just go to the Maggie's house.
Their food is so high. Why would you be cutting out all food and food is so high and then you're cutting off it don't even matter. You're cutting off. Yeah, don't be feeling sorry for those of us who know how to be creative with it. But you won't take. Well, ain't no thing for me. You know what I'm saying? They're slimming. They don't have to be calories. I'll be able to eat chitlins, not every night, but I'll be able to mix some of them. But the point of it is that everything is high. I went to Whole Foods just then, one bag, and it was $100 for one fucking bag. So I don't even know what's trying to be accomplished right now.
So, Lisa, what's the introduce an elephant in the room and put a stride in this conversation?
We're talking about auto pen, an auto pen. When it came in here and said, somebody quote me on because I'm driving and reading and number one in my hand.
What's that got to do with why we have high food shortages?
Just refreshing. Are you updating? No. CEO asked a question, and I can't do that right now. And it wasn't about that. Is that what that is? That's it. Yeah, go ahead, girl. I don't know. I'm confused. All I saw was the reporter asked Trump about Epstein, and what Trump did was he deflected. It's like, oh, why are you worried about Epstein? He's dead. What we really should be worried about, what's the real scandal, is Biden and the auto pen. That's what he said. And I said, that's all different. Yes. I said, every politically ass on the listen, politically incorrect. When I heard it, I said, I bet you somebody's gonna come in here talking about Biden not signing anything, Biden not being a president, and it was an auto pen, and he did it. I knew it was gonna happen.
What's this got to do with food shortages again?
So they talk about food shortages because all of the other shit that we gotta deal with, and they worried about a fucking auto pen from Biden, which isn't even relevant at this point. That's where the food shortage came in at.
But Trump admitted to using an elephant.
Yes, he did. They've all used the outfit. So that was just his talking point. But if you look at what's happening, he's putting a 50% in out their bills under. So what's gonna happen? I'm 62. I have never watched somebody starve to death. Never. During COVID, I bought my first firearm because I have 2 freezers. I buy a half a cow every year, and I bought that firearm because people couldn't go to the grocery store, and I was like, I'll be damned if they come over here and bring it to my house and steal my food.
Just saying.
So, and that was in 20. I'm sorry, what?
That's just a very. Just finish Sandra, finish. Hold on, damn it. Just the hell is going on? Brian, cut it off. Go ahead, Sandra, finish.
I'm just saying, I had to protect myself. I had to protect my home. I had to protect my family. And this, what we're dealing with right now, is 100 times worse than that shit. Because I've never seen anybody starve to death. But we are about to watch people literally starve to death. And not only that, that's sad.
Why?
Did you hear? Okay, so the way we got into that, CEO, hold on, CEO, I'm trying to get CEO was
What happened was, hold on, y'all. We were talking to Matt, and Matt was coming in here just being so aghast. I thought I needed to go over there and maybe medicate him about this use of this pen. And I said, what you should be caring about is the $930 billion over the next decade that's going to be cut in Medicare and Medicaid. Let's talk about that. You should be coming here with your Karen, male Karen, or what do we call it, Kent voice, and talk about the pets to SNAP. Okay, the aid that for people who are in poverty. That's what you should be coming here talking about. It's just I told him, I said, it's just the fact that we are just taking away basic rights to eat. That is concerning. Whether Biden's used a fucking pen, he did this dick in ink and wrote it with his. I don't care. What is the big fascination? What's the big fascination with the goddamn auto pen? That you gotta come in here and you have to just. It's a what? Then he said the biggest scandal. The words he used is the biggest scandal in American history. And we got people getting ready to starve. We got hospitals closing.
Which Matt?
Matt is on you. Matt. Yes.
He was walking out like that?
Yes. And then he got the nurse to leave. Crashed out. And then he gonna leave after I'm trying to ask him, why aren't you concerned about the basic human rights to eat and have medical care? That's what you should be coming here fucking hysterical about. Because I'm hysterical about it. I don't want to see people starving, especially in this country with this high-ass obesity rate. Oh, maybe they're going to lose weight. That's not the way you do it, by starving people down. And the people who work at Walmart, okay, because I was not arguing, but we're having a very fruitful and stimulating conversation about this today, which is ironic. And then, but we're healthcare professionals. We look at shit differently, right? We care about people. That's why we're in this profession. But to sit up here and just start just the impoverished, if you're on SNAP, you could possibly be working at Walmart. There are a lot of people whose income meets a certain criteria that they're eligible for this shit. So if you got a job, there are a lot of people that have jobs that are on this stuff. So what are we talking about? You want to add some more hours when they could possibly pick up hours at the job or something that you guys want them to do? But I think you really don't want them to work. I think you just want to see them suffer. You have to work at Walmart, 30, 40 hours is part-time. No, 30 hours. 20 hours is part-time, I believe. Wait, am I right? Or 40 hours a week is part-time, right? I don't clock in.
Anything I used to work at Walmart yourself, pretty much, you, 40 hours is pretty much part-time itself, unless you're on salary, that's a manager. So, yeah, 40 hours is pretty much part-time.
Okay, so room. If I'm working at Walmart 40 hours, right? There's the rich are fleecing the country. Tramp is fleecing the country. But these people who go and ask for little assistance to be able to afford food that is outrageously high right now.
40 hours.
It's crazy.
Yeah, how's 40 hours part-time?
They're telling me what part-time is.
Because unless you are on salary, pretty much, then you're out.
No, that's right.
Qualify for benefits after 40 hours.
It's governed by the state. It's governed by the state. You have to be eligible for benefits after 40
Let me
hours.
tell you something. The same people who's out here talking about SNAP that don't matter, they're gonna be begging in a minute. When they ramp up this AI and this automation and robotics, whole swaths of the employment sector are gonna be obliterated.
I agree.
The same people that don't care about the SNAP people, they're gonna be begging for universal basic income.
They're going to be begging for some SNAP, too. That's what they're going to be begging for.
Lisa, we had people working at GM on welfare. Because when they start as new hires, they only make $11 an hour. So we had people that were on welfare that were getting SNAP benefits. We had to have a diaper thing and donated money so that they could keep diapers in this place so they could give these people diapers, the people who had kids. We were always giving out food and gift cards and shit.
You're going to be giving out more.
I mean, but I can't no more because I'm retired, so I got to worry about myself. But it's going to be really messed up. And I have like I said, I ain't never seen nobody starve to death. I hope I never
So I just have that mindset to always have food on hand and to have a backup for my backup on my backup. I don't understand. I don't understand, but I don't want to be a target either. And I will shoot somebody that try to break into my house. I will.
What was really effed up, you guys, is that one person in the room who was a MAGA and said, well, people should learn that they should do better. So what do you mean by do better? Well, if that job is not enough to sustain them without them going on federal assistance, that they should do better. I said, well, first of all, let's do this then, right? They say somebody got to work these fucking jobs, dumbass nigga. Somebody got to work these jobs. And if if you just say everybody on there, okay, they all going to go get medical degrees. Everybody at Walmart, everybody at Target, everybody picking fruit, everybody in the hotels, they all going to go get medical and law degrees. Somebody has to do them jobs. And if the jobs are not paying enough for them to survive, that's why we have these fucking safety nets since what, 1932? Before, I don't remember. I don't know. I'm not too keen on that type of history. But who is gonna do this job? And who's gonna be able to survive, JD, on this planet every fucking day? You cannot survive on the minimum wage, and then you don't get some public assistance.
At least here's the crazy thing. You know how you're asking that? It's happening right now. Like literally, farmers are short. The hospitality, like hotels, are short. These jobs are available right now. We don't even have to think about the future when these deportations ramp up even more. These jobs are available now. Why isn't anyone going to go take them? Someone answer that.
Because if you make over $9.83 an hour at 80-hour work week, you will not get your food stamps, nor will you get daycare.
I think the baby boomers that were retiring, they're gonna be the first wave of people that are gonna start to fill those jobs. But there needs to be supplemental, and I'm afraid that some kids that maybe aren't doing well in school, that they're gonna drop out and they're gonna start filling in. That's gonna be the second wave. The third wave is, I don't know.
Wait, why did you say baby boomers?
Those two variables.
Why did you say baby boomers are gonna fill these jobs?
Haven't you seen baby boomers that look like they're retirement age pick up some of these jobs that are for teenage kids? I've seen them in grocery stores. I've seen them at all these places. No. It doesn't mean that they're broke, but they're retirement.
So a lot
Their retirements are gone.
I'm thinking about doing it. So
That's what I'm saying.
I'm giving myself 6 months.
Yes.
But
I gotta push back on that a little bit.
Supplemental.
It's real.
It is real. That's a supplemental.
Yeah, it is.
Income. Even when I came to even when we were younger, because I'm sure a lot of you of my same age range are older. Even when we were younger, older people still had to do that from back in the days pre-Trump. They have to have supplemental income because a lot of this, even when they have pension, you understand? Even when they have a pension because of they have to pay taxes on the house I've paid off already, etc. So remember back in the days when they used to say some of the older white ladies used to eat cat food. Remember?
Yeah, cat food, dog food, dry dog food.
Yeah, but the old people older baby boomers. As far as I can see right now, I can't see them going into the farms. Some of these jobs that you're talking about that were held by undocumented workers, I don't see baby boomers running into those jobs, even if their retirements are replenished. But here's the thing. Like I said, it's happening right now, but I'm glad you mentioned the baby boomers because that shit's about to hit too. So in this first wave of deportations, we're also about to lose a huge amount of the workforce with baby boomers. So this shit is going to hit the fence somewhere. Like I said, it's already started again. Everyone's filling these jobs. They just stay vacant.
Think about
Invite up Glows, GLOWC. Can you invite them up? Because he said they need to overhaul the entire daycare system. I just want them to come up and get on my page.
So,
Yeah, so all these families that will be poor, that will become more poor, what will they be forced to do? Those kids, if they are eligible to work, and if they're not doing well in school anyways, will be incentivized to work. And you know, the first place that they're gonna go to, other farms.
if we like the age got it. So the other thing about it is, since pension or like no longer like they only certain industries have pensions now, maybe younger workers go to maybe select pensions. They step in with everybody else. They got their 401ks. A lot of 401ks, because the orange just talked about it today. They gotta have like equity funds taken over them, and they gotta be basically gambling their 401k, which is impacting it today. So that's something that, unless the government steps in and do something about that, that retirement is gonna be fucked also. So yeah, I listen to you, Shakespeare. I hate being that nigga downer, but goddamn, a lot of bullshit.
The Department of Education, think about the Department of Education, they're defunding the Department of Education, they're pushing it on the states. These former states are going to be able to sustain it. Because a lot of these kids, they go do the LA.
I just wanted to say, I hired in '96. I have a full pension. I have my full Social Security. I have everything. I'm 62 years old. I shouldn't be taking it, but I'm going to take it because I'm not going to wait 7 years to get whatever. I haven't done it yet, but I am planning to do it. But compared to what I was making, other taking off the overtime at General Motors, I'm only losing about $800 a month. And I have hella savings because I don't spend money like that. Like I said, I was raised, my grandmother went through depression, my mother lived with my grandmother, and I was raised a certain way. I saved at least 3 out of every 5 paychecks. So I'll be okay. But I am gonna take another job. I don't want to take a full-time job, but I'll take a part-time job. But I ain't picking nothing that nobody's hiring other than mine. So I don't know what these people are gonna do. The people that came in after 2007 do not have a pension. The only money that they have saved up is what they have in their 401ks. And trust me, they wasn't saving no money because they started at $14 an hour and they didn't get up to full rate for 10 years. So they're just now getting up to full rate. They buying fucking Cadillacs and shit like that. So whatever. I don't know what's gonna happen, but people need to be prepared. That's what I'm saying. They don't have to go get
I'm talking about forever. Y'all gonna be 60 years old working.
my friend just retired 6 months ago. And he got diagnosed with cancer and he's already dead. Because they work until they're almost dead. See, I just got to the point where all the shit that's going on, I just got to the point where I threw my hands up and I was like, you know what, Lord, I can make it. I don't need to keep doing this shit because it's dumb shit. That's what I'm saying. They don't have a pension. I'm talking about the ones that came after me. So it's a different, that's going to be a whole totally different thing. And we don't work 40 hours a week. 40 hours a week is our base. We work 60 to 70 hours a week. That's normal. And they thought they were going to get no tax on overtime until they found out what the cutoff was. They make that in the first fucking month. It's bullshit.
I don't know if you guys have go ahead, sir.
I keep talking about union jobs. Yes, ma'am. What do you want to say? What did you promise them? What did they do? What did you promise them? I don't really know. Like I said, I don't really know.
Trump actually just can't find the people to dig with. And then a lot of immigration still in their jobs and doing this and that and fucking does. But really, pretty much a lot of immigrants here actually have things that look great because they know they're not going to get those jobs. They actually put
Okay, so that's the point is that's the Democratic talking point that needs to be being used. So that those people don't get hoodwinked on the next round of MAGA GOP candidates.
But then make the same topic and growing now, a lot of magnets are starting to get pissed off at Trump goes because of the whole Epstein files. Now he said it's all hoax, all hoax, all hoax. Now some of his own people starting to get into it.
That's good on what? Yes, I believe it's like $26,000. Yeah. Up to, you said up to. Right.
Yeah, so y'all get played all the way around. Y'all get played all the way around, top to bottom. And the people who need the less are getting the most. And it's just the weirdest thing. I guess it's hard for you to see if you just corny enough to be behind trans. But no one was ever bring that shit up. You know, the zero, what is it, 0.0, is it 0.001 or 0.01 population? You know, that's the reason why they come up here and say, you know, that they have to do the right thing and vote for trans, vote for Trump to save their kids from trans and all that kind of stuff. You can't even never meet a trans person, and you probably ain't met one either.
And at least you remember I told you, remember when Ned was upset about the tariffs? Was it the tariffs? That he yes, that was what said it come back to the Libertarian Party, right? He was getting upset about the tariffs. Remember I said he was gonna find another issue to get on Trump's dick about. And that's what he's doing. That's what they do. They keep trying to gaslight us. They're not happy with Trump. They just keep trying to find that thing that they can talk about, to gaslight the Democrats as if they're the ones that's doing that. They're running the country.
Yeah, man, saying, yeah, our reasons to substantiate and prove and so to make themselves be able to sleep at night, they're going to have to keep grasping for straws. This country's getting worse every day. It's just every fucking day. So now I don't know why he decided or what the reason was for the destruction of the food. Did anybody read that article and tell us about it? Because I just saw the influence of children.
Yeah, we talked about that yesterday. Does anybody have the information at hand? It was a lot of
Because USA was shut down. They didn't have the manpower to get it distributed.
They didn't have the fuel either.
But it was already paid for too.
Gave it away.
Yeah, at least they could have done was gave it away.
Yeah, definitely just give it away. Walk outside and just say, come and get it, and until it lasts.
Just being evil.
Yeah.
So the tariff on Mexico, because now that we don't have tariffs in the United States, I'm sorry, well, their bill, they implement tariff.
Avocados are made in Mexico. That's where we get them from.
All right.
Okay, gotcha. So they don't know, because they're small operations. I saw one on a special they did about avocados.
double their price.
It might be too weird for a farmer. They don't have a lead down spot to.
Wow, that's so cruel for a farmer to see to roll over his own crop. I mean, all that work and energy you put into it, I would want someone to eat it. Just the bare fact that I know it's been eaten, pleasure, but just roll it over.
Yeah, that's why water was melting down for a couple of days straight. Because he was saying that they, we won't even let people come pick vegetables before they. Because some of them are setting them on fire and some of them are just piling them on trash.
Food, burn food, and destroy food, and there's so many people hungry. And that's just a damn shame.
I'm so proud of my niece. She just took the LSAT miracle to law school. She graduated last year from college, but she built a whole garden in her mom's backyard. Just crazy. She was like, "We ain't starving over here." I am so proud of her.
Did y'all see what Michelle Jackson put in the chat on the firing movie? Being prosecutor or went after Epstein. Yeah.
They fired Combs' daughter.
Yeah, or daughter of James Comey, who let's see, it was Politico. Maureen Comey, daughter of James Comey, prosecutor defendant Jeffrey Epstein, is fired. Maureen Comey, who prosecuted Jeffrey Epstein at his court, that director James Comey's daughter, was fired Wednesday from her job in the Manhattan U.S. Attorney's Office, according to two people familiar with the matter who were granted anonymity because they were not authorized to speak publicly. The reason for her firing was not immediately clear.
I can tell you the reason for her firing. So you know how we were talking last week. I said that Bonnie was going to probably be the one that goes. I think Trump probably has given her an opportunity to clean this up first and see if she can survive. And her solution was sacrificing Comey because, she's going to be unpopular and it feels like a altar sacrifice to the MAGA thing. Okay, yeah, so he's probably giving her an opportunity to save herself. So this is her desperation to get opportunity to cover this up. Yes, correct. Yes, that too.
shit out there. I still think about not just those people with the direct benefits, but of course they've got children going to public school, they're preaching kids, college kids, with SNAP benefits. So unless you cut down to one.
No school breakfast, no school lunch, and they're making enough money. They're not gonna eat, especially with everything going up because the energy bills are going up. So it's gonna be bad. They can't learn if they're hungry.
That is that, y'all. It's just these, we're supposed to be in this country, like I said, when we're talking, it just makes my stomach grow. When we say we're the best country in the world, and we already trying to starve out kids and elderly people, here in this country. I'm bringing it up now. Have you heard of the homeless and jobs that unfortunately he's talking about the laptop again? I know it's like you got it. He's sucked out. He's sucked out. I'm almost on that thing. I just started pictures.
I don't give a fuck about a crackhead. He didn't even worry about what's going on in this country. Biodescent does not have nothing to do with policy.
Nothing.
You can snort, fucking put shit in his veins. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with us. That's his personal bullshit that he needs to overcome. It has nothing to do with running a country. And this dude,
Well, he's just taking out his arenas to see what works. That's all that is.
yeah, that is so true. He's taking up the greatest hits. So I'll be, you guys give me another 10 minutes. I promise I'll be home and get done.
It works for Matt though, because Matt be like, what about curry chicken laptop? Who cares about anything else?
What about the laptop? We talk about kids starving and hospitals closing, but what about that black laptop? This is crazy.
Fucking laptop. I don't care.
What's his face is dead. That man is dead. Why are we talking about him? And Matt came right here and said the same thing. Sure did.
I know, it's not all that different. Like for any of you who do marketing, like test marketing, where you try a bunch of different headlines and see what converts, and then you just keep using that one page try later, even though one see which works, will push people and see how many people you can go back.
But CEO, we have these conversations with CEO and have it with Matt, and I know I crash out. Why is it when you ask a direct, basic, easy question, not complicated at all, not even like two topics moving into one, it's just a Hillary, then they might try and talk about, see, they gave them talk about Obama. This is over the somebody named the country. Okay, I don't even know why he is doing all that, but he got alligator Alcatraz, where you can go and have maggots in your food. What's the name of the country? Sudan. No. It started with, you guys look it up. There's a new country he just said that unless this place is in the Sudan, I don't know. Let guys look it up. Stop guessing. It's not Djibouti. I know he said it. I thought it was Sudan. It was no Rwanda. And so I don't even know what the additional countries are. Yeah, it's another one. It starts with an E, I think. I could be wrong. I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. I'll have first. Never mind. I don't want to look ignorant on stage anyway. Yeah. They're gonna be traffic. Most of them, if they have a different language in some of these countries, they have other customs. I don't understand how our Supreme Court can approve that. Like at least send it to somewhere similar where they're from originally. Just if the countries agree with these countries behind God's back, customs is different language. I don't know, man. That's like a text. Well, they speak English in Nigeria, so they should be fine.
Yeah, they changed the name to Eswatini, basically, which means land of the Muslims people. It's basically it's a kingdom, it's run by a king, and it's inside South Africa.
What?
No,
So then they speak English.
yeah, it's inside South Africa. It doesn't have, it's a landlocked, it's like no, it's also Eswatini is a country. It's a country of its own, but it's inside another country, which is South Africa.
Wow.
It's like United States that keeps becoming independent. Illinois, which is another country. Well, all the states become independent, I guess. So you could say the United States is independent, but the state of Illinois is not. The state of Colorado, California. I'm kind of surprised.
How much have we paid them to keep the? Are we actually charging? Actually, are they asking them to be slaves? What's the point? Are we paying them to as well as El Salvador?
So let me just add real quick the question they asked. So necessarily is that about payment? This particular king, King Mswati, right? The king of Eswatini, like it's a lot of kids that go to school in the United States. So what's gonna happen is what is gonna be told is they simply tell them, hey, we'll keep your kids out of school. We'll not give you this grant, that grant, this and that. So those are the leverage they have against Africans. That's as far as I'm concerned. I want you to yeah. Well, yeah. So I'm actually in southern Angola right now, but what I know is it's basically what happened was, I'll tell you what happened, right? The Biden administration was the UN resolution against Ukraine. So the nation of Gabon voted against it. Then another resolution came for Ukraine. And the UN rep for the United States, I can't remember what her name was, basically appointed by Biden. This is Biden. She actually went to the president of Gabon, the former president of Gabon, and she told him that we know you have kids that go to school in America. We're gonna kick those kids out if you don't vote for this resolution and vote against Russia. So they didn't have no choice but to actually vote against Russia. The second, the first time he was in a Trump voted they voted not vote for Russia, right? They didn't vote against the resolution, right? They voted to absent, right? So they didn't vote neither, but the second time they were forced to actually vote for Ukraine by Biden.
That's probably because of the enrichment. Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, I'm talking about Gabon. I'm not talking about Sweden.
can't do this much shit. Let me see. A lot of them are crying or breaking out of them. A lot of them are crying and breaking out.
I haven't heard anybody on Clubhouse.
That's the thing. The ones on Clubhouse, they're not gonna tell us who you would be murdered.
I see a lot of people on TikTok was talking live, not live, like was coming to work or something, talking to them, looking at them like it don't. It's a echo chamber. They're not gonna take a fuck until it fix them, and that's the thing.
It's not even gonna be that place. It's like it would be everybody like being married or something. All you want to do, you want it's like a game. Mercy, like oh, they have a drink and said, no, they might get deported. Oh my God, why did I do that? I'm not gonna leave. I'm not gonna be criminal. Oh, I'm just not a criminal. And of course, when it's like, yeah, I got a budget. Oh my God, I'm John. No, we got fired. It's like, hey, yo, y'all back. You're part of the situation that you're like that you voted for. Now you regret it. Like,
Now, we're quiet.
Yeah, I'm gonna handle the stage because I gotta go to my garage. But I can tell you that they were
We can't hear you. Okay, so what was y'all just talking about? Because I was seeing Karen say
Jasmine, currently there's someone talking about, y'all wanna hear?
yeah.
Ongoing relationship with Epstein. They were basically like besties. We know that there are allegations that a lot of the recruitment took place down at Mar-a-Lago. We know that there are even young ladies that said that they were sexually abused and or sexually assaulted. We know that this is someone who has been found liable of sexual abuse by a jury of his peers. So, I mean, this is also a guy who seemingly doesn't really necessarily care if somebody engages in these types of activities. So he wanted access to those files and he wanted to see how bad it looked for him. And unfortunately, after having a glimpse, I think he's decided that he just wants to move on and talk about something else.
So I just want to be clear. By the way, I have no idea. Everything you recited there is true, including the allegation you said there's a woman of age, I should note, who talked about being introduced to Trump by Jeffrey Epstein and then being groped by Trump against, non-consensually. That was reported out. Talked to the press and the Guardian, so I want to be clear about that. She was of age. She was, I think, 23 at the time. She was a mom. So all those things that you listed there are facts, their association. Him found liable of what was the term they used? Sexual assault, I guess, in that civil jury. Allegations against him, of course. All of that's established. What you're saying is you think there actually is something. I mean, I have no idea. You think there's something in the file that incriminates him?
I do. Listen, this guy isn't above board. I mean, I think you're kidding yourself if you believe that he is. So no, I absolutely believe that if he thought for just 2 seconds he could hurt anybody but himself, then absolutely we would have the files. And so it does look a little murky. I think it is why the Democrats are all on board because, this is a guy who has made his own admissions. If you remember the tape where he talked about groping women, right? So, honestly, I think that his loyalists will stay with him regardless. This is a guy who said he could go out and kill somebody and they would still be with him. So I'm sure they would come up with an excuse for why it's okay for him to maybe be involved in the Epstein files. But they want to know about everybody else. they believe that there's so many Democrats that are in this, and that's why it is that they want to see it. But it's interesting, while they are taking away healthcare, while they are taking away farmers' access to being able to do what they do, which is to make money, while they are getting rid of people's food access, and while inflation is on the rise, and while this tariff war is not reducing anybody's prices for anything, it's amazing that this is the thing that has stirred them up. And I'm going to let them stir.
Actually, the civil jury found sexual abuse was the finding of that civil jury. I want to play for you what the committee chair of Judiciary, Jim Jordan, was saying about the possibility of bringing some of the relevant principles here, Pam Bondi, Pat Patel, before that Judiciary Committee to explain themselves. Take a listen.
I have complete confidence in President Trump and his team. We've been working on this prior to this whole Epstein issue this last week and a half. But there's an annual track that the Attorney General, the Attorney General and the Deputy Director make to Capitol Hill in front of the Judiciary Committee.
So it sounds like he's going to wait until that annual testimony, but they are going to have to come and talk to your committee at some point.
I guess. I mean, listen, Chris, we are in month 7. Like I know, that we are on recess in August. So we got about 3 months, right? I mean, they're not rushing to come and see us, and I wonder why. They seem to always be a little intimidated, specifically in judiciary, when it comes to judiciary Dems, and how it is that we are able to frame our questions and get information out, or highlight the fact that they are basically just hypocrites. I don't anticipate that Pam Bondi would be a forthright witness in front of us, and with some of her answers.
Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett sits on the Judiciary Committee. We'll see if they get a chance to talk to anyone. Appreciate you coming on tonight. So the copy is a 25-year-old.
Did y'all hear it? I didn't even come back and ask y'all. Did y'all hear it? Hello?
Yeah, I heard it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I was away from my phone. We heard it, yeah.
So what's the topic now? Because I'm back on part. Hello?
I don't know, Patty. I think the stage is either asleep or just, I don't even know what's going on here. So I'm home and
I think they're over it with the fucking Trump. I don't know. I don't even know. No, so what y'all missed is just the context was he had played Charlie Kirk saying or explaining why they wanted the Epstein stuff, but wanted to assure Trump that it wasn't, they didn't think he, would be implicated in it. That's not why they're adamant about getting the information. They just want Trump to understand they're not coming for him. It's not about him or trying to get him. But I don't think Trump buying that shit, right?
Yeah, it's his legacy on the line. How is he going to get Barron and they smudge his whole legacy like that?
What legacy? Whose legacy?
Exactly. The legacy he's trying to fictionalize.
I mean, it wouldn't be out of character if he was on there, so I don't think it would be a surprise. I don't know what he's smashing his legacy already.
That's why I think he's protected Musk more than himself. Look, I'll play this link when I get out of the story. Y'all got to hear this.
Do we?
I
That's definitely not his character to protect somebody else over himself. Come on now.
I think it's a chain of command.
He throw his kids under the bus to protect himself.
His kids, his parents, his priest, like anyone. He's always been out for his own skin, period.
And all the people that covered for him all these years.
So on Wednesday, Michelle Obama just had another podcast. Shout out to her. And guess what she said? There hasn't been one moment in our marriage where I thought about quitting my man. So y'all can rest in room.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Y'all are making up stories and shit.
When she was a president, all she ever said was that while he was president, that's how you put it straight, stuff like that. Outside that, she never mentioned about leaving her husband at all.
Well, she was real. Marriages take work. It's not all, cookies and.
Now, we know everybody thinks a marriage is a full-time honeymoon. Next thing the waves start going, they think it'll be. Some people never have a lifetime partner like Michelle had for her.
Lisa, you need to get some MAGA agitators in here. Where's my Infinity? Where's Anthony? You need to. Do we really need that? Can we just be peaceful?
No. I want to try to knock the fuck out of them. I want to hear their excuses on their leader on why he's on the Epstein list.
They don't have an excuse. They believe everything he says.
They believe that Epstein is the experience in there is 24 released when he was president. Becomes president with the homeless. They're on Epstein.
What do you put in water? Just out of curiosity, what do you guys sip to?
She was like Barack Obama.
Yeah, I see that. That was cute. And then like Cookie said, we're only at the beginning. Oh, Zach's back, Lisa. He came back. Oh God, Merry Christmas. Oh, now you came in with Baby. They were on the tree. Oh, I got a serious question. Pepe, how you feel about this big beautiful bill?
I wasn't a fan of it just because first of all, it was going to put us further into a deficit. I'm personally, like, economically not what you would call a conservative or a centrist. And I don't really care about, the wealthier people, the people that are in the circles that Trump was in getting, more tax benefits. And, they're just kind of cutting off for old folks, discussion of healthcare and that kind of stuff. I mean, these are people that heavily voted for it. I mean, was at McDonald's for a little while at the drive-thru driving a garbage truck. It's kind of fucked them. And I don't think those are the people you want to save money by lowering spending on them. They're kind of the most vulnerable people. So I'm not a big fan of it. Setting very low bar.
And you called him cry about what he's called with the end that he cried about over there. Please. And he came in there and said that, seriously, I'm not trying to just be hyped, just trying to be hyped for no reason. Like, evidently, I guess Matt is. But he came in here and said the biggest tragedy in American history. I'm paraphrasing it because I know he looks at say that. She said Obama. That's what I heard. Obama. No. Here. But this pen issue that Matt came in here, we looked you up, you left. But do all you guys feel this is the worst situation since the history of the United States? Is Biden signing whatever he signed? I mean, it's better than him signing with a crayon like Trump. Is that big ass crayon?
I think you're talking about like the staffers that would okay, that would give the okay basically for his pen to be used. Do so the whole theory with that is that okay, he was not cognitively all there, and then there were staffers that were just putting this through. How much of this was Biden able to do with his own cognition? I don't have the answer, but that's obviously something to look at.
So do you really believe that Trump understands any of the policies he signed?
I don't think he has to mention that.
But does he even know what he signed?
For the most part, yeah. For the most part,
that's the big tax argument. Asking questions about the big deal like that.
I don't think he's gonna. Yeah, how many pages was the bill? Was it over 1,000?
Yeah, it was 1,100 pages.
I don't even know if there's any senator or congressman that would be familiar with everything in the bill. Just because for the most part.
When they voted, everybody did vote.
Yeah, but I mean, memorizing it.
Yeah, but you can take notes on key points or shit that you know it's gonna affect.
Yeah, I think he's building a lot of the key.
That's why you have staffers, like you just said, staffers. That's what they do with you. You're not reading this shit on your own. So when you get further, you finish this, girl. No, I'm cool. As soon as I say this, I'm gonna go put my Chinese
Yeah, I just have not seen any of those signs. I mean, I don't know why we're doing this thing. What about is, I mean, no joke. At the end of this term, like, there's obviously some signs. Yeah, there's like people wanting to share that. We're talking about when we're talking about the current president, right? The current president. Speaking of dementia signs, do you take any issue with the fact that he apparently either because of dementia didn't recall an executive order that he signed, which only a president can sign, and I believe they're all framed once they are, of the 1798 Alien Act. He actually tried to throw, I think it was Rubio, under the bus. So that's either dementia or he's just flat out lying. I think he actually was trying to deny signing an executive order.
Josh, I've been to people who get access, people who get access banning that question. He goes simply look for all fucking brain as well, so not know what the fuck he goes into the question also.
That's about the dementia. I don't understand, like, since for 4 years I was saying that Biden was suffering from dementia. He's too old. He can barely say, yeah, but Trump is too old too.
That's what I feel like. Honestly, the job I feel like this shit been pretty much.
I agree, I agree. Okay, can I just jump in that because you said, so are we going to do the what about this one? Like, your president does it all day. He did it today again. Well, this is Biden. Everything is Biden and Obama. He cannot stop talking about these people. Period. You're the president now. You big dog. You give a shit. Concentrate on what the fuck you got going on. Why you don't want it? Everything you guys say your president's doing. Everything. This, that, and the third, he's doing it. He's just the epitome of lost, like losing. Right? So I don't know how you guys do.
So
We got you.
are we talking about
You're involved in.
Epstein hoax, that whole, you guys don't even know my opinion on it, so.
Oh no, you just said I addressed what you said about are we doing what about it? That's what I just addressed.
Yeah, I mean, my opinion on that is I thought it was a rather silly argument that he was making. I'm not somebody who ever cared about the Epstein file shit, but what I do care about is that he said he was going to have it released. He didn't do it. When pressed on it, he says, "Oh, why do you guys care? We can just focus on the good stuff. We're doing it today." He's like, "Oh, they're losers. They're stupid. All of this other shit." It's just like, okay, well, you fucking lied to them, and now you're getting mad at them for asking, "Hey, why aren't you doing what you told us you would do if we elect you?" And so that's the only reason I have a problem with what Trump is doing. I mean, I'm not going to stand up for him for that one.
I agree.
And then dead ass said Obama was responsible for the Epstein files. The Democrats, dog.
Even when they said that he promised the people that he was going to release the file. This was his promise to the people. Obama didn't promise. Biden didn't make no promises. Even if they had something to do with it, they didn't tell nobody that they was going to release it. But Trump did.
I'm just curious. That's where I don't really think some of these regarding Trump. I'm not like the biggest Trump fan. A lot of people right on this app right now. that when it came out, somebody would have leaked it. I just don't think that's what it is. I think if anything, it's likely there's some high-profile people for the same reason that Epstein the first time. The case largely was quickly brushed aside and got a light sentence because there's people that there's some big names that don't want to be exposed with this, and I think he's probably just caving to that pressure. There's nothing to make me think that he would have done anything like that. No, he was fucking a porn star while raw dogging her while his wife was giving birth to his son. So I don't think he's been to a man.
Like it might be just all the pictures. When he's hanging out with Epstein and young girls all around him, those are just them talking about tennis and business deals. Is that what you're trying to do? Would you let your kid, like if I meet her, not just before AI, let's pictures it out, well, before AI was a thing. So, if your children took a picture like this, what is known about Epstein's intro, would you be okay with that? If I would have did, like, so are those his kids? I don't know. No, these are just underage girls. Are they underage? Yeah. How do you know? You can tell by looking at them. They look like they're in high school. Yeah, you can tell by looking at them. Yeah, I can't tell you. Are they family or something? No, so let's say they young. I don't know. Can we take her underage? Are you okay with that? Can you answer the question, yes or no? I mean, it's not like the, let me look at the picture again, let me look at it. Why does it take me over? Because I would say I don't like how I don't like it is that a boy? I don't know. I would say that the way he has his, the way Epstein has his hand hovering over the girl's leg and she's underage is pretty weird. And we do have the luxury of knowing in hindsight that he was a fucking pedophile. Okay, look at this. The bottom line is there were people that were supposedly just associates with Epstein probably had a lunch business deal. This is how a motherfucker has a business deal with this man. Clearly business. Some businessman that you can take a photo like this. That's not someone that had business deals. Who released the photo? There's tons of photos like this. There's tons of photos like this with this man out. And that's what we're saying the whole time. You guys chose to ignore this shit like it wasn't a big fucking deal. Okay, but that photo you can't prove anything with the photo you're getting. Your feelings, it doesn't pass a Bible check. However, something tells me that even Trump, he's not somebody who's going to put himself in jeopardy and allow fucking photo to be taken like that if he was doing something illegal. Like this dude, nothing adds up about this. It's stupid. Okay, so you're defending me. I'm just saying it's not defending it. You fucking you guys are no different from the MAGA people that literally will defend, they'll attack Biden, and they'll defend Biden no matter what. But you guys are the exact same fucking way the opposite. That's okay. I'm not ignoring anything. There's no smoking gun. For saying 15-year
Now, you can say that like a 15-year-old is a good-looking kid. That's not
Ignore all that. Okay. So remember Wolf, right? You know who Wolf is, right? Michael Wolf. Okay, so he's a journalist, and there was Polaroid that he was shown that Jeffrey Epstein had shown him of him and Donald Trump with young girls that were topless. So supposedly those were supposed to be in. This is the thing that I think that they do have, and that's maybe why there were some pictures that were seized by the FBI. And you can Google that. It's Michael Wolf. Just put Michael Wolf Polaroid photos and then FBI. So those photos were supposedly seized by the FBI, and that's why I said the other day there's some stuff that they have. Not sure exactly what all they have, and that's why they don't want to release the videos or the photos, because there are some photos that were seized by the FBI. And there's a possibility, like Michael Wolf, who is a journalist, said he had seen the photos, and those photos were shown to him by the FBI.
Why did the photo show?
I'm just underage girls sitting in their lap. So let me go ahead and Google this article for y'all, because this is actually something that could be proof. Like all the other conversations, that's going to be hearsay, right? But this is actually something that they have.
What I said too, one second, Molly, you know what's so funny to me? All these factual things that they have, and then people here still beefing about it. Which you have all the factual stuff that's there. You don't have it's factual news anything. But you guys are sharing anywhere. This is not the kind of on shops. These guys would not convict you and you would not be on. And you niggas are still beefing about it. Yeah, these facts would not convict you in a court of law, but it doesn't prove anything. You can say it's suspect. That's because by rushing the judgment. There's no way. This time that Trump took this picture, I'm going to be convicted. I don't know how many next step on my laptop is. I was just going to have it over here. This is one fucking picture. This is the picture. This is no, man.
We don't know what the pictures look like. The only other person that may have seen them, it may have been other friends, whatever.
Oh, this is not your picture.
Wait. Wolf said he seen them. They were in our vault. That vault was seized by the FBI.
That is a smoking gun. If that is the one thing that you guys cannot answer. The one
Trump released the pictures, or they wouldn't release the videos because it has underage children.
Oh, sure. I'm not talking about releasing the pictures, but if the FBI or somebody was to come out and say, we have photographic evidence, video evidence, whatever evidence that Trump was in fact, he was in physical, hold on, he was in physical contact. Let me finish my point. I didn't interrupt anybody. Okay, yeah, that's bullshit. No, we don't know. We don't know. I mean, we don't know. Okay, so then we don't know. Yeah, you don't know.
everything I'm not taking down with my 2 and 3/4 beats, equivalent to about a 2 for your sale, continuous fee, whatever. But it's God is not fake, but regardless, he told me my days were just like the 90s. The dedication you can have to do that. Crazy stuff in the past, some seeds, stuff like that. I'll take up the tape a little bit high, so that takes a little while for me to get waivers, want their waves back all the way up to running at the hours. Honestly, I'm not always taking it easy. I know cut to the crest. I work my way up the right side. I spray a little bit of enhancements and make sure most people forget about this. Shit, it's fast and it's actions. I'm trying to build it.
Okay, so let's do this then. Okay, I'm gonna try to get it. Here it comes. All right, so let me do this, and then I got something else from you if you want to roll on.
First introduction to him was when we were at the dress rehearsal and half naked changing into our bikinis. Had the owner come waltzing in when we're naked or half naked in a very physically vulnerable position, and then to have the pressure of the people that work for him telling us to go fawn all over him, go walk up to him, talk to him, get his attention. Who do you complain to? The other pageant. So there's no one to complain to. Everyone there works for him.
In 2005, 4 years later, Donald Trump bragged to Howard Stern about what he could get away with since he owned the pageants. The conversation uncovered by CNN's Kitover. I'll go backstage before a show. And I'm getting dressed and ready and everything else. You're no better anywhere. And we'll have to go in because some of the owner of the pageant did that from expecting so I can relax. Later in that same show, Trump is asked if he'd ever had sex with Miss USA or Miss Universe contestants. And it sounds like everything's like he was such a country US This comes just weeks after Hillary Clinton brought up Trump's attacks on former Miss Universe Alicia Machado. Trump once described her as Miss Piggy, and then told his Twitter followers to find her a sex tape. And another video where Trump is seen interviewing Playboy playmates and asks in the glow of a question from CNN's Jeannie Moos.
You've never dated a playmate?
I refuse to answer that question. Maybe true, maybe sure. Tasha Dixon says she's tweaking out so voters can get a better understanding.
Okay, that's the crux of it. So she was 18 years old. 18. I don't know how old everybody has half naked requirements.
She's the term half naked.
Probably what? Which half?
She had undergarments on and most.
You don't mean that bra cap?
Justifying those your photo got those are black naked.
Hey, y'all, if you let me command, hey, everybody, please, Jesus Christ.
Now can you guys just hear the explanation? This one
vagina was exposed or their breasts were exposed. You have those reports.
Why? That's right, because they're rich again. The moment you walk in and they're fucking naked, you can get X-ray on them. Because mind you was invited, you say, hey, I'm coming in, you didn't give a notice at all. You still bring
No, that's illegal. That's still technically burglary. You just like own the place.
So what's different with Trump? Instead of saying, hey, he didn't say shit, man just walked in and checked on him, bro. That's creepy as shit. What the fuck? Come on, bro. Yes, yeah, it is.
How many beauty pageants have you been to? I don't know. Is that abnormal? I don't know.
You know, where you been? I'm not walking in when girls get dressed.
Do you think you ever was a fucking saint? Okay, are you listening? Are you listening today? Are you guys listening? And are you psychologist or Trump? Okay, let me do this one more time in his own words. Okay, pay attention, please. It's not that long. I'm not gonna play the whole thing. Let's just pay attention from here. Just everybody be quiet. Turn up your volume and listen. Okay, he said it with no clothes. He said it with no clothes on. Do I have to break it down even further? When you have no clothes on, what does that mean? It means no proof you were kids. It seems distasteful, sure. I mean, that's what I mean to say.
Hey, bro, I'm trying to let you know. It seems like you don't need action shots.
What is the logical link from that to fucking children? Well, it doesn't matter. You can't sit up here. Man, I thought I had children.
Okay, so they're of age, but you don't look at it as predatory-like behavior. That can look at an 18-year-old kid, right? Yeah, so like, as an adult, an 18-year-old child looks like a child.
I guess I don't know, but did the pageant, the people who manage them, the owners, what did they typically do? Did the men typically never do that? I mean,
Jennifer not comfortable, but she isn't the only woman that has said something about it. It's been multiple women that have said something.
So you're trying to say it's okay as long as other people have done it. Right? If it's industry standard. As long as they've done it in other pageants, it will.
No, I'm saying if it's an industry standard.
No,
If it's an industry standard, yeah, that's a lot different.
Why would it be a standard? They can explain that.
I don't know. I don't work in that fucking industry. I've never been to a meeting. You grasping at straws. This is so good.
Yeah, you can't apply an industry standard to people's safety and security. You can't. That's not what you do.
Okay, the industry standard with the couch, right? Somebody's in prison for that, right? Okay, I'm just saying, let's say there's no proof, right? You got it. But it's still predatory-like behavior.
That's fine with the Epstein files when you implicate him having such children, which is what you guys would have to prove.
It's not fine. Don't keep saying it's fine. It's not.
As it relates to Epstein files, it is because it's literally has nothing to do with
It's
Epstein
not
files.
fine.
I don't care whether or not it's fine.
What's the industry standard? My question, what's the industry standard for a male teacher in high school swinging the girls only bathroom in high school for a quick look, for a quick thrill? What's the industry standard for that?
Low IQ, those are junk.
So that's cool. So everyone knows, like, you're doing you. You're absolutely, you're up here.
He has
in USA, which told BuzzFeed that Trump caused a panic in the dressing room when he barged in unannounced as the young women, some of whom were as young as 15 years old.
Okay.
Bingo. Bingo.
I told you guys 6.
How old did he
I
say?
got you. I got you. Anytime they start coming in here, we just don't let them fold left, right, third, up, down. Stay focused. 15, is that young enough for you? 18 wasn't young enough for you. Now is 15 young enough for you? Because I got a daughter who's 15. And I want to fucking chop this fucking balls off. Walking into a dressing room with my daughter naked at 15 years old. You and every other perverted motherfucker. So, is that young enough for you, Pastor?
Yeah, it's young enough. It's substantiated, though. It's been proven that he did that.
Oh my God. Okay,
He only claims.
the woman said it out of her own mouth.
Doesn't mean she's telling the truth.
Yeah, it does. There's people
No, it doesn't.
that said it. You think it's
He literally admitted that nobody. What the hell wrong with y'all?
And I don't know why you would err on the side of being an advocate. Yeah, exactly.
Because women lie.
Like, you think your background, I would think you would err on the side of protecting children.
Okay, you can look at what they tried to do to Michael Jackson. He was trying Joe Biden is a pedophile and he touches his grandchildren. You guys can pull together these little things.
So his grandchildren came out. There's Kenny and his grandchildren.
I mean, there's all kinds of claims and all kinds of weird shit.
Having interviews about it.
Neither are Trump's grandchildren, but he is a billionaire. That's being, people make claims to him.
You see this? Y'all see this?
Yeah, freedom of expression.
You're such a big dude. Get a fucking life. You're just eagle biting in the background.
And I think, maybe I just think that people are asking you these questions to see what your moral standing is and opinion is, not necessarily to prove Trump's, but they're like, would you want your daughter even in
See, who's calling me these stupid names? Shut up. So, he's using against the language. His deflection was, well, the woman said it, but his response, women lie. That's verbatim. Who keeps on muting me? That's so fucking rude. This has nothing to do with race.
It doesn't matter.
That stuff is not good. You don't have any moral compass about yourself or find north. You can't even
25 8-year-old who could look fuck. You're so fucking stupid. That is different from saying the fuck up. You think God caught you, then you fucking think you fucking retard.
So stop making Penny come up with that shit. Because just stop. We all know what it is. Lion Nation.
Like, not being an asshole, but saying someone is good looking, you're attracted, you sort of fucking think so. Just keep it moving.
And also, you know, as a man of a certain age, let's keep it 100. As somebody that has a female child, and children, I think at the time I had 2 daughters, there's no way as it's supposed to be. As young having a kid, I'm turning around and I'm gonna wait until they're interested in the kid. But let me know when they finish interested, I'm gonna go in there and talk to them. Let's not act like what he did is dirty and correct as well. I'm definitely like, we think you're talking to people that's very unintelligent like yourself. And you always come into these our spaces and try to do this type of thing. You're triggering us with your ignorance and stupidity. You know good and fucking goddamn well it's wrong what you did. Irregardless, you do know that. So cut the fucking yapping. Stop coming up on this stage to make it seem like we all ignorant for trying to dialogue with you to get you to know it's wrong. And you know that. Cut that fucking shit out. It's wrong.
Which part is wrong? If you're asking if you went and saw a 15-year-old, he should get sued, he should have been arrested. I don't.
Those are bullshit things that you're gonna lie, right?
Yeah, but I don't. Yeah, but I don't. To like, oh, Michelle Obama is a trainee and like that with low IQ.
Okay, so the ad. Okay, so hold on, y'all. We got more. I don't do this. So here we go.
Good job. Facing up things and criticism from each other.
We're going back to their favorite subject. Sorry about that. Here we go.
Biggest reporters
This has been the first fracture in MAGA.
for the Justice Department handling of files related to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. For days, many on the right have been criticizing Attorney General Ann Bondi's decision not to release the files, but now high-profile figures, including House Speaker Mike Johnson, weighing in. It's very delicate subject, but everything out there, let the people decide. And podcaster Joe Rogan, an influential Trump ally in the last election, mocking the administration's response.
Where's the Epstein files?
You can find them. Don't exist.
I think you get away with
Bondi has said there are Epstein files, but concluded Epstein did not leave behind an incriminating client list, and that he died by suicide in 2019 while awaiting trial, contradicting right-wing conspiracy theories that he was murdered. Rogan criticizing Bondi and FBI Director Kash Patel.
Cash Patel said there's nothing to look for.
And the worst part
okay, are losing your fucking spines over these? Is it because you guys know he's on it?
So I think, okay, so first of all, like as I stated before, I do think that's bullshit. He's not releasing it. He said he was going to release it to his voters. He didn't release it. But now he's trashing people who are just saying, hey, buddy, why aren't you doing what you promised? Now, do I think is it possible that maybe there's something bad about him? Yeah, sure. There's no way I could know. Could it be the conspiracy theories about foreign intelligence agencies being involved? It's possible. I have no fucking idea. I think it's probably more likely that there's government officials or wealthy, powerful people in the U.S. that are probably, it's going to look bad for them. Say most likely, but I'm just saying I haven't had any proof. Oh no, he definitely could have done that at Jeffrey Epstein's island. I just don't. I don't have. If anything comes out, I'm totally willing to change my mind.
And you're totally willing to have Trump step down or be impeached or be Oh, okay, all right, good to know. So y'all know they coming out now, right?
Listen, the problem with it is if you remember he did the show of, remember they had all the folks in the White House talking about they had the Epstein boomers and it was phase one and there was going to be more to come and Ben Bonnie was saying that, she's looking at it. I mean, I find it a little peculiar that, now it's like, oh, this is dead to us. We don't want to talk about it. The most plausible thing is that Donald Trump is all up in those Epstein files, and it's going to be an embarrassment to him, his presidency. It'll make him more of a lame duck president than he is right now, where he's rapidly becoming. But the reality is he's on the trial. Donald Trump not a pedophile. I wasn't done, but go ahead.
You got it, I just want to know
Maria, you can go sit in the lobby if you don't have anything to say.
What the fuck are you talking about? You should take ass in the art section, you fucking weird ass cracker. Don't act like that, stupid. You're not even one of those respectable video, like stupid. You need to fuck off. I have a question, yo. I gotta lock that troll game. I said that fucking sound you and beat your ass. Get the fuck out of here.
I'm just mute your mic, babe. Okay, so Pepe, with all the stuff that's going on, first of all, I don't really know you that well, so let me find out some stuff about you, if you don't mind.
If you pronounce Trump,
Yeah, I voted for Trump.
Okay, so you voted for Trump. Are you cool with your selection?
I think that the main reason I voted for him, there's a few main reasons. It was immigration. I'm also really big when it comes to gun rights and shit. Obviously for that. Those were the two main reasons I voted for him. I do think that yes, he would have been a better candidate for the border issue.
Okay, and so he's done what he did, and I guess he's, what you guys like to say, closed the border. The border was never open. He just stopped the flow of people coming here, through cracks and crevices. I agree with that. I don't have a problem.
Listen, let me chime in. Actually, closed by now. That's why they actually did that. By the way, actually did close border. He's trying to get credit for it. He's very liable on like he does it a lot. He supposedly has been doing shit and taking credit for it, getting credit for other people that have been doing pretty much.
So I guess my question though would be, when Epstein was first on trial, he was given very light sentence. And the prosecutor, I guess, had made a comment, the reporter overheard and said, this is above my pay grade, he's involved with intelligence. Trump, it wasn't Trump at the time that was really in power. It was somebody, there was obviously other people involved, or somebody involved that would, obviously have to be someone other than Trump that was being protected. And that's also another reason why, Jeffrey
that I found out. How many more people like that are there that we don't know about? I have no fucking idea. And that's kind of like, we can have these speculative conversations, but the problem is, did we release in the first place? So we can actually know what's going on.
Well, Pepe, officially, Bill Gates, his wife divorced him because he was having an affair with another woman. It wasn't because of Jeffrey Epstein.
I think he said Gates. Did you say Gates?
I'm sorry, he said Bill Gates. He said Bill Gates. The divorces were, Melinda Gates divorced Bill. Bill was having an affair with somebody within the foundation. I could be wrong, but he was having an affair with another woman.
Right, so you say Epstein was part of the reason too.
No, I'm not aware of that, but can someone please provide that information?
I'm trying to find it.
That's fine. That's an okay position to hold too. I mean, you know. No. The only point I brought up is that we don't know who were the people or person or there was intelligence service. I have no fucking idea. Who was it that what were they trying to keep quiet when they offered Jeffrey Epstein that sweetheart deal previously before Trump was running for president or anything like that? Who was it? I don't know who these people are. Which shows that those people could still be the ones that they're trying to protect.
No, but we talked about
Yeah, that's why Trump releasing it.
what I was gonna say is we talked about that the other night, how his previous administration, somebody from the school that Epstein was teaching at was within his administration. Y'all remember we talked about that? Like it's all connected. They're all connected some kind of way. All roads lead back to Trump.
Do you think that everybody that worked for Epstein was somehow, like even the school, was somehow in on the pedophile?
Somebody said the other day that I forgot the man's name, but the school that Epstein worked at, he hired his dad or somebody hired him to work out the Dalton school. Right, and so he was then a part of Trump's administration. It's all connected. I don't even understand what the fuck. Like, what you mean? I want to be. Thank you. What do you mean? I want to know.
I mean, PP, for the person that was out here championing that he was going to release these documents, and he was, he runs a social media network called True Social, and he, claimed that he was going to weed out, clean the swamp and, get, let the truth be told. And so, why is he backpedaling so hard on this? I mean, you say that you're pro getting these out, but but it also sounds like you're like, well, there could be reasons why he doesn't want to get it out. Like, who cares about?
Oh yeah. I think
let me finish because who cares about what high level people are on there? Like, who cares? Like he was talking about, he was going to release the FBI file on JFK, on Martin Luther King, on aliens and Epstein. I mean, all that other stuff he's got to release, except. So don't you think you should make haste?
Yes, but I'm one of the people on the right who are not releasing it. He made a promise to his voters, and he said, "Oh yeah, day one, yep, I'm gonna release them." And then he starts bitching at people for asking, and then he starts calling them stupid and saying, "Oh, I don't even want your support today." I think he's being an asshole, and he's the motherfucker that was running for office. He made the fucking promise. He's in the wrong. He's the one who did not hold up his end of the fucking deal. His voters did.
Right.
MAGA says promises made, promises kept. You can punch him in the throat now because he hasn't kept his promise on this. So you're absolutely right.
I'm not a MAGA loyalist. No, I do know that you're going to have cucks like Charlie Kirk. You're going to have a lot, Ben Shapiro, the faggot, excuse me, I won't use that language, the dipshit that he is, saying, I had a conversation with, Trump, he kind of asked me to drop it, and, of course, like, good little pets, they end up doing it. This kind of shows you that the level of integrity these people have. They're not worth listening to, which I already knew that. You have people on the right like me who are just, these diehard MAGA people are just fucking retarded. And, Hillary Clinton was largely right. Like, probably a good half of the right-wingers are, like, deplorable. They're fucking retarded. I guess for the lack of a better term. But, yeah, I'm not siding with them.
I forgot to mention, you also blamed Obama and Democrats for the fucking FC files as well, too. Literally just shifted the whole conversation and told us there is no FC files.
Yeah, I'm not defending Trump making his retarded statements. I think him trying to shift the focus and blame on the Democrats was retarded. It was him. He's trying to play his own voters. He's playing right in their face.
It's very contradicting to blame Democrats for that. They say it's a hoax, pretty much. Like, which one is it? If they made it, then get revealed it. If it's a hoax, then which player? That's what my issue with this is. It is well.
He should have said it was a hoax from the beginning, if it was.
No, he's just backpedaling. Is what he's doing. He fucking lied. He either bitched out or he.
Hey, so why did he lie? Why are they doing this though? Why?
That's the $1 million question.
Why do you think?
For sure. I mean, if I had to guess, it's probably because there's a person or people that
he put the bus to save his own ass. When he's literally done that his entire career. So what would stop him from just throwing these people under the bus and clear his name and moving on?
There's only a couple of things, and this is what attorneys have told me. I'm not a legal expert or even a fucking attorney, but it is one possibility is that if he was to release the files, some of which could possibly be prosecuted, and it could be considered tampering with evidence, and or I don't think it's tampering with evidence. I forget what the actual charge was, but as a sitting president, you can get impeached and get a felony for it. There's that one reason, and it could be that there's strong evidence, not enough to bring anybody to court, but a lot of very compelling circumstantial evidence where, even though it's not enough to necessarily prosecute somebody, it would cause a lot of damage, and I don't know, either just afraid of the legal consequences of doing that.
How come you just can't simply say, or he's involved?
Or he's involved. I mean, nobody said that's not a possibility.
Well, I'm just saying, but I just literally asked you.
But that's the one you want to focus on. I just find
it weird that I'm okay with you with the other bullshit you just said. I'm okay with that. But the fact that you wouldn't even mention that it's possibility that he's involved is telling that you're trying to say that you're not on his side, but you clearly are. You clearly are a Trumper.
I'm not on Michelle Obama's side, but I don't think she's a big tranny either. Like, it's just, I'm not going to rush to judgment.
JD, you know what's funny about what he said too? Because he was like, well, I think that it's because he might get impeached as a sitting president. Let's play that scenario out. Congress, the Supreme Court, and all the Congress, they pretty much worship this guy. So what's the chances the sitting president, who's a leader of the free world, is going to get impeached by this Congress?
That doesn't make sense. So he
would happen right after he
returns this shit that convicts a whole shitload of pedophiles, and he gets impeached for it. No, that doesn't even make sense.
No. So if he was to, once again, I'm not an attorney. If he was to take what right now is sealed evidence that could be used for prosecution, and he was to dump it out, into the public, that is something that he, for impeding an investigation or whatever the fuck they call it, that is something that the president absolutely cannot do. That is the only justification that I've heard from attorneys saying that is a possibility, not likely, but it is if there is one legitimate decided he cannot do it. I'm not saying that's even likely in this case, but that is what I've been told.
Pretty much giving up their ability to legislate, because like with tariffs, it's not the president. The president has no jurisdiction over tariffs and imposing tariffs. Congress. So you're saying that same Congress is going to say, well, if he releases some single document, we're going to then turn cool on him and then impeach him. So you're saying that that's a higher probability, but they pretty much told him he can do whatever the fuck he wants to do. That you think he's scared of that?
Well, after the midterms, like a year and a half from now, could that happen then? Sure, we'll see how the election works out. But since he has him president.
Pepe. Okay, man, that's funny. JD,
Yeah.
I'm with you on this, JD.
You can say it's funny, but that does happen.
It does. It like never. That's what I'm saying. Like it will never happen.
So you're saying that if so if he this is a crime that these attorneys were saying that it's absolutely a crime that would be easy to prove, and he would be found guilty of it, that somehow because he's the president now, they're not going to prosecute him?
Do you know this crime that Pepe's talking about?
Pepe, as if his first term wasn't literally an example of how this sycophantic MAGA Congress would not impeach him. He was actually impeached twice, and the maggots refused to impeach him. They refused to eradicate the problem that we now have on our hands. So this notion that somehow this Congress and this DOJ is going to be different, which is actually, it's worse. Like you have people that are like people will not. Trump doesn't have to throw people under the bus. These people will throw themselves under the bus for this dude. Like that's what we got right now.
What happened after Biden won? You had Merrick Garland become the Attorney General. He was even looking into possible prosecution of Trump for his role in inciting the insurrection on January 6th.
And how did that turn out?
Well, he didn't end up getting indicted, but doesn't mean anything.
It does mean something. It means
if he convicted a provable crime, okay, which obviously it's a little murky. Him giving a speech, and you can say nod, nod, wink, wink. He was kind of giving them the go ahead. But if he committed a clear crime, like let's say shoot someone in the fucking head, embezzle money, something that's just like a bulletproof case. Why would it be? It would be a lot easier to prosecute him.
Insurrection is a clear crime. Inciting insurrection is a clear crime.
No, that was the harder part to prove. Is what role did he have personally besides giving a speech?
Y'all got this. I'm gonna be quiet.
So as long as my thing is, you guys will excuse anything away. And I have one last question for you, because I'm not trying to interview you, but I'm just curious, because Matt runs in and out the room. He can't sit still. He can't answer a question, nothing.
Lisa, Matt has the same. I'm sorry. I just wanted to tell you. You wouldn't have been able to see. You were driving. His MO is the same when he comes in and talks his shit. And when he gets the pushback, he gets on the phone. So he was on or at least he makes it look like he's on the phone. He picks, the hook is there. And then the next thing you know, he disappears. And it's the same every time. Like he doesn't just disappear. Exactly. He pretends he's on the phone first. And he does, and he calls somebody. He calls himself. I don't believe he's talking to nobody.
Yeah, no, I'm saying he dials out so that you can see the phone thingy. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I didn't know that trick. I'll do that. I got to do it.
Well, he does it every time. Like it's the same every time.
When he starts to get cornered.
And I'm sorry, so
yeah. So my question to the maggots in the room, on the stage, whatever, if all this chaos
And maybe you won't even admit it's chaos that's going on currently with Trump's administration. Was anybody else? Would you be sitting here defending? I mean, I don't even understand. It's just when I'm trying to say defending, it's really painful even to say that you guys are defending what's going on. Will you at least admit that this administration is a hot fucking mess?
He's an agent of chaos, just like
it's wasting our time. Is putting the United States in a precarious situation in the world. All right, we are looked at as buffoons and clowns because look at the shit that our own president is being accused of. The innuendos, the facts, everything about, especially about his sexual proclivities, is just crazy. And you guys, no one is. Well, I don't know if anyone of you guys are saying anything. You said it. You said it was a hot mess or whatever, and I appreciate it. But the cover, if it was it, and just say, because you guys like to talk about, right, Peppy?
No, I think. I mean,
no. Be honest. Be honest. This is a safe space.
Yeah, I don't advocate for violence against other people. Well, hey,
y'all would be calling him all kind of N-words, right?
His favorite word, Lisa, hold on. Pepe's favorite word is monkey.
Oh, okay.
That's a fact.
So if the monkeys was running away. But you're tolerant of this. You're tolerant. Let's call for all the MAGAs. Let's have a MAGA room for impeachment. Let's do a MAGA room on let's impeach Trump. You want to do that, Pepe? Me and you together?
Not at this moment. You do MAGA for impeachment?
Yeah, you and me. We're going to hold a room. I think Saturday would be a good time when no one's working. They don't have to worry about going to work. And you and I together will hold a room on, MAGAs for impeachment of Trump. You want to do that?
I wouldn't call for his impeachment yet.
Wow. Okay.
I mean, Pepe, my observation, for you to admit on this stage that he's an agent of chaos and that it's a hot mess, I mean, it speaks volumes of your lack of sound judgment, as well as other MAGA's lack of judgment, that you would actually co-sign on this stuff, knowing that it's clearly counterproductive to the business and the prosperity of this country, which you guys control claim to love.
No, I'd actually say Biden was more embarrassing this time. No, hold on a second. So we have that. People. No, I had to look at it.
So go ahead.
Hold on. I had to. Yeah, I am. And so am I at this point? Are there some things that he did that I think maybe Kamala would not have done, which would have been good? Sure. Do I think that she was more of a threat to things that I care about? And do I think the border situation, which, by the way, somebody said it was starting to go down. Yeah, they were as we were waiting for the outcome of the election, it slowed down, definitely. I think that she would have still been more of a disaster, in my opinion. But I told you.
Two policy issues, the border and guns. So you're going to leave this man in here to destroy this country.
What's he destroying?
Be quiet. Y'all jump in and I'll leave it.
Lisa, not only will this so-called big, beautiful, bumbling bill, not only will it be worse than the first bill that he passed, it's going to adversely affect 17 million, I believe the number is, of Americans, and some of those Americans are
I already touched on that.
Americans. Let me finish.
You came in, but I already touched on that.
Let me finish, Pepe. You've spoken, and I'm speaking, and Lisa did open the floor. So I'll add something else too, Lisa. The one thing that Pepe said, and you can respond to this, Pepe, when I'm done, is that somehow Biden was worse. Biden passed some of the most comprehensive infrastructure bills and reduction in Medicaid and prescription drug medicine than any other president in the history of this country. But somehow Biden was bad for the country than this clown. So, Pepe, you can respond if you want. I'm done.
Sure. And like I said, and I said exactly pretty much like how you said it, how the rural folks in particular are going to be very hard hit by what could be 17 million people being drawn from Medicaid. And that kind of, I would say hits home, but I lived in this is where I differ from a lot of the Republicans in general. A lot of them are more, you have more like the Cato Institute Republicans that they care about just GDP, basically erasing all levels of regulations. They seem like they're like free trade maximalists. Where I actually don't give a shit about. I mean, I do to an extent, but I care more about the everyday working American. I want to make it so that the everyday American, you can buy a fucking house, buy 30 fucking home. You can afford to have kids. You know, that's what I care about. The everyday working American. I don't give a fuck about the people at the top that want more money and control. I think they're obnoxious, and you see the transfer of wealth. They're getting richer. I think that's like antithetical to a healthy society. I really do. So I mean, and the only reason I'm going on about this is because I think there is a lot of people, Republicans, they're Big Ten. A lot of us have different values from each other. I'm not part of the religious right. I'm pro-abortion, all of that shit. I'm not really a libertarian. So it's really they were the ones that really held us back. And then, you know, you have to deal with people like were those old geezers, the people that would fly their fucking yellow libertarian flag. They were protesting during Obama's years. Yeah, for the most part.
He's grifting actually right in our faces, you know? And I don't understand why you guys are so morally upset with one little issue, and then you let 100 other issues just completely just burn out of control. I don't understand it, but you know, that's you. I'm not trying to figure you out 100% tonight. I was just trying to get an idea of who you are and where you stand with this whole administration. And why did you
Because I thought he was the least threatening. That's the only reason why.
threatening?
Absolutely.
Wow, weren't you wrong?
I don't mind. Well, I think the border issue would have gotten more out of control than people with gun control. Do I think that the baggage that you get with particularly
Control guns, what are we talking about? Yes.
but the political, but the left, see, there are the liberals, and there's like like how a good chunk of Democrats used to be, particularly in the early 2000s and before. They were kind of just more like, hey, you know what, we just want to get like where I am for. But you do have
we got
really cringe.
chance and fake Democrats, that's right.
But you guys have really cringe, quote unquote progressives and like leftists, which I'll differentiate from most or from liberals in general. That just there's so much toxic bullshit there. And much like you do get it on the right as well. And there's like I don't want to risk having leftist activist judges get appointed anymore. There's a lot of things I just don't want to. I feel like would have been a threat that you'd have to live with, you know, far beyond Kamala Harris winning, you know, the presidency for one term.
So you have no problem with the more right judges that were put into their seats that are literally stripping away the foundations and the pillars of democracy. You have no problem with you have a lot of support for you know leftist, far left leftist ideology, but you have no support for the crazed toxicity that comes out of the far right.
Mind you, what he's doing is gonna fuck up the next decade. He's okay with that.
There's nobody who's far right that I'm concerned that I'm aware of that's been assigned to, you know, that are been nominated for the judiciary or anything like that, right? years, no offense, I've spent years and I've talked to people in circles and stuff. I know white nationalists pretty fucking well. He doesn't really say quote unquote all of the things.
He's not as little bit like you are.
But he was in circles. I can just say that he was in circles with very prominent, overt white nationalists, a couple decades ago.
Yeah, here in Southern California. I know. I'm well aware of his activities here. But he says all the things. He doesn't dance around them. He says all the white nationalist things.
But I don't even then, it's like, do you know he's a Jewish, right? Yeah. White nationalists.
Jewish people can be self-hating white nationalists just like black people.
No.
White nationalists too.
Because, yeah, that's the problem. Anybody who spent time around white nationalists, there's a very, although they can often, there can be small exceptions, but they'll never be entirely accepted. If you were Jewish, okay, then what I can prove, they don't consider them part of them.
Both things can exist at the same time. Stephen will give you white nationalists and not be accepted within the, as you supposedly know, white circles of white nationalism. We see this happen every day, but they're apparently blind fighters and it sounds that way.
No, I think you're blind. And what is the white nationalist goal when it comes to Jews?
Let me finish, sir.
You don't even know what they are.
I don't care what they are. What I do know what the goal is not to eradicate people who look like me. And that's all I need to know.
No, that's not the number one goal.
I don't even need a Harvard
That's
scholar.
not the number one goal.
I don't even need a Harvard scholar to know that white nationalism does not have me in mind. Well, it does have me in mind, but not in the nicest of ways. So,
No, they actually look at Jews as a bigger threat than having anything to do with anything that involves influencing others so they do not want them in the media. They do not want anything. Ultimately, they would want people like Stephen Miller to not have his fucking job and to have zero fucking say and to not even have the nerve to call themselves white. So it's when I say that white nationalists, the Jewish thing, I don't think you understand. They want to strip the fucking power. They actually will focus on them before they focus on black people.
Not just strip from power. The neo-Nazis and their former want them exterminated. It's all well and dandy until these people find out they're Jews. Once they're Jews, they're done. There are not prominent Jewish figures leading white nationalist groups in the United States. It just aren't.
And they're not organized. They're not coming after the Jews, murderers, the blacks, that they're not organized.
When they bankrupted the third plan in the late 1980s or early 1990s, it became a loose winter cell movement of mostly militia groups that were white nationalists. And those groups are persistent to this day, and they are definitely a problem. But they don't graft in Jews. They consider Jews to be as repellent to them as black
No, they see them as, I'll just give you, and I'm not trying to say these are my beliefs, but this is it's going to be many of their beliefs. They look at black people as human bioweapons in a way that are weaponized by the greedy yet very intelligent and shrewd Jew that seeks to undermine white people. And so they look at you guys as basically they don't think not saying this is what I believe. It's what a good chunk of them believe. And so they look at you guys as, for lack of a better term, the useless, inferior people being weaponized and influenced by Jews. So they kind of look at colored people, as they would put it, as useful idiots or crash test dummies.
So how do they look at you? Because you ain't white. So what they look at you as? Why you did it? You're not white.
These conversations, I've only had them with black people who already are real white. They've never done this to me. They've never said this to me.
Okay, I'm sure they have.
Okay,
I'm sure you were trying to be a conservative person and not for mine, and it would be a different story. But you're online in their circles. You're not the person in their circles.
I'm not a wasp. That's not how Europeans work. But that's not how wasps. Yes, I'm not a wasp. Wasps are a small percentage. You know what you're talking about.
I do know what I'm talking about, nigga. You're not a wasp. You're not inferior. I'm gonna put in quotation marks. They're inferior aspect. They're narrow view. You're not one of them either. So you're a country bumpkin, non-wasp ass. You're gonna be looking down like it. You're not talking to idiots here, Pepe. Alright? So just stop. Stop.
Sure. Okay, you guys are yes, the parents are all white.
Is your parents from Chile or where they from?
No, they're French. So I would say
French.
I've said I'm half Portuguese and half French Canadian for like years since I've been on amazing. And so with that being said, is there a difference to whites and white nationalist community? First of all, it depends on which country are you talking about. Everybody tends to be
Hold on. Why would they do this when they get fucking propaganda?
So if you guys don't want to have it, then let's not have it. But you know how the conversation started. So I mean, what are we doing right here? He is on the stage. He's having a conversation with you guys. So far, he hasn't gotten really. But if you guys don't need this lesson or whatever he's trying to say, then you know, let's move on to another topic. You know, who's ready? I would just like this. So what topic do you guys have to share? Oh, she wants to. Go ahead. No, go ahead and do yours, and then we'll let Brooklyn and Asian and whoever else that wants to lead us on to the roast topic. Because you know I'm eating and hydrating and get myself ready for work. So what do you guys? So what else is there?
So my question is, Pepe, to what extent did the whites on this app in particular accept you relative to how often you call black people niggers on the app?
I would say they did accept me. Most of them left this app. There's a couple that are still on here, and they use the word. They generally don't go into rooms with black people, so they use the term all the time. They wouldn't really care.
And Pepe, you were the hardy eyes.
I wasn't using it around them. I was using it towards black people. And
Don't forget, it's black bitch.
yes. And so I would say that when I would do that, the white nationalists were actually kind of like mad at me. They were like, why are you letting these black people, they usually use the N-word, why are you letting them colonize their stage? Why do you talk to them? And you know, I don't like hate black people. I'm definitely willing to say everything negative about them.
They get my fucking girlfriend down. They can talk.
You know, as you know, Haitian, I like any of you guys to what?
To what they asked you.
Ask me what?
The last question you just said that they asked you. What was your answer?
To which last question? No, like, you know, you're like, I keep on getting, okay, well, no, Haitian jumped off his line, he was muting me earlier, now he's like,
I was here. Motherfucker, hold the first of all.
if it wasn't you, my bad. If it wasn't you, my bad.
Hold the fuck on. I've been in and out of the fucking room. That's why when I came back, I said a whole hour later, this motherfucker's still talking. I didn't do shit.
So, I would say, oh yeah, when they say why, okay, now we're getting back. So, when they say why did you,
He would have got kicked a long time ago. I'm just not knowing he said all that.
Right, I don't know, it's okay. Because he can be every different meeting. He can be real, like,
All of the person, I mean, obviously, there's been a roots with him, and you heard him, you know, just about everybody in here. He came to a room where I was, they called me a,
I will give white people the smoke too, I mean, really.
No, you don't have any smoke. You just don't let me ask you.
You're calling me a whippy ass, you old bitch. So suck it up. Don't be rude to me. Don't. She fired the first shot. She called me a whippy ass person. Don't call me names. Don't call me names.
Always escalated beyond
No, I didn't call anybody a fucking name. I didn't call one person a fucking name.
where I saw Pepe was where I saw Pepe was on the Big the Dumb. I don't really recall him. Huh? Okay, yeah, because I'm gonna tell you guys what I was
Guys like I live in a stand your ground state. You don't even need a fucking permit. We have castle doctrine. That's your dumb ass gonna do. You want to lose your shit because somebody told you to work, and then you get fucking killed like you're stupid.
You know what?
You sound like just any other white person that says fucking black people. Something don't you never know that it's fucking
I think there's worse things that can call you. No, I've done it in real life. Like, this is so stupid. Oh, you don't even know me. Okay, you act like every black person's big, bad, and tough. That's not the case. People run the spectrum just like white people. Shut up. Okay, this guy is acting toxic. You would not say at the N-word. Okay, he would not go up to a bunch of Hells Angels and call them critters because he knows that they would smash his fucking soul in. Like, there's groups of people that you can say it to. Everybody's different.
you gotta say black people can't escape black people because white people die. Fucking get second choice.
I get it. It's a fighting word. We all know that. If I call no, there's worse things I can say to you. If you're walking with your mother and I call you, I know. But if I feel like your daughter or your mom, you're walking with that, and I call you a ugly bitch, that is going to shut up, you fucking whore. No, it makes me such an annoying fucking whiny Karen. This is why we're not Oh, sure. But the reality is, though, if I was to insult somebody like your daughter and mother and call them like a bitch, ugly, something like that would trigger me or anything more.
People didn't know that. Is that so dead? Axel, can you hear me?
1991, November 5th, 1991.
Is that what he meant? No. That's what he meant. No, okay. All right, let me start over again.
The father of Maxwell died 1991, November 5th, 1991. And when I found out about Maxwell, it was just like a cold and safe with their backgrounds like here.
The morality of Trump is just trying to get a temperature as to how the MAGAs feel he was doing in office right now. So I don't, and now I'm finding out that this is going on in other rooms and all these other shit has been done. I don't know what power you think you based on.
Make sure I make myself
Nobody is scared of these certain people. I just will call it out. We got to be very, very clear. I love you too.
what's wrong with diversity? So he didn't like what I said, and that's when, that you don't have a right to turn as a judge that gives a black person or Hispanic person,
What happened to you now?
they're not locking up Asians. I looked it up. And Asians, there's a great population. They're 6% of the population in the United States, and they get locked up like at a 1 or 2% rate. So do the Jewish people. But Latinos and black people get locked up the most. So there's a lot of racist judges and a lot of racist. The problem is the prosecutors. They are racist to the core, and that's what Biden tried to change. He put a lot of black prosecutors in charge when he won, and they would let a lot of people go on, like robberies and things of that sort, and drug stuff, which they should let go. Which, you're talking about drug dealers. What about the bank cartels? What about the bank cartels that own everything? Well, like certain robberies, not like major, like just little stuff. But they did let a couple people go, supposedly, that committed murder. No, but I mean, he appointed prosecutors so that, judges too, but prosecutors, because prosecutors are the ones that you have to make the deal with. And they're the ones that well, that's what he was doing, though. He elected them so that they don't lock blacks and Hispanics up as much. You know what I mean? They was trying to help us not get locked up. So to me, that's hurtful.
All I'm trying to tell you is the president does not appoint.
No. I didn't say he appointed. I know he just appointed prosecutors. But he goes to the right channels to make sure that the state puts black prosecutors and black mayors and things of that sort. He's just securing their position at the time programs. But he does. Right. He gives them money for their campaigns. He makes sure that they have that. Right, but it's okay. I know it's local, but what I'm saying is you have to have money to run, right? You have to have money. So no, but he has influence. He has influence. What I'm saying is he did things differently than anyone else did. Okay, he's not doing stuff like Trump's doing, right? They all have their own way of doing things. So what he's saying is from his administration, not him personally, his administration, he said, let's give minorities, a chance. Let's get them out of this thing. So let's try to implement, we can't put people in these positions who get paid with money because that's what you need to run money. And that's not true. He didn't say what he did. No, he didn't. Well, he was letting people go. What I'm saying, but he can't go around saying let's put black people in, let's put black judges in. No, black prosecutors. But the thing is, it's corrupt. It's called corruption. That's what it's called. It's called prejudice and bias. And the system's set up to be that way. That's all I'm saying. I disagree. We can agree to disagree. That's how it does. Yeah, we got the judges in, and then the top notch with the federal judges, and that's different. But what I'm saying is, you should know your local prosecutors. But the point is, they're all corrupt. Okay, they're all corrupt. But he tried to me personally, I know how his administration gonna change what? You were streaming somewhere. No, that was definitely your TR file. That's not because I was getting ready to respond to you. Yours was the one that was flashing. Male voice, female voice doing male voice? No, she was streaming something. She said something about she needed me. clients. They're going and saying to you owe money to the government, overpaid you. They're coming after 50% of them. Okay? Someone in my family is a rabbi. Okay, he owed $900. They're lying and saying he owes $5,000. Okay, they're saying he owes 5 times of what he doesn't owe. This is the kind of stuff they're doing to people, right? They took SNAP benefits away, so I don't know how many million, but yet they care about the Epstein files. Who freaking cares? Like the gentleman said earlier, it doesn't affect me. We know that they're not putting them out there because Donald Trump and a lot of those Congress people are, they're probably both Republican and Democratic people are in the files.
That's what you were saying earlier that, they care about this, but they're not caring about a lot of things that are important to what is, to the viability of this country. But, it is what it is. We can, say it right.
I think we need a revolution. There's a guy that's 100, listen, he's worth 100 million. I don't know what channel I saw it on, but he was talking, right? He's rich, but he's not, he's still not one, believe it or not, he's still not the 1%, right? So he says, even he thinks it's cruel what they're doing to everyday people. And he said, it was Morning Joe. That's when there was an interview with the show called Morning Joe. And he said, there's going to be a revolution, mark my words. Not yet, but when people get to the point where they're losing their jobs, because there's a lot of job loss right now too, that's another thing. He said, if you can't feed your family, they're going to start doing the same thing that kid did, the Italian cat, I don't remember his name, I forget his name. When they killed that healthcare representative, I think, remember? Yeah. That's what the guy said. Wait, there's going to be a lot of wages because once you get out, people can't feed their families. They may not be a criminal today, but when they can't hear their kids crying for hunger, right? There'll be a lot of wages. And he's right.
Okay, so a lot of the PG says it constitutes a revolution. Does it, everyone? It does. And Paula, glad you're here. You have a pink ticket. Would like you to cash a ticket in at the top of the app, please. Top of the roll.
Yeah, let me see. I don't see it. I don't see a pink ticket.
It's on your dark. No, you guys instruct your managers on your join. When you have a pink ticket on your PTR, it means that you are, I guess you have joined the room. It's like for you to join the space at the top of the app, on the three dots at the top, and join the room.
I think I just didn't see your number. I think I did. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. It's good to have you, Paula. Yeah, did you hear about Maureen Company, who is the daughter of James Company? She was the federal prosecutor in Diddy's APLA Maxwell case. This is our, we heard that, I think, a little bit earlier. Did we hear about it, you guys? Yeah, we did, but April is watching this. She's probably storm chasing.
We're all here. We find them weird, and I want to know now. Cassandra is the only person that calls herself my best friend. She called me.
No, April, she told us in the room she was going to call you. Okay, go ahead and check on her and let us know. So she did that for all of us.
Okay, well, since you rocked it, give me a private message.
Oh, but I didn't even know about the story.
It's no storm, baby. It's no storm. It's an earthquake.
Oh, okay. Well,
We didn't even know about it. I didn't even know about it. Cassandra called me, and I was like, I've been working, and I didn't know. I didn't know anything about it.
well, I'm very concerned. If there's a cemetery close anywhere, especially with you, I would definitely be
I know you would get a helicopter and come and get me and rescue me if needed.
Yes, I would take one of my personal helicopters. I don't know about
I
you.
want the ram.
Definitely send to get you for sure. Definitely. But for real, April, you came on like within a couple of minutes after we talked about it. So we don't know if it's okay. Yeah, but she's right. You're right. We should have did that channel. Exactly. Explain that what the hell's going on here. But this was crazy. I found out that somebody
she says that she whatever she won't try to she said there's nowhere to go, whatever. I just thought it was just sad to see that this is kind of the state of large population.
So if you don't feel that there is no blood in you, I think everyone will say it's too late, maybe. I don't know.
There's a rapid escalation, but look at this though. Like that kid, right? They were not only warned, they had previous experiences. They did not warn them. They did not take, despite all the regulations, they fought against the regulations. People was moving the buildings. They got the people that really stop moving. I mean, it's a distraction. Which is what is it? They have fake miles. I don't know what's going on.
Well, that's one thing you said. I can't agree. I definitely agree. I do not know what's important right now. I don't. There's just too much going on. And I can be here all night with you talking about this, but there's just way too much going on. But so I don't know how you guys really feel about the list of Democrats. How do you guys feel about the list? Forget about the maggots. They don't want to talk about it. They're gonna come in here trying to discuss it anymore. They're just like whatever. But how do you guys feel about it?
Well, at least the left in the is here. He's been here since Paula was talking, and he hasn't opened his mouth. What's going on?
Oh, maybe he don't feel no way about it.
And Trent was here for a while too. He's left, but he's been here a long time.
Yeah, that's interesting that they don't have no opinion on something that is, to me, I don't think he should be still in the White House. I don't, after this stuff right here, the shenanigans, and Pepe said out of his own mouth on video that it's a chaos, it's a shit show. So, at this point, I don't think there's going to be a revolution. Who's going to fight it, and how are we going to fight it? Even, I don't know. Y'all need to, I don't want to be sensationalizing stuff that we really can't accomplish. How is it going to be a revolution? It breaks it down to me.
There could be a state coalition that will against, as you already see in California, possibly even out of the areas, you guys have different kind of leaders. But at least in California, like you see a lot of resistance, right? And so I know that there's also a large, showing real change, right? So among the ones there, it just needs to grow.
Yeah, we have to have a revolution. I mean, whether it's today, next week, next year. I mean, the oligarchs, own everything. They own us too. They were sort of like slaves already. So it's getting to the point too. When we have a chance, don't ask me to upload, please. I don't want to do that right now. But if you want to go Google BlackRock, okay? They own everything. They own us at whether it's 0.17 shares in a company, 0.30, 0.40, everything you use top down. And it's when somebody owns a company owns everything. That means they have a say so in energy, everything that you live and breathe, they have a say so in. And so you can say, well, just you can't let it go because they own apartment buildings. This is all planned out. So you guys are so bad out there financially. You guys have no idea. I mean, the things they're doing. That's why they're keeping people busy arguing about things that don't even matter. Because the Epstein files are never gonna, or the list is never gonna go planned out. I missed that. Well, planned out financially. I mean, if you remember in the 90s, I remember us telling my daughter in the 90s, I used to hear radio hosts, right? Whether BMX or whatever back in the day, or whatever station we all used to listen to. I used to hear guys say, hey, get your stuff together because things are going to change financially. And he said it over and over, and they're right. Because things changed. And it started in the 90s or early 80s, where basically anything you see in supplement company, whether it's something you put on your face, BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, those are the same. They call them private equity. So they're hedge funders, but they're really private equity, which means they manage finance and they manage everyone's money. Actually, they manage people's 401ks, which, by the way, 401ks are a scam because you're investing your hard-working money into 401
invested, right? Because that's how you guys get, schemes or commissions, rather commissions. And so a lot of times they're doing stuff, investing in scams, they're investing in other things, they lose their money.
You could also control the investments of the 401k. And it's honestly, it's crazy to say what you said. If the company is matching you, let's say 5%, that's you're gaining money in your 401k. That makes zero sense to them.
No, it makes a lot of sense. We're not talking about you picking out, sure, you can pick out your own portfolio. That's not what I'm saying. You're not listening. I'm talking about your personal portfolio. I'm talking about behind closed doors. Not all companies participate, but some do. And what they're doing is they're managing their money, and the money sometimes disappearing. Haven't you heard Illinois and other states say you can't pay the pensions? There's too much, too much money. And a lot of times, with your money, if you're good at, like the city of Chicago, let's say, for 30, 40 years, and you put $200,000, $300,000 away, your money should be there, right? It should be there. And sometimes your money disappears. And why do you think they're playing with our money in stocks and bonds? There's people, stocks go down and dip. What's happening? People tie up with Nancy Pelosi and other people. They know to put their money somewhere else. Save their money. You're losing $40,000, $50,000, $100,000. I mean, it's all set up against us. You can make money. I'm not saying you can't, but you're never going to be the 1%. You're never going to be. You have to understand, even our taxes. My taxes are about 40%. I'm just saying.
So you want something like this? You want this to enjoy? Listen, would you like to make a deal for the man? So much of this has to buy these. Comment and tell me what they're worth. One way to protect your lives. Side by side, we are seeing the copy for the unique ideas. Try to tell you what you will we'll see if you can make a deal and make it happen. I'll have your contact information. I'll put this up here.
I'm not looking for eggs today.
They
talking about Epstein on TMZ, and it was a video usually talking down on TMZ. And also, there's this thing, Jackson Kitover, with a $78 million alligator Alcatraz contract, as obscure versions of. Did you guys know anything about the people who are actually running alligator Alcatraz?
Is it GA or Senator one?
So which ones do you guys want to talk about? Jody or Gil? Gil, can you talk, or do you want to talk about alligator Alcatraz?
I'm just
I got a hot take on Epstein.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, DOJ would have to.
Okay, y'all, everybody can go home. Sure, why don't you share it with us right now? And hang the link back. We'll talk about alligator Alcatraz for sure. Can you speak up? I can't hear you. Is he playing something or doing something? I can't hear anything. You now.
Grab your damn nut, just how those
Yeah, those kids, the kids that was separated from their parents because of the Trace administration.
See, I don't want to speak on something that I don't know. You know, we get rowdy up in here.
It says that thousands of kids were separated from their parents due to something else.
And then they were going down into those valleys and stuff being separated, and that's when you said that that's over here in California, so they're causing the state.
It's a subject of our laws that exist in some families that have never been reunited. This is where major legal battles and public outreach shows up.
Right, unless they give up them. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay, so you didn't mention nothing about that wall since you've been back in here the second time.
We got, how were we talking about the other day? 10,000 kids. They said they found, so.
That's what I'm asking. I was asking about those kids they say he found, right? 10,000. Could those kids be some of the kids that was separated from their parents during his first administration?
Check the scales balance. Says that thousands of kids, 10,000 kids, but they haven't shown any receipt for those kids. So I don't know why they did not show receipts and why they won't show receipts as they need to. They need that kind of support, right? But they won't show just like everybody's. They'll talk about it, but they won't show.
I don't even believe it, but they have something to do with the kids not showing up to their court cases. But that's still a huge amount of kids to say that they're missing or didn't show up to their court cases. And so if they had a court case, then there was some they know where they are to be able to tell them to go to a court case. So they're really not that they're not lost. Maybe they just I'm not even trying to figure out because it's a sad thing to me. Because all things insanity. Say that it's insanity.
Lisa, the part that we found out about the 10,000 kids not going to their court cases was something that we discovered, right? But
Disgusting. I don't know what
that we were discussing, but he never mentioned anything about court cases. He said that them kids was missing, like they was lost, like they was sex trafficked and anything. He was making it seem like, and this is why he was tugging at the heartstrings of MAGA. And it's crazy at this time of Epstein, he wanted to play like, oh, we found all of these kids caught, right? But he didn't mention nothing about the missing court cases. All he said was they was missing and they found them.
So I'm looking at 4 different versions of this LLM track. There are sources for these reports. And I'm looking at 4 that are lining up for the same information. They say 300,000 kids were first not to children with disabilities. That's a record number, which is such as 291,000 children. Like this is 2 documents which are about 32,000 who do not show up to court. I think LeBron was saying that or somebody, but in the cases where like these are administrative events, not necessarily children that have to go arguably. I think this is shameful, disgusting.
Does Michael know anything about it?
But he was trying to basically say to me when he was on camera and then he was well, I forgot where he was or something. And he was just trying to make it seem like there are these kids that are here that are missing within our country and they have found them like they were just lost.
Right.
It's like all under bridges. We don't know, but we're finding out. I don't even know how did you guys find them? Let's break this down. Where were they? No one, you notice how journalism is not asking these questions. And it's very weird to me that they're not. I'll be like, what? Where were they? And where are they now? And who are they? But no one's asking questions.
Exactly. Are they arresting the people? Were they kidnapped? Like, yeah, you're right, it's weird. So they agree. Trump's words were we have got to back 2,000. Got to back.
From what? What was that?
We're in Disneyland with fans.
Your baby Trump
she's alive.
That's what I'm saying is that how the brother got a hold
So, and also, it's the largest estate that he has. It's 170 millions invested in PRTL stream.
So that's why when I just brought up the trust made, the 1953 trust, I think Lisa said is that what it's called or whatever. Then I just went and just did a quick check. Yeah, he was born in 1953. So it's called the 1953 trust. He was born in 1953. But also, there was a trust, kind of like disconnect. It's called Pearson Corbinville. You can like remove yourself from it, whether you know it's criminal or something now. Was it from something up? But I didn't even think about that. I knew it was 1953 part. When Lisa just said it, I was like, let me just look and see when it was born. And he was actually born in 1953. So the information is out.
This is so interesting. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I was just giving her props. I'm sorry.
This is interesting to me, guys. You know what? Okay. We all sat through that unfortunate long ass trial and heard that had Husky been convicted of the RICO, that his fortune was gonna be taken from the government. This included any trust that was in him or furnished children's name. The nigga fucking if Epstein profited from all of that bullshit he did. Are you there?
I guess he was convicted of a RICO, so I guess that might be.
What the fuck kind of shit? No, we get that. I didn't need to respond because I got that part. But I'm just saying, it's like so fucking blatant, right? That's what I'm saying. That's the point. I'm being shocked at the blatant and being such a clip in your face. You niggas, I will take everything from you. This is all the more reason we gotta stop playing with the purpose. I'm sorry. That's all I gotta say.
I mean, we saw the difference when CEO from Empire and Fitch, when he got like the child sex trafficking and all that. And we actually listened to a clip that he had 3 bill hearings. And on the third bill, they already put up $50 million. He said he'll get a third party security team. He'll relinquish his passport, all of that shit, right? And then one thing the judge said, this makes me like kind of like weary, like on the judgment case. So like, are there good judges, are there bad judges? Because the judge Submeridian in his case actually said, okay, we're gonna deny him his bail for this third time. Y'all have to make it make sense why, I forget the name, kind of re-official name, but the judge literally said why he's free and then he's still locked up. So there's a whole connection with that whole thing, and that's all.
This is more. I'm getting really a little bit like more down with Trump and Diddy. All these people, they just say invading my space, my peace. So let me. You guys don't want to hear the Hughley, and he's talking to TMZ about the Epstein files. You guys want to hear it?
Yeah, I did.
All right, so take a short directly. I'm not gonna play the whole thing because it's 10 minutes, so I'm trying to just fast forward to deal Hughley so you guys know what he's talking about. I'm gonna start a little before Hughley comes on. Oh, now it turns itself off. My speaker got bored. Turn itself off. Okay, here we go.
So what is
let's be clear, because Donald Trump seems like the kind of man who wouldn't do it. But I'm just being honest. Anybody who's been honest would say that that's not true.
One of the people I can tell you is not a Trump supporter, and I'm getting this consistently. He has names mentioned, but so are a million others. And it's been feedback by time.
There's nothing untoward. You know what's so disturbing about this for me? President Obama was accused of not being having a real person, and he is still. That was the first conspiracy theory that Donald Trump believes to it. The other thing that's very interesting is when Barack Obama was in Golden Dress, he made each year on our right. He has come out and just disavowed it. So the standard needs to be clear. Even being in proximity to somebody who's that troublesome, it to me is worth looking into. If they release everything, and there are a bunch of names in there, right? And let's assume, just for argument's sake, 60% of the people, 70% of them didn't do anything wrong. Now their names are attached. In fact, this morning, Kevin Spacey was saying, release all of it because he wants his name cleared. His name was mentioned in a civil suit against Jeremy Epstein.
I was told that a huge, I know this is right, a huge rock star mentioned, and it was just, again, name mentioned.
Then all those people, all those people so they get painted with this brush when it could just be that Epstein had their Trump. So that's an interesting science question. Do you think that would be Trump's concern?
They don't believe how toxic this is. If you're still using a plastic or wooden cutting board, you need to hear this. I never post stuff like this, but I had to share. I cook almost every day, so we've gone through our fair share of cutting boards. For years, we used to take out telling us to do plastic until I learned.
Oh my God, baby.
I would say that they should be, into me. I think it should be the Attorney General's concern. I don't know if it's Trump's, but it should be the Attorney General. If it is that he doesn't run the Attorney General like that, he is clearly running. Other administration did they miss him apart. He is clearly in charge. He's calling the shots at the border. Do you think that Donald Trump made, if he has to, I guess it would hurt, but it's going to fall into something he didn't like, he would use it. He would. Well, the country, here's the thing, I'll tell you what I think, that there are tons of people, Democrats, Republicans, business people, rock stars, actors, all of whom associated with Jeffrey Epstein, and that there are probably friends and enemies of Donald Trump on that list. And most of them, there's nothing untoward. So I think it's really difficult for me to believe. I got a lot of friends that I know what when they hang out with. And I think also the standard now that we have, you used to get time to be associated with racist or rapist, you would need. Now we live in this alternate universe. Just being in close proximity, just having a relationship with a guy like that is Trump somewhere. Let me answer your question. There are a lot of people who knew Diddy was problematic, but they still went to his white parties. What's the difference? I think that one is a white party is adults having it's adults. The other one is where they were specifically doing an illegal act. They were sticking to grooming kids. And the other thing that's particularly disturbing is how much Republicans talk about wanting to protect kids. There should be an outage just to show that he didn't have anything to do with it and then nobody else had anything to do with it. Y'all about to list up. He was in the youth in the country. He was in the youth and now all of a sudden they're voting against people. So you know, I know you're saying, and what's interesting here is that, and I agree with you that if he had done that, would have let him release it. But the problem is, if you wanted to do that, you may also end up, if you release all of it, yeah, you might take out some of your political enemies, but you also are going to take out people that you probably that aren't enemies. And it's really standard we should have in the understand. If you are in close proximity, hanging around with people about that is problematic, and we need to know about it. Because why all of a sudden is the bottom wanted to know because they can get damaged. Somebody that they care about or somebody they understand. That's it. But we should be interested in protecting our children. Yeah. But we're not. We're not. And every week, do you honestly believe, and this is honest question, he seems like the kind of man that would do it. He seems like, I hear what you're saying. I'm just telling you, I haven't seen it, but I've heard from several people who walk into a teenage
Nah, It's quite easy actually to prove that Trump has control. What is one single person, or who is one single person that Trump has appointed or confirmed that isn't 110% loyal to him? Who are you talking about, Cash Patel? Does anybody here think that Cash Patel actually has any independence? Does anyone here think that Exxon was chosen for any other people? Or damn line? I didn't interrupt you. Does anyone here actually think that Pete Hegseth, whose only real achievement is drinking yellow kids out of the table, was appointed Secretary of Defense for any other reason other than the fact that he was 100% loyal to Trump from the beginning? I see it, so what about, I didn't interrupt you, sir. Pam Lundy, also 100% loyal to Trump, always has been, right? Cash Patel, Dan Bongino, on the Trump train. Who is one single person that has actually had any issue with Trump whatsoever that has been appointed or confirmed? Name one person. All right. I don't really get how that question came into the current conversation. At the end of the day, somebody put in the chat, anything, any information, anything when it comes to our law or government that says the president has 100%. No, I'm not trying to interrupt you, but you're purposely doing what people going to the country when you're saying you're purposely doing. We know what the laws are. We know what the laws are. We know what the laws are. What we're saying is we stop following the law. Okay, so my simple question to you would be if Trump is not following the law when it comes to controlling the FBI, the DOJ, and the CIA. The Supreme Court already said that Trump can literally do anything so long as it's deemed to be trial is information. That's it. Whoever this person is just a defender of pedophilia. That's all. I posted it in the chat, but like the entire I posted it. Like he literally just shifted the priorities of the FBI, like talking about stuff focusing on immigration. Stuff like I'm pretty sure not everyone. I'm not sure how that's gonna be for sure. I'm gonna read it. I'm liking the ball. I'm liking the ball to get second before I actually read it. I got more on the phone. Just like your phone. Just relax. Okay, so already looking at this title of the thing, FBI moving to prioritize immigration as DOJ scales back white collar cases. So just off of it, what is the balls? Read the article. Stop reading the title and read the article. God damn, because the United States are used to it. I didn't read the article. You gotta read the article. We're talking about y'all talk. I promise you to read this. Read the article. Stop talking. Read the article. The state person is just defending pedophilia. That's all it is. That's all these people ever do.
Okay, so what's going on now?
Well, I pretty much made the statement that Donald Trump does not control anything like that. Agencies, CIA, FBI, DOJ. Somebody was put a link in the chat that's pretty much debunking what I'm saying. Even so, I'm still reading it. I did read the title. Now, thousands of federal law enforcement officials from multiple agencies have been enlisted to take over as immigration enforcers remove crime-fighting resources away from other areas. So my original statement was Donald Trump has no control over the FBI, the CIA, and the DOJ. That paragraph and that short snippet does not rebuttal what I'm saying. It is not a
Who hires and can fire the FBI? Who does that? Who hires and can fire the head of the FBI?
It's too hard for us to just. I don't know somebody's. I'm not trying to take a mistake because I don't know somebody's actually. You can ask me. Yeah, so it's not on me. We're talking about who can fight, who can hire the head of the FBI. 100%. 100%. The president of the United States is Donald Trump. Who can fire? I'm not sure. Can somebody tell me who can fire?
The U.S. president.
Okay, so the president hires them. Okay, so that's fine. The president hires and fires the head of the FBI. Now, everybody has church.
Hold on, you said there's no. That's a big.
So if the president can hire and fire who's the head of the FBI, now can we do some research? Can we look up? Can anybody on their phone in the chat?
Does that not entail
I'm trying to say things I'm trying to put my voice out. So if that's the case, which is 100% true, I agree with you. Now, when it comes to who's able to tell the FBI, the CIA, the DOJ what to do, what moves to make, what they can and cannot do, is there anything or anybody, if that last link did not dispute what I'm saying, put anything in the chat that says that Donald Trump can tell the FBI, look, don't do this, do this, don't do that. The DOJ, the CIA. Federal agencies. The FBI is like a federal agency. So not only is he taking people from the FBI, he's taking them from the ATF to other federal agencies and making them law enforcement for immigration. You know, bro, I'm 100% understand. That's if directly controlling what's happening in the FBI. And then you're sitting trying to argue that he doesn't have control of the FBI. And then you're reading it, he's controlling the FBI. The only person that's not comprehending here is you. You keep trying to tell us what the way it was formatted to be, but we're trying to tell you that that's not the way it's happening. Okay, so I'm telling you how it's formatted to be, which that's supposed to be. Which that's the facts that goes with what you're talking about. This shit is crazy. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about, bro. Because you don't let me fucking tell you. Every time I go, I hear my fucking mouth. I hear. That's how I know. You don't know the fucking know Trump, bro. You look. Take some out, man. Go out now. Go to the phone and get
I'm sorry, Stan. I want to no, I agree with you. They're not letting you finish. But look at this last part. Look at this last part. It says generally the president has broad authority to remove individuals with positions, right, in the executive branch. But his power is limited by law, and also some of the positions that he wants to remove people has to be it requires Senate confirmation.
Wow.
So no, he doesn't have.
Wow. Oh, really? Really? And that's what you guys have been seeing, right? Have you not seen many federal fucking employees have been terminated? Bro, why are you
Time out, everybody just take a chill.
No, hold on, bro.
Okay, no, let me know.
Hold on before I talk.
Please.
No, just a second. So what do you mean why he going back to that? Because he wasn't legally allowed to do that fucking either. He had to go to court as well. Like, what planet are you fucking living on, bro?
Hey, yo, if you're talking about, and this is where I stop up dumb people, right? Look, we talking about executive orders. We talking about what we saw in headlines that Trump put through let's go through and let's look at what was actually approved, the executive orders that actually went through. So you're talking about federal employees being released. That's what you're saying, Haitian? You're saying that was approved to happen. We're not just talking about the headlines when he said that's what he wanted to do in the executive order that he signed off of. So my next question to you is, did it pass and did it go through? Yes or no?
Bro, I'm not answering any fucking
exactly. You're not going to answer it. This is what I'm talking about.
I'm not answering yes or no questions. Somebody that don't think like
exactly.
Exactly. You fucking GED, dumb motherfucker.
Exactly. You ask you a simple question, you didn't answer it.
God, the bitch.
First of all, I'm trying to interrupt because
There's no shit.
get her out of here.
Right.
Thank you. So, like I was gonna say before everybody got all in the TV.
Who is
No,
bringing
you're
the items up on stage? Stop.
You're absolutely right. Stay. I don't know who I'm talking to, but you're right. That's what the president is not supposed to have that much control over the FBI. Correct, right? The problem with this administration is he has the control that previous presidents did has control over the House. He has control over the Senate. He has control over the Supreme Court. So even in a perfect world where he is supposed to abide by all of these rules, the rules are being broken because everybody is in his pocket. Do you understand that?
I'm gonna say the statement you just made. I don't understand that. If somebody told me that Donald Trump has power,
he said he wanted to be a dictator. How do you think he knew? What the fuck?
What's the fact?
I'm just saying, y'all make y'all crazy. Y'all don't let somebody just speak that's trying to speak that. So the statement that was just made is Donald Trump has power over the Supreme Court. I would bet anything in my bank account that nobody can provide any type of evidence that at this current time, July 2025, that Donald Trump has power over the Supreme Court. That sounds crazy.
I didn't say
that sounds
power
wild.
over it.
Okay, so
I mean, you don't listen. You clearly don't listen. I said the Supreme Court is in his pocket. Do you know how many people was appointed in his last term?
Okay,
the Supreme Court is in his pocket. Listen, state. Listen to me. I didn't say power over. I said in his pocket.
That's power.
Okay? Yeah. Whatever. It's true though, right? You trying to trick me up with words, and I'm trying to let you know who the fuck is in control. You didn't, because I didn't say power over. I said they were in his pocket, and it's true. Because there's so many judges. If he has the majority of the fucking the judges in the Supreme Court, obviously, of course he is.
Oh, that's why. If you're a bad then of course.
How you gonna say of course? I ain't even answer this question.
It's super obvious.
No, he's not a bad guy.
If I had in my background, y'all stop. I'm not mad.
Who's asking? Is your water in the water bill? Everybody mute the fuck up. Let me get this out because he was talking to me, right? So you keep betting all of this money that I'm sure you don't have. Let's bet that, right?
See, here we go with more
Second of all,
you
keep betting money. You betting money on the general conversation, and you haven't proved yourself right now yet. It's an insult to you keep on betting fucking money on things that you obviously have no idea about. Yeah, it's an insult to you and your way of thinking, yes. Because you're blocked to a point where you don't even recognize who is in the administration, who is running the fucking House, who's running the Senate.
Okay, you want to have a conversation right now?
What is going on?
So how about me and you have a conversation about tomorrow? Let me prove you
the conversation right now. At least me and you, nobody else come off mic. Let's have a conversation of who's really in office. And I guarantee you, if everybody else mutes up and me and you have this conversation, you're gonna be the one that looks like you know nothing. Are you willing to do this right now? If you just look like nothing. Wait, because you just said I don't know nothing about that, right?
Just do it. Are you ready? Do it. Just do it. Dad.
I know. Wait. I just want to be clear.
No, I'm being clear. This is me being clear. Listen.
Nothing about it.
Listen, let me tell you something. No. Let me tell you something. Everything that I say is very clear, right? You choose to listen how you want to listen. But you clearly don't know. So yes, I need you to show me how much you know about this administration in 2025. Go ahead.
How you just say, show me what I know?
Nigga, I'm not playing with you. Let me tell you what I'm not going to do. That's what I'm not going to do. Either you're going to tell me or you're not.
But this
we're not going to go back and forth.
Can clearly hear it.
Well, then you don't know. Next person.
Statements.
I'm not about to talk anymore. Next person.
Y'all are literally talking. You don't want to do it. I know you don't want to do it.
You know when to motherfucking do it because I gave you 10 times to do it. And you want to tell me what the fuck you trying to give me rules for a game that I invented, nigga.
I can't get it, right?
I'm over it. Let's go. Next person. What the fuck is you even talking about?
Reading the source, I gave you 2 articles as a chat now. There's 2 different articles. Shut the fuck up and read it. All right, let's move on.
You see more insults. I'm just trying. No, I'm trying to have cut, but like when the insults come, that's how you can tell somebody's intellect.
Thank you for flying in so everyone.
Who is this phone? Hello, are you? Are you a man?
Can we reset?
Please.
Not having to mute the stage over and over? Damn. Now what are y'all arguing about? Yes, the court has ruled for Trump more times than not. So I would say that he holds sway in the court. That's not a hard thing to figure out. What's the problem?
He don't know that though, April. He thinking that.
Well, he does now. He knows it now.
I told him the same thing, but he said he didn't get it. So I don't think he got what you got said either.
For the mere fact of him becoming president, yes or no?
What the fuck is happening right now? Am I in the twilight zone or some shit? Am I being punked? Because what the fuck is going on? I don't what?
I told you that long time
Nigga,
ago.
just stay on mute. Please. Don't nobody else. You water. Don't say nothing else for tonight. Next person, Paula, what say you? Because you was helping her. What say you?
Okay. I can talk now because you all told me to mute a few minutes a little while ago. But okay.
They on some older shit.
Don't get sassy.
Okay.
You've been off mic since then, so I'm
No. Wait a minute. Who just threatened me that don't get sassy? She'll mute me.
I said don't get sassy. You don't have to get sassy. Just.
But wait a minute. You keep doing this to me.
You were giving me mic.
But you keep doing this to me.
Yeah, you gotta stay in your lane.
Why did you do this to me? There was a white man talking all kinds of crap about an hour ago, putting everybody down, talking to old ladies, and you didn't mute him.
Hello? You know what?
Which they didn't mute him.
No, because they let white people talk on respect. They want to talk, and they don't get out. No, he left. I'm not a dumbass. Have some respect. Have some respect. Respect. How about that? Give that. All right.
I
Hold on. Stop it. You're bringing these people up on stage.
That was a new person, though.
Stop talking about put these people on, okay? Because it's been 3 or 4 of them now.
I got to secondly count. Y'all don't realize in the room, I got to secondly count. Like all y'all gatekeepers, y'all, I got to secondly count. Y'all don't realize.
Wait. Just wait a minute, y'all. Where did he take them? I don't know. Let's put it where he can get back from.
The state nigga, the state did it, and why is y'all doing it?
Acting crazy. No, I'm just asking. Y'all never admit to it. Why you just don't say I did it and then it just be the end of it? See, here's another one. How is
It's the same motherfuckers.
Why are y'all
The whole
doing?
entire night. If y'all don't see the bigger picture, I want the fucking.
Here's the thing, though. Can I say something real quick? Can I say something? Because I don't think that he needed to be.
way down. It's too much.
Can I say something now? Hello? My phone about to die anyway. But I don't be thinking y'all should kick these people out. Kick them down to the audience or whatever the case may be.
Brooklyn, start your room and then call it.
Why are you talking to me like this, Tasha?
Because
Because you the problem. You are the problem. Yeah, you're the problem. Every time somebody say something that you don't like, you talk to them crazy, and then you expect for them not to fucking respond. And if you're talking to me like that, believe me, you are going to respond. I don't like how you're talking to me right now. I think you might need to shut the fuck up talking to me right now. Because I'm just saying that you are doing the most.
Because this is like the 20th time you're telling the mods what to do in the room.
No, it's not. You're lying. No, it's not. You're lying. It's not. And the only lie that I told what the fuck to do is you. But you always crashing off for no fucking reason. Yes. All right. Yeah. The fuck is wrong? Don't play with me, please. I'm not hurt.
You see I'm not going off on you, right?
Because I can have a decent conversation with people that I don't fucking agree with, and that's something that you need to learn how to do. Or ignore them. Put them in the fucking audience. You do, because you be fucking up the whole situation. The fuck, well, yeah. Learn, pick a battle that you can win next time.
Mama, it's massive.
Hey, Renee, why don't you go fuck yourself? How's that for you? Is that on par formation?
Alright, are you guys interested in having a conversation? Are you guys interested in having a conversation tonight, or are you just interested in just a whole bunch of nonsensical arguing? Are we gonna be doing that? Are we gonna have a conversation? I don't even know what happened. You guys were talking about who was like in charge of firing people in the seat. These people in my back channel, this is crazy. I thought you guys were just having a conversation about who could fire intelligence agencies and what happened. Where are we going?
I think we cleared all that. I think we were at the Ghislaine Maxwell getting her appeal or denied. I don't know if you want to pivot from there.
Okay, so go ahead.
So what I was able to find was the simple fact that the update today, July 16th, is the U.S. Department of Justice officially urged the Supreme Court to reject Ghislaine Maxwell's appeal. So the U.S. Department of Justice is urging the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court hasn't made a decision, but what happens next is that Maxwell is going to have to pursue a writ of habeas corpus in district court, raising possible new evidence or government misconduct, basically saying she's unlawfully detained. But as of today, there's no Supreme Court ruling to Today's action was the filing of the DOJ's brief, but not a decision by the court, any ruling on. So this is why our president's crying on Twitter, right? To stop, because the Supreme Court's going to side with us, not the president, at the end of the day, if we push the issue correctly.
Who is we?
That's a good question. Just the majority, I guess, just the populace being able to not, like, if you uncover enough evidence tying Musk and more people to this, she's going to get out. She's definitely going to get out. If you get the bigger fish that they really want, she's definitely going to get out.
Okay, so let me, okay. So everybody who just muted up on the stage after all the chaos, you guys have to just jump in because I was enjoying this conversation and it went completely 100% left. It's too much work. I'm not doing this. Okay, so she's in jail. From what I'm reading right now, I pulled up an article on Snoops. Is it Snoops? Yeah. I don't know why I have an echo in this room. But anyway, I put it on Snoops, published July the 15th, breaking down claim Ghislaine Maxwell offered to testify about Epstein's client list. So the Daily Mail report sparked rumors. A Daily Mail report sparked rumors that Maxwell offered to testify before Congress about Jeffrey Epstein's activities and so-called client list. And then it just gives key points about it, saying on July 2025, a claim circulated online that Ghislaine Maxwell, an associate of convicted sex trafficker, wait, he wasn't convicted. Circulated online that Ghislaine, an associate of convicted. He was not convicted. Was he convicted, you guys?
In Florida, he was. In Florida. Yeah, a case in Florida.
Oh, in Florida. Okay. Convicted sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein offered to testify before Congress about his activities and a supposed Epstein client list. Then it says, in a DOJ and FBI memo shared July 2025 again this month, federal agencies said Epstein did not keep a client list and confirmed that no additional files related to the investigation. And confirmed that no additional files related to the investigation would be made public. The assertion that Epstein did not have such a list walks back a theory that U.S. President DT administration helped promote in the first place, the Associated Press reported. Now, so they're not releasing nothing else? I thought we were just releasing everything.
Well,
Didn't he say he was just going to release the files?
No, he's playing the game. Listen to his words. He said that he said for to Bondi to release whatever she feels is credible.
Oh.
Well, he's put it on her. Well, but you got to understand the hypocrisy. Look at the hypocrisy of this. Is the fact that everybody has alluded to there being a list, right? But Ghislaine Maxwell, who can give context to any information that they have, a list or documents or whatever, is willing to come and testify before Congress, and the Republicans are blocking it. At the same time, while the Republicans are blocking it, they're telling the administration, you need to release it. So hold on. So you guys are blocking an individual that can give us better information than any list that is out there. So they're playing this con game because my theory is, you see how Jeffrey Epstein ended up. The thing about it is that if she does come and testify and she names names, then that's damaging. So they can't let her testify. She has to end up like Jeffrey. And my understanding, how I understand things is, if I was Ghislaine and I had all this information, I would have a kill file out there. Meaning upon my death, there will be several people with information to release upon my death. But he can't let her come and testify. Because if they authorize her to come and testify, she ends up dead, information comes out. You see what I'm saying? If she does come and testify, she hurts a lot of people. So the only way she comes and testifies in front of Congress, it'll have to be how George Bush did it around 9/11, where she testifies behind closed doors. We don't get no transcripts or anything like that. They come out and just say they had a good conversation. That's it. So you see how this game is being played? One hand, the Republicans saying the administration released the list.
but at the same time, they're blocking a lady who can give us anything better than the list.
I agree with part of that, but I'm thinking if they kill, you guys get your opinions on the stage. If they kill her, they don't know this is what happened. And you're right about the kill list, though. I would have that anyway, regardless. But if they go kill her, they're going to kill this thing on everybody else. But this is, okay, I think she's going to be able to talk. I don't think they're going to kill her. Sources say they might just pay the woman off. She's broke. She's broke. She came from a very well-off family, and somebody can give us the history of her family if you guys don't know it. But sources say Jocelyn Maxwell is willing to testify before Congress about Jeffrey Epstein's alleged network and the so-called client list. She is appealing her conviction order and awaiting a response from the U.S. government as her case heads to the Supreme Court. Her potential testimony has reignited debate in Washington over transparency, accountability, and the handling of the Epstein investigation. So she is appealing. I don't know how this is going to come up with her going before the U.S. government because they haven't responded. And if it's Trump's government, why would he say yes? Why would they allow her to come in there and say a word? But I think her case will be heard. At the Supreme Court level. Anyone disagree or agree? Well, she don't have to do something. She don't do a book. She don't do a movie. She don't do something. She's broke. She's broke. And when you come to me in jail and ask me, pay me to shut up, or I'm gonna say like a canary.
You think a woman like this don't got lockers all over the world?
I don't know about that. There's lockers all over the world.
She doesn't have to. Maybe y'all not paying attention to the movies y'all watch. She's not a CIA agent. You can't discredit a woman when you're locked up for this stuff. How you gonna discredit her when the fact that you were locked up for this stuff? She was party to this information. She was part of it. So even if they try to do a smear campaign, nobody's gonna believe it. They can't do a smear campaign. It will not work. She's not a CIA agent. My father's a police officer. That doesn't mean I have any intricate knowledge about being a police officer. You should get. He is dead. The likelihood is that she doesn't get go backs and fucking places all around the world based on the fact that she was trafficking young women. She's not that sophisticated. I think some of you watch too many movies. That's what I think. Who's pretty drugs as well. So if she's not that dangerous, why are they blocking the testimony? Because they don't want the information to come into like rocket science. They don't want the information to come out, and the information creates more than just Trump. So they don't want
saying it should be tossed out for several reasons, including that a plea deal MC reached with the federal government in 2007 immunized her, and the statutes of limitation had ran out. I don't know anything about that case. Maybe you guys do, but in 2007, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit denied her appeal, but Maxwell argued that the circuit courts have issued orders about what kind of immunity is granted through non-prosecutorial agreements, such as the one Epstein received in 2007, and that the Supreme Court should weigh in. And one last thing, and if you guys want to listen to him with that, we can. Where's it down here? Okay, now Congress could call on Maxwell to testify before lawmakers is being cited by anonymous sources to the Daily Mail, and Maxwell is interested in doing that. So we'll see how this goes. She acts like she won't be able to talk ever. You just think they're gonna kill this woman.
I just think the notion that she knows all this trade crap and she's in fucking jail is hilarious.
Yeah, ain't nobody else but her.
And if she had those things, don't you think she would have said it by now? She had to use the that she would say, I've got information, or I've got information here in designated places. If something happens to me, that information will be released. Or she would make demands based on the fact that she has that information, but she hasn't done any of that. She's saying that she's willing to testify.
But that's predicated on them letting us know that she's making demands. Because she won't make demands to us. She makes demands to the prosecutor and the agents. And the issue is whether or not they tell us something. They will tell us everything. Even when they do these standoffs with somebody and somebody knocks you, they will tell the public everything they do.
That is because they don't want to get. That's because they don't want whoever is threatening them to have the information that they have. That doesn't help people in damn jail. She's in jail. She's in prison. She's not a threat to anybody.
she is the list. She's a walking list. She was in charge of procurement, women, teens, whatever the case may be, children. She is the list. She knows who was having sex with who was there. And I keep asking as every time we start talking about this, when you're running that kind of situation to where he knew that kind of people and he was procuring all these girls, why wouldn't they have something like that? Knowing it might not be in the paperwork that they found at Jeffrey Epstein's house because they took his just like didn't live with him in New York in that place. Okay? She didn't live there. So anything that she had that belonged to her. And she probably took it to wherever she resided. I don't know where that was. And I know she didn't live on the island because Jeffrey Epstein didn't live on the island. So she could have had her quote unquote madam's book list, whatever. You remember she ran. She was on the run. I forgot how long she was on the run and then she went up to some cabin or something maybe. I don't remember. Where she was found someplace all alone in some like not destitute, but maybe isolated area. And how do we know that Jocelyn, who is the book, who is the madam, who is the list, did not put the book someplace?
Well, here's my thing. If she is adjacent to a side, however people want to, what side? If she was adjacent to a side, and she's on some sort of train craft, and as you said, she was on the run at some point. How is it that she got caught?
Well, that part, I don't know.
Trial agents understand trade craft, and they're very difficult because they have assets all over the world. They know trade craft, they know how to remain anonymous and not stay off the grid. How did she get caught?
You're right, but to Haitian's point, your father got murdered, right? So it's like
Trump's relationship with the Murdoch family.
I'm not exactly familiar with that, but
Because these guys were competitors. Maxwell and Murdoch were not.
we're competitors, yeah, but Trump's mentor was Roy Cohn, right? And so Roy Cohn had a friendly relationship with Murdoch.
Got it.
So
These guys are going at it, and this character, Robert Maxwell, could have been like a great Gatsby character because he would tell the stories, and half the stories you don't know if it's true or not, but that's
yeah,
you have to believe it.
he read his he's been described as like
You want me to play this link that I have queued up while you look for that?
Where is he relevant in the story? How is Robert Maxwell relevant?
Not at all, because he died long before. Did anybody watch the documentary on this? Because I don't know why Warner is saying that you know going down the rabbit hole that he was murdered, but he really had embezzled money from his own newspaper, from the I believe it was the somebody help me out, somebody else know the story. It was a fund, it was a retirement fund or something that he had embezzled all the money, and then they found out about it. So he had embezzled the money, and they went out on some his private boat that this guy just mentioned. This yacht, it's not a boat, it was a yacht, and this mofo jumped off of it. Isn't that what happened? Anybody else know the story on the stage? Wow.
Yeah, that's crazy. I saw that. Yeah, so I just read something too. So in Nation, if you heard this, they said that the man was found naked, like in ground, and he was naked. So is that what you heard, Nation? I didn't hear that part. They say what they're surmising is that he was on the yacht, he was pissing off the side of the yacht. Is a story that I read, and they said that they're surmising he fell overboard. This shit sounds janky, right? It sounds kind of janky, right? At least it leaves like room for suspension. But the fact that the man was found naked, I'm trying to verify that. I'm trying to verify that with another source, but that's what I just literally read the story I read. Does anyone here know who Jeffrey Jordan is? No. Jeffrey Jordan is Michael Jordan's son. You know why you don't know who Jeffrey Jordan is? I did know that. Because he doesn't play basketball as well as his father does. Jesus Christ. Is Jeffrey the one that's banging? That was banging Scottie Pippen's wife? I don't know. Yeah, I think he's the one letting those hands.
Do you guys want to hear Warner's clip? Because there's so much stuff to play on this. Everybody has an opinion. These people on Law and Crime, they're saying that the DOJ to Jesselyn Maxwell Epstein's deal will save you. There's everybody talking about this. So you guys want to listen to Warner's clip? I don't have no idea what it is.
I feel it will give us more insight on why we want these things. Because you're going to see how all the dots connect with Epstein and Musk, specifically with the key players in politics in Chicago, the Hyatt Hotel, just crime that basically the whole regime changed and easily done. And I appreciate it. Let me buy it. Reporting drops a lot of knowledge. So I'm going to get it. And I know we're going to show it to you very, very respectful. Really well possible. I hope you hear Tom's process.
Okay, you go ahead because I didn't know that this Epstein, him and his connections and the mafia and the Russians and did you guys know this shit was actually going on with this? This is crazy shit. This is absolutely bigger if it's true than what
some games. Be nice to know that. And of course, some of arguably some very important documents I believe could be obtained by the Department of Justice that are held not by the FBI but the U.S. Virgin Islands, because there was this case involving the U.S. Virgin Islands and J.P. Morgan as it related to Epstein. And that case got settled out of court, so it didn't go to trial. But I believe those documents would be very, very, very telling. But I would argue the reason they won't come out is because one of the people subpoenaed as part of that investigation was Elon Musk. He wasn't necessarily accused of wrongdoing, but was subpoenaed because he was suspected of having had some sort of involvement with Epstein and J.P. Morgan. And there are allegations, of course, not really allegations, but it was reported, before Musk was closely affiliated with Trump, that Epstein had been advising Tesla and was part of this effort in 2018 to take Tesla private with Gulf oil money or Saudi money. And at the time, Epstein was advising Mohammed bin Salman, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, and was also had a close relationship with the elite families of the United Arab Emirates, and also Kuwait, and I think Bahrain as well. So perhaps they don't want to have that really be explored at this point. But some of the other figures that were subpoenaed and accused of wrongdoing, because in the case of the USVI case, it was specifically that J.P. Morgan's accounts with Epstein and relationship with Epstein was connected to the human trafficking, sex trafficking. You are triggered. What happened? Larry Page and Sergey Brin of Google, the Google co-founders, being subpoenaed as part of that. You have Tom Pritzker of Hyatt Hotels being subpoenaed. Of course, the Pritzkers are a very powerful family in Chicago, specifically very connected, for example, to the rise of Barack Obama as a politician, but also a lot of prominent think tanks like the Carnegie Endowment run by Pritzker. And I think Tom Pritzker, who was subpoenaed here, ran for a long time, was chairman of the board of CSIS, which is one of these very national security adjacent think tanks, a lot of the limelight, I guess, because a lot of, what I've argued for a long time as it relates to Epstein is that, there's been a pretty much exclusive focus on his sex crimes, but not his financial crimes. Epstein was a guy that, obviously, the media narrative since his arrest, his death, is trying to frame him as a great Gatsby kind of figure. He was all talk and just a charlatan and this and that. No, he was kept around by elite figures because he was very good at helping them evade taxes and was very good at money laundering and had a very, very intimate knowledge of the offshore banking system, where a lot of these families historically had their money. So, like the Pritzker family, for example, had early ties to organized crime going back to like the 20s and 30s, and they were one of the main clients early on of Castle Bank, which brings together some organized crime linked figures, and also the CIA through Paul Hellewell, who was a CIA banker that helped set it up, and that helped launder money for organized crime interests, and also some of these families like the Pritzkers who later became very politically powerful. So yeah, sure. And Penny Pritzker was Obama's Secretary of Commerce, and the Pritzkers had the Crowns, who, Lester Crown was part of the mega group that we talked about earlier, and the Crown family, going back to Henry Crown, have extensive organized crime ties as well. They sort of helped Barack Obama's early career, for example, and sort of helped propel him to the presidency, and first as a senator, right? But sort of, have a lot of influence on Democratic politics in Chicago in particular. So it's really not surprising that you have a Pritzker being governor there. But they're quite a powerful and influential family. This is something I talked about a lot. And speaking of the Crowns, on the board of J.P. Morgan for a long time was James Crown, Lester Crown's son, who, along with the banking interest in Ohio, intimately tied to Leslie Wexner, basically had created modern day J.P. Morgan with J.P. Diamond at the helm. They're totally responsible for J.P. Diamond being in charge of that bank, mainly
Can I get that point of reference from who is the submission from? Where is it from? Who is it? And who was with D Web again? She went to grad school at Trump University too, so I don't know. Who you was with?
She drinks.
What another you said? This is children, drugs, for example, thing. What the fuck you talking about? So I was gonna say I think what happens is while I just think that some of that same this is just my opinion, I don't know what everybody else is thinking, but I think it just sometimes that stuff gets to be like too intricate. Like I read one about the Trinitarians, like a bunch of like spider red, just it's a lot going on in that. I just feel sometimes like for rooms like these, like maybe in other spaces where they're more on that end, like me, but it's just I just think you gotta look because you have to take, at least in my opinion, you need to take that in section and just like sort of take one thing that she said, because listening to all of that, that's a lot to ingest and like more interesting. My question, what does it all lead to? Like, what is the overall? Because in order for it to prosecute a goal, so this we just did this to be plan a goal. So what would be the overall goal? Full circle, everybody can watch up to that. And what? I said what? I guess what I'm saying. But sex scandals has teeth. Elon did float that up. Elon's not going to float up the financial stuff because a lot of people are just going to be like, your eyes will glaze over. But if he puts out that, Donald Trump was like with a 14-year-old, they're like, okay, people are going to focus. Or Bill Clinton's on the list. It's just people are going to focus. And I think what the comments that you're talking about is just certain spaces that's going to hit more than others.
I'm curious. On the sex crimes, I will respond with this, that there is an email. I don't know if this is confirmed, right? We're gonna have to fact check this, but there is a rumor of an email going around. I saw the screenshot where Epstein writes to Musk, "How did kung fu classes go?" And then Musk writes back, and he's like, "Oh, they went well," with like smiley faces. I don't know if that was like a tongue-in-cheek thing, like a Pizzagate code for like Asian girls or some shit, or.
But anyways, it comes with that.
Right, because Epstein and Musk are renowned kung fu artists.
I'm curious because, and I'm not that smart, so I ask a lot of questions. I don't know why he would even implicate, even during an exchange, tumultuous exchange with Donald Trump, why he would allude to the fact that the list exists when they're saying it's not. If he can somehow be implicated, why would he do that? Even if it wasn't based on the sexual part of it, and there was some unforeseen financial entanglement, why would he even implicate that Donald Trump was a part of it, knowing that he could be outed as well?
I think to just scapegoat. I think if anybody's going to cover their tracks, it's going to be Elon Musk. You know what I mean? Like, Trump don't know technology like Elon Musk.
What I'm saying is, you said it could implicate him financially, though.
If there's evidence, maybe he's saying release a list because he knows he's not on that list.
Well, you just said he didn't do it because of Musk, though.
I think the footage. I think like if you pull the thread, it's gonna lead back to Musk.
What I'm saying is, you see that you got to see where this doesn't align.
List is what old people say, is what Democrats and Republicans are saying. Oh, we want the list. Nobody wants the fucking list. We want the footage. We got the flight logs. So I think if you keep pulling the thread, this sweater's going to come undone, and you're going to see them all in bed with each other, including Musk. That's all I'm saying. I don't know the details. I don't know how insidious this gets. I'm just pulling the thread. That's all. But shout out to y'all. I appreciate y'all letting me, hold space for me with that shit, because it's worth revisiting. And I love what Ace is saying in the fucking chat. I mean, this is exactly what I wanted to do it, because I only got so much bandwidth, and I appreciate y'all.
We appreciate the share, boy.
I hate to be cynical, but nothing's going to happen because the rich and powerful have gotten away with everything for millennia.
That part, yeah, like the Roman Empire, like you can go back like time into like freaking, I can't think of the King Herod that cut down the Baptist head off or whatever. Literally, like millennia is right, like literally, as long as it's been like rubles and shekels and whatever, like gold. You know what I mean? People have been on it, but yeah, I don't even believe that the mega part of it is motivational. I mean, you've elected it now. You've handed over the keys already. So what could you really do, even if that was the case? What could you do? He can still make policy. He can still do all the things. He can't be elected again. So the time to do that, to have this kind of demand, would probably have been before you elected him. But he's got the keys now. What are you gonna do? Yeah, he is truly tough line. It makes no difference. I can discredit anyone. You've adhered to the fact that he has some level of they've adhered to his level of being able to have some sort of I'm sorry, the word is failing me this late. But he has some sort of anonymity at the via the the Supreme Court. I mean, there's what could you really do at this point?
Everybody who could possibly be prosecuted or be a witness or whatever, all the way up the chain, is not going to give up the bag just for the righteous thing or just to worry about themselves. There's too much money and too much power involved for people that came in to be witnesses or whatever. They don't want to put their life on the line for this shit. They just want to go about their life. That's it.
And again, what are you going to do even if you know? What are you going to do? Yell and scream? You can't do anything. You've handed over the keys already.
Yeah, nothing's going to happen.
Yeah,
It's good to point it out and expose it, but the consequences are nobody's going to jail.
But it's going to be just the opposite. They're still going to make policy. They're still going to do what he wants to do because, again, you've handed over the keys already. The time to do that work is before you hand over the keys.
And that's why I keep maintaining that the only thing I feel like this is doing is just helpful to just shake loose the base, like Waters' counterparts on the other side, like the MAGA sycophants, like the ones that are like, in this army. That's what I feel like it just can shake them when they keep getting like chinks in the armor that this man doesn't do what he says he's going to do. And when they start to get affected by that, that's when I feel like that, But yeah, like you said, there's really nothing. He's a second-term president, as long as we have a midterm, it's...
They got what they wanted.
The world's going to keep on spinning.
They all got what they wanted, right. And the only part left is for the QAnon faction to continue doing what the QAnon faction does. The QAnon faction wants the Epstein to be released. They want all of it. And they're fighting with the true MAGA.
It's definitely a crap show over there right now.
I would not call Whitney Webb QAnon, Scotty. That's unfair just because she's an independent journalist. Don't label her as a...
I'm not talking about her. I don't know. I would have to look into it. So don't worry. Don't worry.
I value your opinion. I value your opinion, Scotty.
I'm just saying the QAnon, it's the QAnon part of it, where they said everything's a fucking conspiracy and they want all of this undone. And what's MAGA doing? I thought they were our friends. What's Trump doing? No, we care about all the QAnon shit. That's why Marjorie Taylor Greene is doing all this shit, because she's QAnon first, MAGA second.
Those are definitely MAGA talking points. But I feel it.
That's why there's a faction, because they all thought they were together.
Kids these days are like, what the fuck's QAnon though? That's what's so funny is like, maggots don't realize how old they get, like how fast, like with all their fucking old tricks, the old political.
Well, they keep reinventing itself, so whether it's called QAnon or other things, it's whatever the conspiracy community is. So maybe it was QAnon, now it's something else.
No, I feel like the flat earthers are dead, like they're going by the wayside. There's too much.
Flat earthers, that's a whole nother joke. That's
how I consider QAnon. I call them the same. Like, I don't believe in conspiracies. I believe in fact checking.
QAnon, the people that want the basement of that pizza parlor where Hillary Clinton's doing all the shit.
Yeah.
That's what QAnon.
I remember those.
Pardon me, do you guys have like a queue? I have my thoughts on the title, if you guys don't mind. Honestly, I don't think the Democrats are out to touch. I think just, at this point in time, us Americans, politicians, and just people in general, I think we've all, probably seen some stuff that we thought we
for herself. So basically, all I'm saying is these times that we're living in, I think are not like any we've ever seen. If you want me to be honest, I don't know if you guys feel differently, but that's how I feel. That's it. I'm sorry. Oh, and the Democratic Party, I'm not really into politics like I may have once been, but the Democratic Party, I think, is the most in touch. If you look at places like New York City, that guy who they're, getting for their mayor, he's a Muslim. This is the first time that, you know what I mean? It's kind of like things that you would never would have guessed, and it's kind of happening. So, but I know people may not like it, but it's what I see. So, yeah.
Hey Kareem, I got a question for you because I'm just curious. How do you have 3 friends? Like, are you new to the app? Like, because I'm trying to just get an idea how people have less than 10 friends, just so I understand. So I'm discriminating against people that have just a few friends. What's going on with that?
Nah, man, I appreciate the question, but I've had probably a lot of profiles. You know what I mean? So I probably had a couple hundred, or if not 1,000 or 2,000. I don't know. Only I've had different profiles. So this 3 friends that you see is not the actual. But yeah.
No, that's what's up. To the mods, if y'all don't stop bringing up people with less than 10 friends, I mean, y'all grown, so I can't do nothing to y'all. But I'm just saying, this shit is stupid when y'all do this. But y'all keep on doing it, y'all.
Yeah, Mike. I was looking for Mike before and say I give him 2 minutes before he comes on some trolling shit.
Yeah, I just don't understand why people do it. I don't know why. Just look at the profile. When somebody says they want to come up, just take a quick look at the profile. If they got less than 10 friends, don't bring them on stage. I don't get why we do that. I just don't understand.
And then when they're on stage and they have a fake fucking accent, like, come on.
Yeah, I know. And you know what I used to tell people? For real, don't follow me. For real. Like, what the hell? Don't follow me, man. Who am I? For real, to answer the question.
Yeah. I was giving the brother the benefit of the doubt earlier because I heard him speak earlier. I thought he actually had a problem. So, but he may actually have one. It just may not be the one I thought.
Nah, ain't no problem.
I give him the benefit of the doubt, Quinn. Yeah, I give him humanity, man.
Nah, there's no problem. I just love calling them like I see them. You know what I mean? So.
You should do it.
Lead y'all to it, man. Yeah, really.
There's a lot going on in the world, man. We try to give people grace, man. Nah, I get it. I'm doing a bit of an experiment or whatever. I agree with you. I totally agree with you. I think your line of questioning was spot on. Every time, brother, it's less than 10. It's always something.
So what conclusion did we come into? I mean, you guys, this is getting to the point where I'm going to get ready to, my brain is getting ready to shut off on all this because I heard Obama's name mentioned. I'm hearing, I don't believe, well, I can't say I don't believe in conspiracies, but this thing right here, it's just way too much. It's everybody. Well, they said he had a lot of people on the list, so I need to open up my mind a little bit more, because they said this man had all kind of people on the list from all kind of walks of life that were rich.
or had money and even close to that, had money and influence, but it's way too much for me to absorb here. It's maybe if I was Jaslene or Gasoline or whatever her name, I wouldn't say anything either. But I said Gasoline.
It's Ghislaine.
Ghislaine, you know, I don't even know. For her goal is 20 years. She's 60 something now. I don't know how many years she has left. She's 63, I think. I don't know how many years she has left in jail. She's doing federal time, so don't you have to do 90% of that? 85. So I don't know how much time she has left, but maybe she might be able to just come out and just vanish. You know what I'm saying? But she seems like she wants to get out. So she's good by her desire to get out. Then she's gonna have to break some eggs. It's just.
It would be, listen, I can think of 5 ways to discredit her right now. Like, and that's just me, just off the top of my head. And really, they don't have to be, it doesn't have to be some grand conspiracy to do that. She's already she's already convicted of participating in sex trafficking.
Okay.
It's not really difficult to discredit her and say that everything she's saying is a lie motivated so that she can get out of jail. Like, that's it. She doesn't have it unless she has proof in some way, which I do not know. But if she had said proof, there would be, via her attorney, there'd be some way for her to be able to have leverage what she has in some form of fashion. She has not done that. She's been in prison. So, those things are telling. And even if she did have it, she better have something very concrete. And I mean so concrete that it's irrefutable. I mean, other than that, it would just be easy to just discredit her. And if you want to leverage that, you don't go to the government to do that. You don't want to testify before Congress. You want to go to the people that you know are involved and say, hey, listen, I need you to work on my behalf in order to do that, or this is going to be the outcome. And have them pull strings for you.
I mean, the only person who could really help her at this point is Trump.
But why would she do that?
Well, he's not on the list, so, and he said Jeffrey Epstein's dead, so it's a nothing burger, you know what I'm saying? I don't know why he would help her. It's just so confusing because there's so many people involved in this, Quinn. You know, I know it's just weird to have her in prison and no one else. I don't know if she thought she kind of like was scared after Epstein died. She figured him, he would have never hung himself. He would have never killed himself. You know? All the stuff that he went through, all the people that he knows, I don't believe, and maybe she could be saying that, I don't believe that he killed himself, so let me just not say nothing in case they try to kill me. I mean, we do have people that just disappeared, like that little girl she had. What did they do with her? Why did she disappear? Where is she?
I don't
13-year-old. You know, I'm just saying, people were disappearing in their orbit. There was a whole ass little girl that they had sex with that the 13-year-old was with. That is true. The 13-year-old was with her friend. They went together. They were recruited by Jaslene. And her friend that she had, whatever, disappeared, Quinn. After having sex with Trump and this weirdo Jeffrey at the age of 13 or 15. I don't know, one of them was older than the other one. So what I'm saying to you, the whole ass kid disappeared. So what do we say?
Admittedly, I don't know any of the details. I don't know any of the people that they dealt with. I don't know what he did. I he spent some time down in Florida where he had a home. This is one of the yeah, I know he did some things there, and he lived with some good little girls there. I remember there was a documentary of some sort that kind of outlined him. That's as much as I know about it. I wasn't very interested in anything that he or anybody else connected to him at that part of those.
Right, and I'm just by default, by just being in the news or whatever, you know what I'm saying? I wasn't a follower of him. I didn't even know this man existed in New York, but I just say this, she knows so much more than what she told because they have been doing this for so long. And I will die on this hill because I write shit down and I record stuff that I'm going to remember or, make sure I can go back and listen to. So I don't know somebody who's procuring young girls or people who are dignitaries, who are very rich people, who are damn goddamn press. You don't think, Quinn, you would keep some shit around to be able to whatever to leverage if you needed it? You would do that? No.
I mean, listen, would she do that with? Who would she do that with?
We don't know. She got a family. She still has a family because her family is trying to get they're trying to get that case. Well, they come out publicly as trying to get the case heard or get her story heard. Why would you volunteer to go to Congress? What could you possibly, if I listen to what could she possibly offer to Congress then? You think she's gonna go up there and lie and just start making up stuff and hope they believe it? Because they probably know a lot of the shit was in the other papers that they're not gonna release. And there's 10,000 videos. So if she says, "Oh, Quinn was there," and you say, "Oh, hell no, I wasn't there. You're a lie from hell." And she goes, "Well, look at video number 9,002, or go look at the videos," and then you're actually there.
A lot of that was confiscated, and I wouldn't think, I say that like they would defend anybody I know. I'm assuming whatever they had was confiscated to use against them.
But she left. She went on the run, so she couldn't put her stuff anywhere. She just left. She could have went to a P.O. box. She could have went to whatever trusted group. I don't know. I don't know if somebody would keep some shit like that. I'd be afraid to have it. Basically, if she dropped some shit off with me, I would be like, But she does have a network of friends. She wasn't just out there on her own. She just wasn't with you.
See, got little friends now.
Well, not
Entertaining.
if she was when they were up and doing all that high society New York shit. She had friends.
And that's cosmetic shit. That's as long as you up. She ain't got no friends now. Definitely nobody's gonna go to bat for her in the presidential restaurant.
Ain't nobody coming to visit today.
Let me ask you a question. Experiment. If you spend like 25 years or a quarter century with like this dude or whatever, like your boyfriend, for like the lust of his like girl and shit, like, and you watch people like in the state, like talking about Chris Stanford, like out something and you talk these like these young ladies that were like in like private schools, and you like talking about like modeling opportunities, and you want them lives to like introduce them to this man who's going to connect them at parties, and then you taught these young ladies how to give massages to this like man and how he likes it, and then this man gets caught up in some shit, goes to jail, and it's like, and he's not suicidal, and he gets off or whatever, they say he killed himself, but with all the shit you say, I'm just saying what you saying, man. Would you just sit there and just take your bed and keep your mouth shut? Or would you go run your mouth?
I'll take my bed because there's too many powerful people, too many other ways for me to not be here. I just go ahead. She probably did the calculations in her head and said, "I'd rather be alive because I don't want to." I'm not a suicidal person either. Jerry wasn't. I'm not, but he's not. He
Facts. Yeah, I want to make sure it's noted somewhere that Prince Andrew, the Queen's son, had his ass over here. Yeah, somewhere, somehow. That's why I said it's something else going on. And she left when she saw Jeffrey get arrested. She fled. She had enough time to take everything with her because they didn't find her like for months. She had enough time to take whatever she needed to take with her and put it somewhere else. Like, oh, I'm gonna take these goddamn books, these little books that I got rid of his name in. I'm gonna take that. I'm gonna put it here. Or I'm gonna give it to this person. She had a lot of time to just get out in the streets and do what she had to do before she ended up in that house where she was. And then two, how come she ain't said nothing now? Like, if okay, just say, let me take advantage of all this shit. While we're in jail, my name is Maxwell. I was with Jeffrey Epstein. I know everybody, some of nobody's married, or maybe all nobody's married. Let me try to get some type of book, even though she can't keep it. But there's ways of these people making money off of their crimes.
So you heard of witness protection. We all have. I'm saying what kind of quality of life would she be looking to have? Also, too, like the report about her father. Her father, for whatever he was, it's like he did. I think he was like a publisher. They don't know he heard it. Right? And then he was also a politician, they say, or like he was involved in stuff. So she grew up with that too. So saying to say that she's probably the G from the standpoint that she at least understands how to keep her mouth shut. I just don't think. I don't know. If she's
And not
coming
only
up with
that, like,
something, I
keep
don't.
her mouth shut, but her dad was a publisher, so she also knows how to break shit down.
She does break shit down, but you know that like I said, nobody black male has literally occurrence is the corner of the realm. It's been that way forever. You can go back to like old Hollywood, whenever. It's like time before we were born. I'm sure they used it back in the days like like that's what I'm saying. If you get some information on some dirt on a powerful person, that's the whole reason why Buffy had cameras in like in closets and shit. If you get dirt on it, right? It's leverage. It's like, okay, like when it's time for like us to get like a liquor contract, it's like, oh, like, no, I don't get the contract or whatever. It's like, yeah, put me over there. I got that. Like, put me let me get this on. I got that. I'm saying that's just the way it was. So there's no way that they don't have that Jeffrey that he wouldn't be dead if he didn't have Corey or that stuff. Whatever in my opinion. I just feel like, and again, I just think she would keep her mouth shut. So I don't know why she's talking. I haven't really delved into it to understand, everything about what the angle is for her. But she would need to keep her mouth shut unless she has like an exit plan. If speculation, but if I'm making sense at this time of the night, I just feel like Christine probably, or whatever Mark Davis, probably like they felt like that she was somebody that would keep her mouth shut, and maybe like Jennifer Hudson, whatever, like to extreme, like you think that get all the girls, they literally get like me go look back at what you said when he was young. He was like maybe 20 something, 20, early 20s when he started in school. So he's somebody who's had a chance to get his king off for like 40 years, and then like all that was gone or whatever. So just like we talked about publicly going through loopholes, being in jail or whatever, like they might have felt like, that they couldn't trust him.
Are we doing conspiracies? Because I'd like to add one.
Yes, it is. I mean, it's goes to two. It goes to two. So yeah, it's
I'm actually on the Pacific Coast time, so it's early for me. So
you gotta wait.
let me get this one off because this one nobody talked about. So I would like to add in to this picture because I know you talked about the Kennedys. You mentioned JFK Jr. Let me just throw this out there. Y'all can connect the dots if you want. Yes, JFK Jr. Was going to throw his hat into the ring to run for Senate in the late 90s because David Patrick Moynihan was about to retire for New York Senate. So, Clinton listeners at the time, JFK Jr. would have probably been a shoo-in. And hold on, is this being recorded? You know what? Screw it. Here we go. So, during Clinton's presidency, JFK Jr. He had a little plant on his vineyard, and he passed away. Unfortunately, it was a little suspicious. However, he decided to run for Senate because JFK Jr. passed away. It was Hillary Clinton. Look at God. So Hillary Clinton becomes Senator of New York, rhyming her up to be President of the United States. But the Kennedys hold on. The Kennedys have the last laugh. Because what happened in 2008? You had Barack Obama running against Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton, the establishment of the Democratic Party, the heir to the throne, if you will. And just about 1 or 2 years before he passed away from cancer, the pivotal moment in the 2008 Democratic primary is the establishment Democrat, the definitive Democrat, Ed Kennedy, the younger brother of JFK, the uncle to JFK Jr., does the most pivotal thing in the Democratic primary, which is go against the Clintons, the establishment choice, to endorse Barack Obama, which gave everybody the ability to say, you know what, I am going to jump ship because this establishment guy, this guy who's a Kennedy, is saying we should go for Obama. So in Kennedy's last throes of his life, decides to throw the Clintons under the bus because he knew deep down that the Clintons were responsible for JFK Jr.'s death. And I'm done speaking with your conspiracy for tonight. God bless America.
So, Spirit, we use Crisco butter, olive oil, like what we cooking with, because like you definitely cooking.
That's it, man. Listen, I'm just saying, it's all right there because I'm just connecting the dots. I don't know exactly what happened, but I'm looking at all the evidence and I'm seeing the timeline, and boy, does that line up beautifully.
Yeah, the Clintons, and it's a shame because like growing up in the DMV, I got a chance to hear her speak once of them. I worked for a company that's like a minority business enterprise woman I own. I was impressed, and I really like the Clintons until I sort of started learning more about them. Oddly enough, watching that Fox, the true crime thing they had, like they did one on OJ, and they did one over all the Clintons, but it took me down to when they would rather go and just some of the stuff. I hated that. I don't know if they started it got shot in the year I was born or whatever, like him and Dr. King. But it's just Joe built that on a very, very Joe Kennedy, like, you know, he got like it's like Joe Jackson with the Jackson Five or whatever. It's like you like have all these kids and it's like, you know, you do like dirt, you do whatever you gotta do like to get your like kids set up. And you know, really the fact that JFK became president, you know, was on the strength of the back of like Joe Kennedy. Joe Kennedy started marketing pictures. I think he started his money in prohibition, like just running illegal, you know, making money like that. I think was how he got things sort of start. And it's like sort of put it from there. But there's a lot of just crazy shit in that family. And it's like it's a shame because like you said, Scotty, like they did a lot of good and they were publicly facing very good when you look at stuff. I watched this thing on Netflix about how her girl was assassinated with her life. But talked about the whole thing with the Kennedys, the way that those two brothers did her, and as far as like sort of even in the last portion of her life, because she appeared that she loved JFK. They just you know they used her like a sex toy or whatever, and she was a damaged woman, you know, from her coming up as an orphan and being sexually abused, and it's like they're just a dirty ass family, unfortunately. But you're right, they did do a lot of good. Same thing with the Clintons, whatever. The Clintons did a lot of good as well. But it's just they're just dirty. So I don't know. It's like trying to square people's sort of private and public lives or whatever. It's just a mess. It's almost like I wish. I mean, I'm glad I guess that we do have information, but it's like the just bliss thing works well with some of these, you know, people that we saw or looked at as, you know, being something that ultimately may not have been.
Yeah, I mean, all these people are flawed, all these heroes are flawed, even, you know, these big, rich, powerful families, some of them are actually better than others. And, you know, for what it's worth, a lot of what the Kennedys did, except for Joe Kennedy, was actually on the right side of history, but a lot of it was really fucked up because people in power, people with a lot of money, do a lot of fucked up shit. But they were always staunchly for a lot of the people, you know, on, you know, the workers, the people, even though they had so much money, they didn't fucking care. They still were about the values for working people, for healthcare, for unions, for all of that shit. Because a lot of people with all of that wealth, they were not on that side. They were on the other side. They were on the robber baron side, even the Joe Kennedy side back in the day. But I think maybe they wanted to come around and not be about that and actually fight for the people. And the women who were in the Kennedy family were friggin' awesome. Even the ones married, like even Jackie O was great and always fighting for New York City, for parks, for, you know, restorations of Grand Central Station, all the public works projects, all of that shit. You know, these aren't things that a lot of the people on the, you know, on the new right, you know, the Trump, the Elon, you don't see museum wings in Trump's name or museum wings or medical center wings in Elon's name. What do they do with their billions of dollars? They put into crypto, they fund fucking yachts, and they fund their own fucking people, and they grift off the American people with all their money. So there's a big difference between a lot of these families with money.
No, and you mentioned, it's funny because I'm a Jacqueline Kennedy fan, or Jacqueline movie, I guess. But it's funny because you had like a little Edith in your post for a while when you were Scotty, before you were Scotty Plus. Yeah, it's like, because I watched that Grey Garth thing. Yeah, and it took me down the road with them when she was younger, like, you know, like she was like the belle of the ball, like she was just very attractive. It's just this whole that, but
they got a crazy fucked up families.
It is, but I think that Jackie that she was better. I feel like that she was, I don't know, just even the way that I think there was good in her, but they were all like from that whole thing. Even like with Eleanor and Franklin Roosevelt, they were cousins, you know, with that whole thing. Like I don't know if they were first cousins. I think they might have been first cousins or whatever. But saying all that to say is just that with the Kennedys, all Joe's, like his sons, they all, well, not three of them had untimely demises, and then like, you know, with what happened with Teddy, and then saying that to say, because Kennedy, the eldest son, who was supposed to be the one that did what JFK did, I can't remember how he died, but he died or whatever, and it's like
did he not die in the war or something like that? It was something.
I can't remember. I think it might have been the war, because I know JFK served the whole PT-109 thing. I know JFK served in the Navy, but his older brother, because the eldest one, that was the one, Joseph Kennedy Jr., that was the one who was supposed to do everything that JFK did.
Except nobody else got a conspiracy? This is a big state with an awful lot of silence. What's going on? Everybody's
they might be, and I just want to thank everybody for listening to Gen X Talk. We're having
thank you for coming to our Gen X Talk. We will see our way out. Shout out to Jen. I forgot it's like 2 in the morning there. I'm still, it's 11 p.m.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm about to wrap it up for the evening, but yeah, the stage is just. But that's what happens on podcasts. It's like it's good sleep stuff. I think these rooms are popular for the sleep. People come for the good sleep.
Well, I just want to thank the mods, the pluses first, in order: Patty, Dak, Haitian pluses, the mods, and then the other green beans: Michael, yourself, Deborah, Lisa, Aldu, and everybody else who has contributed. It's good to hear all your voices. Shout out to the West Coast people. I feel you.
The basic crew appreciates you. I will speak on behalf of the other basics on stage. Say we appreciate you. Well, now you're part of our crew. You come back. You come back to us. We appreciate that.
Yes, I'm the basic. I'm the generic. And I'm proud of it. I like to be part of the people. You know what I mean? I don't want to be plus. I don't want to be elevated. I don't want any special status. I'm with the workers. I'm with the proletariat. Thank you very much. Spirit. Over.
Lisa. Oh, well. All right, well, for those of y'all listening, this might be like the quiet time. For Gen X, we used to have this thing where the national anthem would play before the TV went off. Then after Poltergeist came out, we started freaking out. Yeah, after Poltergeist came out, we started freaking out. So.
Let me tell you how it went down. Somewhere around midnight, I think, your local channels, of which you only had about 3 VHF, and then you got some UHF channels, you'd have it on, and then if you fell asleep, you'd probably end up waking up to the national anthem, a little bit of waving of the flag, and then it would cut out to static, and just stay as static until, 6 a.m. or something like that.
Yeah, no, that is.
And then Poltergeist happened, and that scared the shit out of me.
That's a fact. Yeah, Ted Turner changed the game, but without Ted, keeping with TV as a superstation, but you were gonna have TV all night. But yeah, definitely, that whole thing was the national anthem playing, and then it would just go to just freaking static.
Gone are the days.
Man, do you remember what it was like? Not have just having 3 channels or 4 channels, and using those rabbit ears to try to get a station in, and just be fucking shitty quality, and then that's it. And then sometimes we even had to get up off the couch and go over to the TV and actually turn the knob. Imagine?
Oh yes. Yes, I was the first satellite dish and the first remote control, basically. So yeah, go change the channel, go turn the CBS. Go try that. See you get the TV better.
think I may have been the last family in the town that maybe had cable TV. I don't remember. I think people had like Stars or HBO or some. Forget what it was. It was like you would get one channel, not like 40. It was HBO the first. It was like Star or something like that.
Yeah, HBO.
I remember when like a family down the street had HBO. I was like, oh, what's I'm going over there and watch it.
And HBO started, I want to say, like where it got big, like the mid to late 70s is when I think HBO first started coming out. I didn't have HBO. Where we lived, I lived like near, like, and it was suburb, but it was like cows and shit, sort of near where I lived when I grew up. Cable, we couldn't get cable. Like, it never really came out to, it took it a while for cable to make it out to where we were. So, yeah, it was what it was. But yeah, VHF channels, all that. It's just, but these kids nowadays, they don't understand the struggle.
Well, stage is open. How's the mods like?
Yeah, we're going to go to the quiet time unless Water is going to do a monologue or something, because I'm literally about to brush my teeth.
The monologue, Water, you should praise me for the conspiracy theory that I dropped that nobody else has, by the way. It's not written down anywhere. I came up with it myself.
But then you did a Mach 2.5 pivot into dusty discussions after dark sky. What the fuck's going on? And I leave the stage for a second, and you go into rabbit ears and 2 channels. Back in my day, I walked up a hill both ways of fucking school. What
you damn right. Even that bottle of water.
Shout out to you. No, it's a great stopping point. I just wish I got it in us earlier before Pepe came in, because I really feel like the build would have been. I'm learning, right? But we remember, just like bring it back to that.
I would not be here if he was in here, though. I would not be here if he was in here. Just
as he should. But the prime time, those prime time hours, I'm starting to see why they call them prime time. Like everybody's here, they got the energy, even though they just got done working all day. And it's like you got to really honor that time and not honor the Pepes and the trolls and shit, because now I'm starting to see that they come around that time. Cloud.
Because the whole community was not doing it wrong, so they come in and place in our place.
Have you ever seen Gremlins? I know you have, Scotty. Have you ever seen it?
I wasn't allowed here for
So Pepe is that I started saying earlier, this is because I don't really speak when it comes to this thing. Because I believe I sat in other rooms and listened to him, like in whatever that shows. I've just listened to him and I've heard him over the years. But it's funny because I feel like everybody on stage is like, God, I can't think of his name exactly. Something he was big and hated with DDKs or whatever. Like, they were told, like, you don't feed them after dark, you don't get them wet. So these people bring in like a corner goat, and they bring in like a table of food, like a strawberry plate, and they bring like some sort of water guns or whatever, and they shoot this motherfucker because he always does the same thing. And it's just like they're like, oh my God, I can't believe it. It's just like it's the same shit every time. It's amazing how they continue to just converse. It was like 2 hours of or whatever, and just see what it is. Like,
Honestly, being around that shit, it's been a white supremacist on the app. I don't give them any fucking space. You guys can have them if you want to put them up on their stage.
Yeah, I just don't get it because they feed it basically. It's like you just, whatever you feed is gonna some world or whatever. Just with him in general, he's definitely sort of, I don't have any, I gotta go people block, like very few just they come on and do something goofy, like they did last night. But, it's just, I don't know, it is what it is, but they seem to enjoy So some people, as we understand,
People monkeys. What are you talking about? I mean, that's about
so I heard that too, but it's like, but he's like a non-factor. It's like it's just I don't know. I can't really. But again, like I'm closer to 60 than I am to like 50 at this point. So I'm just saying, so that maturity thing is a thing or whatever. I just don't believe that shit phase. Like anyone's ever saying that to say that people clearly are upset by him, and so it's just a matter of when he's on stage. Eventually, the people on stage are going to say something to him. And if the N-word was used, it's funny, I'm like, just they used the N-word more with him on stage, and I've heard, like, throughout the course of the 2-hour conversation, like, people calling him an N-word, they were saying N-word this, N-word that, and you give it away, like, it's just right, like, shit is gonna bounce back about that. So it's like giving them permission to use it. I don't like the way that they deal with it, but again, I'm just one person, but it's not, and I'm never going that's not my job. So, I'm just still a traveler on this train. So just like I said, maybe just watching some shit off, comment on some shit, but yeah, just it's always gonna go like that. It's never not really go down.
I checked his own conversation about what it was he said in this room. So, that to say, the only reason why I didn't come off mic today is because of what last talk that gave me some bullshit. I'm good. I got time. Zero tolerance. I'm also disabled. Anyway, aside from that, I had enough of being disabled. But yeah, it was a lot bigger. It was a lot faster. I got enough of it.
That's the beauty of Clubhouse, where we all are going to be addicted to it. So we should form it. It'll be 6 o'clock or whenever we leave something again, later on this evening. So it is what it is. For now, we're going to have to see what it is. So I am about to listen to this thing. We all got jobs, whatever. At least those of us that do have jobs, some of us have like other shit. Like I actually go like work for a person or a company, so I gotta go deal with that shit.
Well, before you go, let me ask you, what's your plan here? You got future plans on promoting the service before you go straight to retirement?
Yeah, I mean, I have some plans, and like if you and I like get together, something like having a great like share with you, it's like it's app shit or whatever, like I'm saying, so I don't really like talking a lot on the app. I just I'm uncomfortable. Yeah, like
Yeah, no working hard out there.
oh yeah, no doubt.
you're not extracting shit from me, Warner. I can tell you that.
But it's crazy just listening to your conversation. I share what I share. I'm no, I think I share probably more than most, but I really just, I don't just share. I don't just blast
I think it's a generational thing, though, man. Like I literally do understand, because again, because y'all just for us. You said we just did a lot of stuff, and like when Scotty's talking about it on the stage before, I'm like, in club days, I couldn't imagine like you having a cell phone to like take a recording. I mean, you lived your life and just did stuff, and it's like you just, but like sort of did your dirt and did what you were gonna do, and it's like you just did it, like your boys, your like girls, your friends might know, but it wasn't like this whole thing. We just didn't live our lives like that. Not saying there weren't some people that did like to sort of broadcast what they did, but for the most part, we just moved in silence to a certain extent. And I just think because these technology, it really was. It truly was. I couldn't imagine growing up with these kids, like with Instagram, like posting everything they do, or like, probably sound old as fuck saying Instagram, but just whatever kids are doing, like, they post this stuff, and it was like, we didn't live like that. And so, to that point, even though we have what is now like a very private online, or like, I don't post a lot of shit, I'm just like, just just do what I do, and it's like, and I enjoy the time we enjoy our time together as people do. It's like, okay,
Do you want a real horror stories? So give me a lot of horror story. Go to Hulu. There is a documentary that just came out called, I think it's Kid Influencers or something. It's parents who essentially do the kid influencer thing with their family. They document everything. They get likes and sponsorships. And it's fucking diabolical what these people are doing to their kids. And people are eating this shit up. It's disgusting. It's on Hulu. People should check it out because even though I knew it existed, this shit is massive for people to do with their kids. Social media and all this, putting their kid out there for money, even having like filming a pregnancy, all that shit like the first. I was it's just fucking movie on that. Like this guy really reviewed that story for you. That's the fucking short film. And I can't stop cheating and the conversation with people. I know exactly what you're talking about. I saw a couple and she was just
social media stuff, we're on a social media app now, but it's really problematic and unfortunately for things like we see like a lot of schools are starting to like make it where kids can't have their phones during the day, which I love. Like I love the technology, but definitely for like, if they need to like slow this shit down and just at least give kids a chance to just, I don't know, just use their imagination or just learn to just like learn to have patience with time. I do want to ask Scotty something real quick. Did you see, because you said Hulu, and I need you, because that just reminded me anyone who watches, did you watch the Rat Pack documentary?
Yeah. I was disappointed. No, I was disappointed because it was made by Andrew McCarthy, who, yes, was part of the Rat Pack, but he wasn't like one of the main heartthrobs or whatever. And it's just about him being bitter about being part of the Rat Pack and then, having his career not take off in a certain way after that. It wasn't good. I thought it was going to be like a straight ahead documentary on it, but it's from his angle, which, not for nothing, I'm sorry, guy, but you're going to have, like, if Jimmy Moore did it, that would be different, but she was part of that. Yeah, Rob, and by the way, they were in it, but they were being interviewed by him, and they just have a different perspective. They were like, hey, it was what it was. This is what happened. And yeah, there was a lot of like shitty press and whatever. But whatever, we moved on. And he's just like bitter about it. So I don't know, I didn't like it. Maybe you should watch it. There's some good things in there, but it's really like it's a little bit of it's a little suffering, to be honest. But I put the link in the chat for the trailer of the Hulu thing, which you guys can watch. It's so disgusting, but people should be aware of it.
I hate that, because I remember like can't remember, I think they did say I was fired in 86, so when I graduated from high school, I remember being in the area was like a big deal for like a lot of people, just like with them being like in like Georgetown shooting at or whatever. It's just, just that whole crew, and then like John Pryor was like Rat Pack adjacent or whatever. It's all like those that crew. We did have an interesting time being today, and like coming up in the age, making teenagers, it's pretty was like a baby now. Like so it's funny. So I was at my daughter last night. I didn't watch Brick. I watched Brick for the first time like maybe 5 years ago, and the time I was living my life doing the shit that they were doing, so I wasn't really necessarily trying to go to a movie to see it. Like, but I definitely telling you, I love weird science, like, stuff that was sort of like escapism or whatever. I just I just didn't see it right, but it was good, and like looking back, it's very nostalgic to see it now, with it being made like in that time. It's great.
That was after. Oh, that was after. You're right. That was after. That was 90. You have to go up with that 90s, I think. I think you're right. I just didn't want to do it because he grew up with Molly Ringwald. That's why I stayed.
How old is he? How was that?
He died in the 60s.
So he was a teenager, so he would have been, by the time, like, for someone like you, by the time, like, when we were in our 20s, I remember, I think people would be talking to you for a while, and Jimmy Hughes had, like, this band show thing or something. Yeah, but by that time, so, like, Scotty, like, I was grown and out in the streets. So, like, when I was in my 20s, I used to be in the club, like, Thursdays and Sunday night. I was in different clubs in the DC metropolitan area. Like, I was out banging shit. I was just living my life. I was doing shit. So I wasn't, like, watching my TV or listening to anybody, like, in the late 80s, early 90s. That wasn't my junk or whatever. I just missed all of it when I was living out doing shit. They say that when last time I went, I was this lady, like, about, I don't know, shit, we went out with her and her friends or whatever, and like, sort of whatever area, whatever, it's like, we really do this shit, like, out there, but, like, now, like, it's just people just getting loose, from what I can see, instead of it was, like, people, the dance floor, it was a Latin club, so the dance floor did get, like, some activity going on, but it's just for the most So both friends, Chad Smith, like it's funny the way that they look like so much alike, and the fact that I believe it's crazy. They actually did some of them on Kimmel. I remember like seeing that like some years ago, like a side by side. I'm like, that shit is crazy. How much they look like. Like Scott and I missed is that the 60s would have been, I mean, other than the fact that we like the Vietnam War and shit, like they had some real shit that you had to be like worried about. The 80s were fun because we just could just party and we didn't have like any big school looming overhead. I do remember like after the draft when I like turned 18, there was just nothing going on that you had to be worried about. So you had to say, but then Woodstock, have you ever seen that movie Water? Like that's an amazing film. Like the documentary, right? Just yeah. I'm so fascinated by it that because they try to repeat, but you just can't. You can't get that. Yeah, just because the time, like with the Vietnam War, it's like listen to the stories of the bands that came in, like it was the Blue and just it's very. I went through a phase of my life where it was fascinating about it. I watched like Life is Invisible. I like watching performances, read like stories from like the different performers, and just like the people that were there. It's just that was a crazy, crazy situation. But the thing is, so just the energy of it, right? So we all understand energy, but you have to think about like they say the 60s start like in the late 50s, but like so like you think about like when like Elvis gyrating in the 50s and like so like coming up, and you get like the Beatles, the first iteration of the Beatles, which is like the bands are like really took, but then like the Beatles got like more songs started getting like more, like more psychedelic and like right, exactly. And but then like taking up to where you get to Woodstock, we get like the Rolling Stones when they like were hot tops like the Beatles, and then like you get like Led Zeppelin and the Who, and you start getting like Pink Floyd and like Jimi Hendrix, right? And it's like so all that builds up like Woodstock is just it was a time where like people were coming out of the whole era, and it just hit in the right time. Like Ashbury was like hitting in San Francisco, like it was just a cool time to be there. And then with the Vietnam War and the kids like being worried about like literally like going up to die, their friends going up to die. It's just that energy. It's unrepeatable. It's just like that's just a moment in time that you can't recapture. Like, you know, it wasn't just about the music, it was like a whole thing with those kids. Yeah, it really was.
Well, another good documentary to check out is Monterey Pop Festival, 1967.
Oh, Janice.
We got like,
yeah.
Yeah, you got Janice. You have Jimi Hendrix.
So weird for me to be here and to know that they were here at one point, because this motherfucking goddamn conservative town, everything closes at 9 p.m. Like, I can't believe it even exists. Otis Redding, he said, was at the Monterey Pop Fest? That's crazy. Yeah, I'm thinking about Woodstock. I'm thinking about Gil Scott-Heron.
But yeah, I don't think he was at Woodstock.
Yeah, Gil Scott-Heron is one of my favorites. The Last Poets. Yeah, The Last Poets, like some of the first rap groups.
I could be wrong.
I don't think he was either.
I just know he was the birth of hip hop, and to me, before him was. I may be right. I think I might have my dates wrong, but I know Jimi Hendrix too. People, you know, he's obviously a savant of the guitar, but people definitely don't give him enough credit, I feel like, on his vocals. His delivery, his cadence, his delivery. It was just the way he spat. It was like a hip hop artist. Like, to this day, you could put that over any fat beat, and that shit would just fucking rock. Like, and this was before, you know, Sugar Hill Gang and I think before Gil Scott-Heron.
Well, Gil Scott-Heron and Last Poets, like, were sort of like, they were, so you get different things. It's just, that's why I say the 60s and 70s are very interesting because of movements. The Voting Rights Act of 65, like the Civil Rights Act of 64, like, people were just sort of, and Dr. King being assassinated, like Malcolm X, it's like just for what the Last Poets, what they came out of, like the Black Panther, all that stuff that was going on, and like the revolution will not be televised. If you go back and listen to that, you just have to think about where they were at the time they wrote this stuff. It's just that it just, you can't. That's what I say with things like that. That whole late 60s, early 70s was like a movement. It was a moment in time because of the energy of history at that time. It's like sort of a confluence of things that you just can't get back. Even like for us with the 80s or whatever, like with the birth of hip hop and some of the things that we had going on with Run DMC, it's different now. Like, and I guess y'all got your things too, but it's just, you know, there were some things going on. Like, we had to hold this thing The Day After Tomorrow movie with like the nuclear war sort of hanging over our head. It's just like the 80s.
My God,
and it came out and said,
And also, what was the other cheese on Patrick Swayze, Red Dawn?
Oh, yeah, definitely. So we had the whole Cold War thing. It was a real thing, you know, for us, or a worry concern that we had. But it's just, you know, a lot of like the best music or the best like sort of those vibes come out of like those kind of turbulent times, basically.
Yeah, one of the best shows I ever saw in my life was at the Blue Note in New York City. I think it was 2007, and it was Gil Scott-Heron.
Oh,
so he did a set. This was a year before he died, I think.
Wow.
And man, I was like, my jaw was on the floor for two reasons. One is like, oh my God, like, this guy I've been waiting to see my whole fucking life. And also, like, I'm just like, I was just like, in like, what kind of world am I in? And I'm watching him play on the keyboard. He was playing his song Winter in America, just him. Wow. And it was just like, I don't know, it was just like another fucking world. It was really fucking special. I think he did pass a year later or something, but he was just unbelievable. And a lot of the shit isn't on stream. Some of it is. The rest of it's on like YouTube.
It was recorded though. You saw footage of it.
Of what?
Of that night. You saw Gil Scott-Heron and the Blue Note.
He was there.
Yeah, I was there. I got tickets. I was there.
No, I was asking, but did you see footage? Like have you since looked up to see if there's any footage? Yeah.
Of that night.
Of that night.
I mean, YouTube was out, so I don't know if anybody reported. I never looked.
Yeah, that's interesting.
He did 2 sets. Yeah, he did 2 sets that I'm pretty sure it was 2010. It could have been 2011. I'm not sure exactly when he passed. But yeah, he's like one of my heroes. And also like his band. And he also played with Brian Jackson, I believe, who was his pianist and fellow composer as well. It was just incredible. He had so many great people in his band. Kind of like a jazz outfit. His bassist was one of the greatest bassists of all time, Ron Carter, jazz bassist, who played with Miles, played with fucking everybody, some of the 60s and some of the 70s, the fusion era. I mean, incredible.
Man, that's wild. You know who I saw before he died, Scotty? Mitch Hedberg.
Oh, I didn't know he was a comedian, right? Yeah, man.
Yeah,
well, no, I liked him with the way he shot clips of him, but I forgot what happened. What happened to him?
Oh no, he was a super genius. Yeah, I have so many memories running through my mind right now. My buddy, right? He started Desert Days, and y'all keep talking about the war, right? You keep talking about like how the tension.
How did he die? He was young.
Oh, okay. Talking about that. He passed suicide.
Oh man.
April Fool's Day. I thought it was a joke when it happened, but it was literally a year. I got my friend. My friend it was the first job I ever had was managing a pizza place, right? Stadium Pizza. And one of my buddies there, he was a big Mitch Hedberg fan. This was right circa when Dave Chappelle's show was just blowing the fuck up. So we were just quoting Chappelle's show all day and having fun. And I knew he liked Hedberg, so got him tickets. He was at the Ontario Improv. We'd go catch him. Man, he was like, it was so funny because half the set was dog shit. And he's like, oh, I'm calling my next album Hit and Miss. Or I'm sorry, Ontario. Like he had like, all his classic jokes. Like he's just like a king of one-liners, like he was very jazzy and just offbeat, like very himself, like undeniable. But yeah, that was unforgettable. He would just run off after he was done with the set. He wouldn't talk to no one. He was very shy or antisocial or just addicted to heroin. I don't know what the fuck his thing was, but he would always run out the back with his girlfriend who was like opening for him.
Yeah, it's funny. A lot of times I think performers just perform like they're who they are when they're on stage, like Prince or whatever. It's like, but then when they're off, it's like it's just they come alive on the stage or go into like another sort of zone when they get on, get in front of a crowd.
I think go ahead.
Oh yeah, I'm just thinking about some of the most special, talented people, in our lives, have unfortunately committed suicide. So you can point to, you can point to Mitch Hedberg if you want to start there. Robin Williams, you want to go there. Anthony Bourdain. I mean, these are people who are loved and beloved, and who are at the top of whatever crap they're doing. But also Hunter S. Thompson, the writer, the fucking novelist who's a fucking genius. The guy who wrote David Foster Wallace, who wrote Infinite Jest. You got a lot of fucking incredible geniuses that just
Hemingway.
They're not for this world. They're not for this world. I mean, and they're unbelievable and revered and loved, but to me, they're just on it's another plane.
I can't remember whose line this was. Like the line between genius and madness. It's like it's something about his finger or something. Like, I can't remember why I should even probably dropped it, but just saying to say you can look at like Mozart, like Beethoven, like just even these people, like the stuff that used to really
telling a bunch of lies.
So anyway, don't worry about it. But I'm saying, but just like with Jesus, man, like they just gotta get it out. It's like Prince wrote all the time or whatever. It's like it just I don't know, like with Sean Day, with her being a performer, like she's definitely a brilliant performer, but I don't know if she's tortured like that. If she has like where it's like shit is just coming out all the time, she just has to get it out.
That's why you niggas still lost listening to niggas like this.
What's wrong with you, bro?
Don't literally, man. I'm saying like this, just you're good water. It's like this. If I'm not, you don't need to.
I'm just saying, man.
This nigga is a coon.
Why you talking like
this? This nigga is a coon.
Water. I still don't, and it's funny because ain't but so many people like up on this motherfucker. I'm still trying to figure out who's bringing people up.
Why you
so it's like JD, I think JD popped in.
No, I definitely didn't bring him up. I was getting ready.
Yeah,
I was switching on the game and I'm about to kick him down.
Adam brought me up, nigga. Adam brought me up to speak the real, nigga. You tell these folks some bullshit.
All right, Boosie. Well, the stage is yours, brother.
Yeah, this nigga is a coon. This nigga is telling you a bunch of bullshit.
I can't even kick this bitch down.
Hold on. Let him work. Give him the stage, man. Just let him work. Go ahead, do your shit, man. Talk your shit.
Nah, fuck all that. I want to get back to music.
No. I'm saying just because I just want he got a figure. Just let them motherfuckers talk this shit.
I need you to know. You don't know what love is. I need you to know.
That shit actually sounds good, whatever the fuck.
You don't know what love is. If you don't put up a fight, you don't know what love is.
Thank you, Juicy. Yeah, she can. That shit is good. That does.
You told me so many times, and you say you know what love is, but I swear you never seen it in your life. Ooh,
That was good. I just want to hear more thoughts.
Why?
Because people come up, they got stuff to say. I just want to just give them the space to say it.
Nah.
That's what the stage is for.
Nah, you finish feeding these niggas these crocker lies. That's what you do, black man. You finish feeding these niggas these lies. Got these niggas up at 2:45 in the morning listening to a bunch of bullshit.
Give us the real, man. That's why you up here on stage. Give us the.
You the nigga reading a book.
Oh, that's why. Like the join button, someone had the stage on join, like anyone can join. I was gonna say, bro, like ain't no, like I didn't bring him up. Like that all night. I was finna say, like, bro, ain't no way. I damn sure. Oh, that's why I can't kick his ass down. Let me put.
Fuck this stage. This shit stink up here anyway. Fuck you, nigga.
Get out of here, bitch.
Pussy punk ass nigga. Go pick some cotton, nigga.
What the fuck wrong with you? What the hell are you drinking?
Oh, that's
I don't want none of that.
It's all good. I fixed the room, but yeah, I wondered about that when I came in tonight or whatever. The mic was just off, but yeah, I fixed it and shit.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say, because you thought it was me. I'm like, no, but then I looked at that stage like, well, who the hell did break this motherfucker?
Playing some goddamn Summer Walker like he's trying
the
to.
Summer Walker sounded good actually, or whatever. Shit, that shit sounded good.
He talking about the dude, what the Benny? The hell is going on?
Yeah, you did, Juicy. Yeah, Juicy wanted to point you down. It was a disconnect for me. You know, I'm trying to disrupt the sage, but then also playing Summer Walker. It's like,
Hey, y'all know what I was just reading? Scotty, tell me what you think of this. So you remember when that estate burned down? What was that? Not too long ago. Oh shit! That plantation.
Plantation. Yeah, and all those memes.
But they said it burned down because someone had, the Annabelle doll was just in town. Did you hear about that?
Wait, say that again.
The Raggedy Ann doll that possessed. They made the movie. It was in town that same day it burned down. So the guy I guess they were taking that doll on tour. And the guy who was taking the doll on tour now mysteriously died.
Wait, what?
Yeah, crazy, right?
I'm new to all this. There was an Annabelle doll.
Yeah, you never seen the movie Annabelle?
No.
You heard about it at least?
I mean, nah. I just know that movie Megan, Annabelle. Oh yeah, Annabelle. Like
it was about the Warrens. So like the husband and wife, they were like psychics or whatever. They were always fighting this paranormal shit. And then always at the end of the movie, they had a room that was blessed that they kept all this shit that was possessed with shit in there. And this is real, based on truth. Oh, it's based on real life. The room really did exist. So every time they were called out to fight, help people with evil shit, there was always something that the evil attached itself to. So they would take it with them and lock it in this blessed room in their house until people don't touch it. So now that they've passed on, somehow that room got dismantled. So someone took the doll and he's been touring it around the country. So like I said, it was there the day that plantation burned down, and now the guy who was touring the doll just, like I said, suddenly died.
Very interesting.
There we go. What's going on?
Yeah.
I love it. They should, when the next one's getting burned down, there should be a festival for the next one. Yeah, those memes are crazy.
I believe it was an ancestor that got to that plantation.
I love the ones where they had a cookout in front of it.
It's just crazy. I forget who came in here. I don't know. It was like GA. Somebody I think that's from there talking about. I think it's GA that said he refused to go there. But it is because these antebellum homes are beautiful. But it's just like a plantation home. You think about like what went on like in and around that house, and like to be having like weddings on the grounds and doing all this stuff on the grounds. Yeah, I mean, it definitely if you anti-slavery or black is definitely on top.
Yeah, I had I knew they were black had a wedding on a plantation. I'm not going to that shit. Like that's the craziest shit. Yeah, why would you? To your point, I got it. It looks nice, the way all those trees line the long ass street. But yeah, screw all that. Like I don't get it. Why would you want to do anything?
There's literally blood in the soil. You know what I'm saying? Like just the blood, the R's, all the stuff that went on in the torture, like just everything. You just gonna be just chilling. Definitely if you black or whatever, it's like it's no going to a plantation. Actually, like I say, for Southern white people, I mean, I get it or whatever. It's like
I don't even get it.
Like, I get it. I get it for them because they that's what, just like this whole thing. Why we have Trump in office, they harken back to that time. When they believe that that they just that's it's a happy place for them. That's like what they want. They don't feel like the scars of of what happened to the slaves.
Tacky would be an understatement, but I mean it makes me think of I never found Trevor Noah funny, but sometimes he says some honest shit. Like on Facebook or something about how
like that. It's just really crazy. Yeah, and it's just, but it's just good to give you like a take on it. But the whole thing about, to your point, or Trevor Noah's point, that's, you don't make money. That's the whole thing they're trying to do now, even with illegal immigrants or enslaving just people that are here working the farms. You can like not pay people and like get money for the crops. Like, less you pay, the more money you make. It's just that's how America was built. Like, it was built on for you to work, be able to trade all this stuff, this cotton around the world. No, that's exactly that. It's exactly that. That's what I'm saying. They use it, and it's interesting because they're getting rid of the slave labor force, and it's like just they think they're gonna backfill it, or they think they're gonna backfill it. I don't know what's gonna happen. I just think that it's good. People are just gonna just sort of repopulate as far as like just the people that they ship to Mexico just come back over the border. Because what are they gonna do or whatever? But as far as we get messed up, no Americans are we've gone past that. Like all the culture in America moved beyond that. Just we're not built like that anymore. So who's gonna do it? Even like white farmers, it's just like people aren't really built like that anymore. That's gonna be fun. of an agriculture, like a factory type of like work. We're not that. We've graduated, and other people have come in and filled those things in it. Like for instance, like I said, people that are out like picking those areas, they want their kids probably to be like Marco Rubio or Ted Cruz or whatever, and they're raising their kids, probably try like to go to school and get better, and like they move up, and then when those kids move up, they don't want their kids like you always sort of need like sort of that population that's sort of on the bottom and it wants to get that part of the American dream and build it from the ground up or whatever to do that kind of work. Now that you don't have, slavery basically. Sound like you're too close to your mic. It's hard to hear you. Alright, let's see. JD, you still up? JD, or was it Patty? I know Patty's, Lisa should be asleep. I don't know why, like I said about an hour ago, so Spirit, you're gonna be up, but I'm about to just, I'm not gonna close the room if this leaves it open, but I'm definitely gonna go to bed because I literally gotta be in about 3 hours, so I'm about to cut it out for late. But my picture, I'll be on stage, but I'm not gonna be on stage. Yeah, no worries, man. You West Coast too, or whatever. It's like, good conversation, man. So, I catch you. Oh, yeah, no worries. I'll catch you next time on stage, man. You said that's super long. Yeah, like, well, I think
just okay, just got in here at the casino playing slot machine. All these bells on this is trapping me. Oh man, I'm a gamer, so I'll just not play it. I'll toss it around over here. If you can see it, I mean, I play random shit. Sometimes I'll play like a 3-card poker or blackjack or something like that. But once in a while, I'll sit down at the Wheel of Fortune slot machine and I'll play that. Just like have a small, small budget and look at some cool ideas and stuff. I mean, with all the levels of like the psychology of how they track you in here and all the visuals and everything, it just makes you want to play. love it. I love it. You can see the opposite of Jeremy's thing in my PTR, which is feeding into the man right now. Right? And be a establishment having this me next to me, being part of it. And I'm over there feeding. I'm feeding the evil fucking beasts. I'm at the bottom right now. Let's hit this button again, brother.
As soon as you get up, you leave, bro. Make sure you leave.
Dude, why am I gonna leave? I'm not gonna leave unless it's like I'm going to this jackpot here, which you can have $305.30. So if I get everything right, what am I gonna do? Like, be an I'm on vacation. What are you talking about? I'm gonna be seeing a Reno. I'm going to town tomorrow. So we're in New York. And so I'm just staying overnight. Oh yeah, 6-hour flight. Jesus Christ. Yeah, but nobody was sitting next to me. It was a beautiful thing. No, I just got it tonight. I got it like at 10 p.m. Like Pacific. Last night all I got was another seat across that was every class. Almost lost 3 straight in a row. There's so much that I'm doing.
I gotta tell you guys this is on my mind after we were talking about Woodstock and stuff. So my buddy started a festival called Desert Days. Grew up with this guy. He was always like a couple classes older than me. But he dropped out of high school, started a band with his friends, Static Lullaby, and they went on tour. It was like a screamo band. And then he just stayed in the industry, learned it. And he started these festivals, and he had like Wu-Tang Clan headline with Devo and Iggy Pop, and he played.
I hit the power wheel again. I'm sorry.
How much is the power wheel?
Well, it all depends. Because if you spin it like the Wheel of Fortune, that's a wheel.
Well, let me finish my story. Don't interrupt my story until you make money. What the fuck is wrong with you?
I'm so sorry.
Out.
Listen.
So for the past 2 years, Scotty, they haven't thrown, like, he was about to throw it, but it canceled. And then
$94.
What's your grand total right now?
Hold on. You gonna hear this? Oh.
Wheel of Fortune.
Yeah, this is fucking nuts. Yeah, I'm such a goober. Like, give me all the bells and whistles. I'm fucking hooked. No, that payoff was $94. So now I'm up to now I'm at $220. But I don't want to keep doing that because I'm going to keep jinxing. And then I'm going to go back down to zero.
You gotta
I feel like I gotta do one more. Guys. Let me do one more. I start with $50.
Okay.
So I said I'm gonna lose 50. I'm here to lose 50. I got all the way down to $11, and now I'm up to $220.
How much do you bet How much is it spend?
It's 3. So the bet is, it's hard to, these are like 1 penny tokens, but the max is $3.20, so that's, I guess, $3.20 per spin. So it can go down really quickly because I do the max, because that's the only way you can make the money. But now that we're up. Oh no, they give you, they're trying to let you win a little bit here and there, so you're keeping it in the game, So I'm buying that.
Setup where if you lose a lot of the tables playing games, cards and shit, you could end up sitting down at the slot to make some shit back slowly and get back in the mix.
I mean, my whole strategy with this shit, because I'm not really, I'm not here to lose money like that, I'm staying overnight at the hotel, and then I'm out of here. But I'm like, $50, I'm ready to lose 50, let's go, let's see how quickly I lose it. And now they're just keeping me stuck here. So, I'll do a couple more, and then maybe I'll just go shot.
Yeah, definitely, make some money. Go eat.
Let's do one more. Let's do one more and see what happens.
You should stop by the Bellagio and eat their fucking buffet. I don't know how much that is, but make enough for the Bellagio. Why?
All right, let me do one more.
So they say that's like the best buffet in Vegas.
Oh,
I don't know if it still is. They probably have better ones now.
I don't know if they have that in Reno. I don't even know.
No, that's in Vegas, but Reno's not far from Vegas, right?
No, it's far. It's all the way on the side of the state.
Yeah, it's like the difference between San Francisco and LA, bro.
Oh, it's like San Francisco.
Yeah, Reno's north Nevada.
Oh, damn, bro.
Vegas is south Nevada.
Oh, shit. Yeah, I'm way off.
Yeah, Reno's normal.
I don't know why I thought it was so close. Is it Reno 911 or something? No. My dad lives in Vegas. But yeah, in Reno.
Reno is further west. Reno's further west than LA. There's a fun fact for you.
I'm gonna look up the best buffet in Reno for you, Scotty.
I don't need a buffet, man. I'm all right. I can tell you this though. It still has smoking inside. It smells like an ashtray. It looks like an ashtray in it.
It feels like one, too. You're gonna smell like one when you.
Dude, I know. I asked for non-smoking room, and they're staring at me like, "What?" All right, but they have one, so look. I can't believe they still allow it. It smells like fucking ashtray. It's disgusting.
You gonna go to the bunny
All right,
ranch?
one more spoon, guys.
Is that why you went to Reno to go visit the bunny ranch?
All right, well.
Fucking ChatGPT. I swear to God. It makes me want to get a second phone, to be honest. I never thought about getting a second phone until I started using this shit. I was like, damn.
Oh, Clubhouse?
No, the ChatGPT. Yeah, I feel like it has so much computing power that I might as well get one more. And then I saw a really badass thing on Clubhouse where this dude, I don't know if you were there that night, Scotty, but there's this guy, his name was like Ferdinand or Francisco, I can't remember, but he came in and he brought his phone or like a laptop and he was doing ChatGPT, letting ChatGPT just speak freely. So he would let us ask questions and he would hold up the phone to it. So I think that would like streamline conversation. So like whether it's on Clubhouse, whether it's live, like on another platform, just the possibilities are really like, I don't buy that shit when they're like, oh, ChatGPT or AI makes your brain. It's up to the user. It's like using any sort of computing device, like kind of garbage in, garbage out, you know?
I don't trust Sabino with this happened over here. I was pressing the buttons, and then I accidentally hit, and I accidentally hit the cash out button. So it printed my ticket, and so I'm like, well, that's a sign. That's a sign to step away. And so now they're not, I'm only up $130. I think I'm gonna go to the cashier if I can find them. Notice that they put them somewhere hidden, so I can't cash out. Oh. Yeah, they get a whole like pirate scene over here.
Oh, what's it called? Can you say or no?
What's the pirate scene?
I was gonna say what
I don't even know.
Casino or buffet are you at right now?
I'm not at a buffet. I was at a slot machine. This is called the Legend of Old Silver. What's that?
I said they're usually all connected. Casinos, buffet casino.
Yeah, I think there's a buffet right now. I had to look far and wide just to get something to eat.
What are you going to do in Tahoe, Scotty?
I got some friends who invite me out to their house. So, going there. First vacation, long there, very long time. Where's this cashier? They want me to spend my money. They don't want me to cash out. I'll look at the outside. Expensive you get more AR. Do you know what the cashier is? No, I don't. But oh, but yeah. Okay, thank you. You have 3 card forward. You already tax like $10 out of my hands. You know, treat card brokers fun too. But you can win a lot if you get like a really good hands. And you only lose like a maximum. Like you know what you're losing. I might take a shoulder where you can lose your chair. At least you know where you're bad at three. No, you don't bet. The 3 card poker or the high down poker, like they have all these like markets of it that where you're just betting like a certain minimum, and then if you want to play like the bonus or something, then you can pay a little more, but you don't like the amount that you put down is all that you lose. So you can't keep like losing shit. But if you get a really good hand, like if you do a 3 card poker, you're playing against a dealer, but if you pull like in the 3 cards, if you pull like a 3 of a dime or like 3 of flush, like out of 3 cards, you're making good money. It's difficult, but if you get a really good hand, you can win a lot of money. I saw that. It was like a testimony. Yeah, this was such a piece of shit. But he has businesses for me. You know, that's it. You know, they hide this cashier, so look at the cashier. I'm gonna find somebody that works here. They don't want me to be great. They don't want me to cash up. Excuse me, where's the cashier? Over there? Okay, thank you. Now hire me over here. Okay, thanks. Oh, they give me the cashier here, but I gotta walk through all these slot machines. I'm techie. Somebody's gonna have to literally drag me away. I am a little bit tired. Just wanna try a little bit.
That's why they do it this way. You just see all the other games, you're like, you know what? I'm not gonna leave it all this way.
That's the day. basis of like, well, if I'm going to get your content, I have content. But you gotta say this. No, grabbing a soda. Oh, here, let me do the guy. Here, let me. Yeah, so I had 2 drinks on the plane. But that was like a long time ago. Yeah, man, drinks. Here, let me give you, wait, where's this one? Oh, yeah, here we go. Wait, I gotta get this shit. There we go. Here we go. See, this is hysterical. What about this? All right. Wait, loaded? No, not yet. Okay, yeah. You can check it out once you are. And you'll get super hot flame. This is wrong. So clams? Probably not. Baccarat. Yeah, Baccarat. Yeah, that's another one. Oh, yeah. Very reasons I should play it, right? A little bit. We're gonna play it a little bit. Let's see if it gives us a little bit of like some extra racist, like, you know, I don't know. Alright, so how do we play this? Alright, let's try $2. Look at this, we got, hopefully we get this sashimi match. Oh, I don't know, this is they're not gonna get me here, we just gotta do a couple spins. Because they could do, oh shoot, they can do a lot of damage. Alright, let's give this a shot. That feels like, is it $8 per? I don't know about that. You can bet up to, not lying, I think it's $100. Man, I'm not doing that. You would hate it if you mixed it up. $2 or something. Yeah, so we buy it. I don't know about this one. Yeah, let's cash out. Hold on, I'm gonna get out of here. Sushi shop. Yeah, totally. Yeah, they got the Asian guy right here. This one's called Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee. Well, they got Ghost of Dragon, though. Oh, creepy. Mr. Lee is also doing sushi. He's the male version. education and stuff, but I think that if you were strong in music, they like the skills. It's like the cow didn't want to play the House of Dragons. So before I hit the cashier, I didn't see a background table. Alright, we got the House of Dragons shirt here. It's a sheet that I felt like. Let's see, what are they asking? No, you can match. Oh, the matching that was $10 now. Yeah, makes sense. Trying to tell people something new, like House of Dragons, but I think I just make it just funny. You don't want to lose no money, you won't do that. No, money. Already up 130, so we'll make this somebody. Let's see if there's any other tempting machines. What's that? I said I ain't getting her now, but if you can make more money doing gambling, you can also lose a lot of money. One of my friends, they've been on football games and when they change the ball, you know what I mean? You would have thought they lost everything, man. They was on the floor. I was like, what's going on? They lost money over a game. So yeah, be careful with some of that stuff because you can lose a lot of money. He lost $5,000. He lost. You know how it is with football, dudes. It's serious. He was betting money off the game. I said, what? $5,000? You lost $5,000 on the game. You know what I mean? He can make the money. It's just he didn't want the particular team he was rooting for. He was like, it's not about the money. My team lost. I said, I agree. I said, dang. Because he makes the money. $5,000 like nothing. But you know what I'm saying? You don't have it. You don't even get it. Should I not to the Monopoly and not the Monopoly one now? Should I not to the Monopoly slot machine? So I will do that. Monopoly. That machine, I know I took that machine for some money. I think they want me back. Now we're gonna try this Monopoly thing just a little bit. See what happens. You can see I'm so far. I feel like I'm there. We're doing on the thing railroad. So. Alright. How's this work out? I don't know if I like this. It's an agent in Monopoly. It's an agent railroad. I don't know like that. We'll do a couple spades. So I don't know how that looks.
Trump talking about firing the head of the Federal Reserve, watching it on a news station. It's like Donald Trump wants everybody gone. And I don't know if that's because of this Epstein stuff, but it's just like, wow, let's fire next. It's crazy.
I think it's a money grab, actually.
Well, I think that the Federal Reserve should stand on its own. It shouldn't be a president, whether Democrat, Republican, whatever. That's been America's pillar to have that kind of separate government. We don't want a president saying, "Well, you change interest rates now." That's not how America works, man. And the guy with the Federal Reserve should fight like hell to keep his job, and he should, because he ain't doing nothing wrong. You can't just continue to fire people and don't think they're gonna take legal action. And people are mad at things that
Can't be fired. Just kind of question her that out. We're doing one more divide here.
oh,
I hear you. The crazy remind me of the point I just brought up Titanic. And all those people that were on the Titanic were like really local people when they were against the Federal Reserve altogether. They were like illegal riots.
wait, I didn't know that. I know the people on the Titanic were wealthy and stuff, but I didn't know that they were against a bank that stands alone by itself. It's kind of not a bad idea, because I don't think you want your financial institutions being controlled like we're under a dictatorship. That you don't want somebody walking in the office saying you need to do this now. That's not how the Federal Reserve works. You don't want a president telling you gotta do something. It don't work like that, man. The Federal Reserve's job is to look at some very serious stuff. It's not to talk about what Donald Trump wants. It is for the security of our country financially, interest rates, to keep those things afloat or at even and stuff like that. Not to be dictated and told what to do and what type of interest rate should be delivered. That's not the role of the Federal Reserve to listen to Donald Trump. Sorry. Gets rid of Jerome Powell, that'll be, man, colossal. Man. Real.
They say I could run, but here it's not bad. And we died on the Titanic because the hope and the creation of the Federal Reserve was established in 1913, a year after the Titanic hit. And there's deaths from
Wild.
yeah, there's deaths from anything from malnutrition, nasal constriction to murder. John Jacob Astor, Benjamin Guggenheim, and Isidor Straus. So German influences. Maybe they were opposing the Rothschilds. It sounds like the conspiracy. They call it conspiracy. The conspiracy implies that I will say the theory. The theory implies that J.P. Morgan, who is a key proponent of the central banking, and canceled his Titanic trip last minute. How interesting. Orchestrated the disaster to clear the path for the Federal Reserve. So they say there's no solid evidence these men were actively opposing a central bank. Huh.
We ended up on London Machine. The last one.
You're just checking it down. You're just moving and grooving over there. J.P. Morgan.
Yeah, we got the skinny. That's all I wanted. I wanted the skin. The Wheel of Fortune skin.
That's cool.
Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. What are we doing here? What do I gotta hit? What are we doing? I gotta spin this. What am I gonna do? I Oh yeah, let's go.
Let's say spin the wheel, see what you can get.
Yeah, we're spinning the wheel. Let's go. Let's get some money. I don't know if that's on.
This looks bad if Donald Trump tries to fire the head of the Federal Reserve. His term's not up until May, and legally, the Supreme Court already said he can't do that. So it's stupid that this has come back up. He already knows he cannot do that. It's so dumb that he keeps trying to do.
Listen to this. I'm looking up the history of the Federal Reserve and how it came to be, including J.P. Morgan's real role why the U.S. government created a central bank in the first place. Background: financial panic of 1907. 1907, a financial crisis hit, known as the Panic of 1907. Banks failed, stock market crashed. There's no central institution to stabilize.
A panic of what?
The year 1907.
Oh my God! When nobody in here alive, I was like, no wonder I don't you go back to man. When nobody in this room alive, my God, what was in 1907? Wasn't even black and white TV or I don't know what the hell they had. Good luck. I don't know what they had. They probably didn't have nothing.
Just radio, right?
That probably was boring. Have you ever just sat and listened to a radio? I was telling this older lady, I said, man, I don't know how y'all
this is.
No, I mean, I can't talk to a radio. Like, I'm not, like, you understand, like,
it's not,
you're not, if you're talking, you can't talk to a radio. The day and era we live in, it is technologically so much better than other eras. Now, as far as the way stuff is made, or radio stuff was made better back then, but the technology and black and white TV and stuff, I wouldn't want to live in an era like that. I mean, shoot, when they had analog TV, I didn't watch TV because the stuff looked like trash. It was analog, so I was always outside. I didn't watch TV like that. So now I do. TVs are awesome. Oh, I know. Now the TVs. I mean, you get a 90-inch TV and you can see. That's why I like this era. Everything is much better, crisper. Yep.
Yeah, I agree. And there's so much more to choose from.
Technology, food,
and like you said, it's crisper, which makes looking at nature, crisper.
You're talking about
that's the best. Well, I'm talking about like those National Geographic or like Animal
Planet. I love that show.
Best programs.
You like cash out? Just update. I cashed out.
How much?
Wow,
$80.
$80.
Wait, what'd you
$80?
I thought you was up $250.
No, I wasn't. No, $250 minus. I was up $200.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
So $80 is fine. It's fine. We're all good.
You got gas money.
Easy time.
We were planning to lose 50. And he said we're up $80 over the 50.
That's a win. You got a free buffet or you got a full tank of gas. That's a big win.
Yeah, now we just got to figure out how to get out of here.
Hey, you guys in here, you guys are dudes. Shout out to y'all. Hey, there's some stuff y'all should look into if y'all like drinking beer, because a lot of men do.
What you got?
Man, my man got me these cups, these Steins, that big old heavy cups, because I told him, I said, hello, I don't shop on no Temu, Amu, none of that stuff. I said, if it ain't heavy porcelain, I don't want it. A lot of stuff that's on the internet or fake replicas, that stuff will fall apart on you. I don't buy nothing. It is trash. So the only places I get stuff, man, I got a lot of them cups. That's all I drink.
I saw your collection. You got a beautiful collection.
Yeah, I have a lot of them cups, and they're expensive. Those are like $80, $90 or higher, $180 per cup, but there's something that'll last for the rest of your life. I mean, where do you find heavy metal cups that, you know what I'm saying, that they're 2 inches to an inch thick, some of these Steins and stuff.
old school stuff, and they keep your stuff cold. I told somebody, I said everybody was fighting in Walmart over, what was it called, them Stanley, you know those cups that people drink out of. So I go, so I go over there and I'm like, what's people arguing over? And I was like, yeah, we're good. I pick up one of them, I said, y'all arguing over this? Dude, I went up the street to this shop and this old lady hooked me up with these steins around the corner. She was like, forget what's in Walmart. Man, that old lady had every collectible cup you could think of. She has over 1,000 of those in her shop. Over 1,000. That lady, and so that's why I tell people, like, they look really, really nice. And I tell people, don't buy stuff. I mean, you can buy whatever you want, but somebody bought a bowl from Timu just so I could test it out or whatever. I put it in the dishwasher with the instruction course, what it says to keep the water at a certain temperature or whatever. I put it in there, the thing cracks. I don't buy nothing from Timu or none of those sites because it's just replicas of the real thing. Like, if you want a stein, you're not getting it from them because it's generally some kind of plastic or, fake look-alike and stuff. You don't want stuff like that. Mine are the real deal. They're made of porcelain. And they do have, porcelain is nice because it can be trimmed with gold and it doesn't make your coffee and stuff taste like plastic or metal. It allows you to have the purest tasting stuff, like to drink out of. I stopped drinking out of plastic containers and all that. I told this old lady, what old people drink out of? That's what a lot of old people drink out of. They drink out of stuff like that. Or she also has something called water for crystal. That's another thing. I do. Yes. Not plastic. I told this black dude and some other folks at a party, I was like, what are those? We have these red cups. I said, yeah, we're not doing that. No, we're not doing that, man. No, if you go drink alcohol, you drink out of a stein. For real. Like, them plastic cups, they're fine, but they're also cheap and they're easy to knock over. Whereas a stein, the wind can blow and your cup won't get blown over. That's happened at parties with them cheap old red cups. The wind blows out here, your drink goes spilling on the ground. Not with a stein. The wind can blow, the cup stays on the table. That's the kind of cups I want. I want something that's about 1 pound. That's how much some of them cups weigh. They weigh about 1 pound. Some of them, not bad.
Shout out to German engineers. I tell you, their cars and and their cookware.
I am so lost right now. There's stuff, you're not lying about that. Oh my God. I got not German stuff, but I got some old cast iron stuff I had bought and had it repurposed. This guy who runs a metal shop, man, he hooked that stuff up. Cast iron, I don't care what y'all say. That stuff's good to cook off of, and it's also good to hit somebody with. That stuff don't bend. That stuff don't bow. That stuff, you hear me? That dude said, I can make this for you to cook on, but I can also make it for you to grab hold to. Wham! And he did. He redid the handles. You know what I'm saying? And the stuff looks nice. It looks good, like decoration, but it's also something you do wrong, I can pick it up, flip it, and chunk it at you. You don't want to get hit with one.
Batman episode. Bam!
Man. Yeah, no, you don't want to get hit with one of them cast iron skillets. That's what my grandmother got hanging up. You ever seen them big racks where they all hang up? That's what my grandmother got. And you push the whole rack up into the ceiling, up. And then she takes the door and it shuts all up in the ceiling. So none of this stuff hangs down. The whole rack goes inside the ceiling. Boom. And it's all up out the way. All cast iron. And it hooks up into a little hook.
That's the way to do it. Yeah, I wish I want to have that in my kitchen one day. Yeah,
the best stuff out the way.
Out the way, easy to grab when you need it.
Yeah. My grandmother has a big kitchen, nice, big countertops. I said, but good luck. I ain't cooking. I don't care what kind of stoves. I mean, the stuff is nice.
I don't like
that. I hate it. Somebody cooks out.
I don't like cooking. I mean, somebody else does cooking. I mean, he don't care. He was like, hey, as long as I can eat, I don't really care. So he likes to cook. But I don't have a problem with helping out or things like that, which I do. I do a lot of cooking.
You like grilling outside, like grilling meat, or you
like
people to do it for you?
Well, I prefer him. He does it anyway. He does all that. He likes me to clean up because I've done industrial cleaning. So when I clean stuff, it's clean like you was in the military somewhere. Because I used to work
clean like a veteran. Ain't no.
And he can do that. That's why I'm with him. He's like, man, no, I take care of myself and everything. I said, I see. That's why we together. Because I ain't picking up after nobody. I'm sorry. I ain't picking up after no. I'm not your mom. I'm not gonna do that. No. Because a lot of dudes, you gotta pick up after me. No, I'm not. No. I want somebody that's chill. You know what I'm saying? And dudes are generally chill. That's why I love y'all men. I get to play video games all day, stay up late. Ain't nobody saying get off the phone, shut up. None of that stuff. He chill. That's why we got this big old place. I can be in here.
How long have we been together now?
For a while, over 10 years, and it's chill living with him. Like, yeah, because when my mom died, for real, like, you know what I'm saying?
Condolences.
Absolutely. My mom died. My mom died like 3 to 4 years ago. I miss my mom every day. You know what I'm saying? My mom was a good support system.
My heart was out.
Yeah, I hear you. I miss her every day, but I do say having somebody to live with it's a blessing because nobody should have to live alone. I don't care what people say. Like living alone, it gets boring as you get older. I mean, you can do it when you're young. I hate it because when you live alone in Dallas Fort Worth, people, hey, can I take your trash down? Or they'll knock on your door. When I lived in this other apartment complex, I moved. Now they don't do that over here. Because they actually have a street sweeper, and you just, it's different over here. You don't have to have, I don't know what it was in the hood. This guy would knock on the door, hey, I need $1. Can I take your trash down? I was like, I gotta get out of here. And so I was like, I gotta go. Because it was the oddest stuff ever. And over here, it's like, oh my God, it was in a hood part of Fort Worth. I was like, I gotta get out of here. I only moved there because my friends lived in that apartment, and the rent at the time, the landlord, they knew us and stuff, and they gave us cheap rent or whatever. But I was like, I'm only staying here. Once I get the paperwork I need, I'm out of here. My paperwork came, I was gone. I couldn't live in the hood. I just couldn't do it. I was like, guys, I'm from the country. I'm out of here. This 6 months was up. I was gone. I couldn't do it, man, because it was like people playing dice in front of you. What do you call them? The breezeways or whatever. You walk under them. People playing dice up under them. Folks listening to loud music at 2 o'clock in the morning. All this stuff. And you can't go out there and say, turn it down. Oh, no. Whoa. Start playing that song. I'm from Texas. You know what that means. They're going to go get their guns. So, no, I don't. I don't say nothing to nobody out here because you'll be leaving the end of a gun. I don't say nothing to nobody. It's Texas. I told one dude, you're from New York. He was like, what does that mean? Don't say anything. I heard to nobody. Don't ever do that signal again on 35. He was like waving his hand. I was like, bro, no. I was like, this is Texas. You cannot be doing signals and all. He was like, I'm trying to tell him to get out of my way. I said, brother, you're going to have to let me drive because the way you're driving, this is not New York. You're going to get us killed. Like, he was like cutting through traffic. I said, dude. Yo, Wolf, I was like, we can't do this. I don't know. He was like, this is how we drive.
The police are gonna fuck you up, right? The police.
Well, that too, but he was like, this is how we drive. You're on the bumper, like he was up on. I was like, dude, you can't. If you got to leave in space, I said, dude, if you can't drive on the highway. I said, we're taking the service road. He said, what's a service road? Watch this now.
We took the dang on back road. I said, let me drive. We on back roads. We bumping up and down. I was there, bro. We ain't gonna be on the highway. You ain't gonna get us pulled over. He was like, well, what do you suggest? See this map in the truck? Yeah, we're taking this back road. Let me drive. That's what we do. I ain't trying to, the police are gonna be on the highways, but they're not gonna be on FM Road 38. You understand? Let's be real. There ain't that many people traveling on FM Road 38. Them farm roads and stuff, I know how to get you out of traffic. Let's take the farm. Like, I'm serious. I told this lady, I said,
it's a beautiful drive. It's a beautiful drive taking the back road. Hey, Ashley, where's your mama from? Where was your mama born? In Texas?
Yeah. A lot of people sometimes on here hate me sometimes because I'm from Texas. Yeah, I was in another room and this guy's like, I hate Texas, and I was like, well, he was like, you're poor, and just like,
trolling.
Don't listen. And I'm like,
don't take that.
I'm like, the stereotypes from other states is not true. We're not poor here. People don't like. This apartment bigger than some dang on house, some places in the north or wherever he said he was from. I said, dude, y'all living up on top of out there.
Right, it's really poor, yeah.
I'm not living up on top of. Well, where's your balcony? Well, you got to go to the roof, a terrace. I said, bro, we don't do that. Everybody has their own. They either have porches here or they have their own balconies here. Nobody shares a
Wow.
They don't really like sharing outdoor spaces, or either you build it onto the house or they don't want it. I'm serious. If you don't have a dedicated space for people to sit outside here, they generally probably won't buy your house because nobody wants to not have a place to chill. That's why I moved to this apartment. They got a massive balcony. I was like, that I will do. And if they don't have an ice maker, you probably won't sell your house or apartment. Why? Because people want a good ice maker here. It's hot in Texas.
Wow.
And I told somebody, you don't have an ice maker, I'm not moving there. You don't have a ceiling fan in every room, I'm not staying there. They were like, well, I can't help you. Sorry, we don't have that.
I have a countertop ice maker because I love ice. So I got one of them. I got one of them joints for $140. It makes ice all day. I love it. It's fantastic. You just fill it up with water, you plug it in.
The countertop ice maker, honestly, I don't think I had one of them. The ones that we had, they're massive.
And I got a ceiling fan. So I just want to let you know, I'm living large.
You making it. I ain't never had a Kelsey. These is built into the refrigerators and freezers here. And they gotta have a space for a deep freezer. They don't have a space for a deep freezer, I can't stay there because that means I have no place to store my food. Where I'm gonna store my food in a corner. And we don't do that here. It's gotta be. I'm serious. I told this group with everything. I was like, the kitchen was no bigger than. Y'all can't see this place, but it wasn't no bigger than like a little small area. And I said, dude, where's the pantry? He rolls this little thing out. All your food goes in here. I was like, brother, where am I living? Seattle? Come on. And it was the smallest place, y'all, that I have ever seen in my life. And the island was like on some wheels. He's talking about, well, this is your storage underneath. No. It was the worst ever. And like the kitchen was like a galley style kitchen, but there was no room on the counters, y'all. Like your galley style kitchen's supposed to have beautiful large counters on either side. You don't have that, I'm not staying there. You gotta have room. And a lot of the places that they were building in downtown, a lot of white folks like them, and I ain't living in nothing like that. $2,850. I'm touching my neighbor next door. We're good. I love these massive big old places. This place is massive.
And that also works for you. And there's a lot of people who are fine living how they live in various cities.
How do you? Can I have a question? If there's like the pandemic, right? And I don't know, because everybody lives different. And you live in a little tiny unit, which my friend does. And she was like, look, I gotta get out of here. Because eventually that tiny unit, you want something big, massive, because if you gotta be stuck up in there, trust me, I'd rather be stuck in a 2,000 square foot place than
Like it's fine for other people. They just have different priorities. They just have access to things. So like in New York, I can go outside and have access to everything that I need, whether it's parks or restaurants or whatever it is, where I can just hang out on my stoop and enjoy them. So that works for me.
Well, you get so you get access. So New York is about access because you're probably, and I don't know, because some guy who lives in New York said, look, I'm hardly ever at home, so that may work because, but I've been in New York and Seattle and places, and I'm just like, and you do, I mean, if you've got good money and stuff, you can live in some nice buildings, and stuff like that. But there's not much land to speak of or space. During the pandemic, living out here was nice because I could go 150 miles out and not have to deal with nobody. And you could, be free. I'm saying seriously, eating this whole time. We didn't have to worry about none of that out there when we drove out there during the pandemic. Everybody else, they panicking, and we out here 100 miles away or so around nobody. It's hard to do that in places like New York. And so where you gonna find over 100 acres? You can put Six Flags on the land you can get out here.
I'm doing 100 acres. I'm not going to run around and spread this.
Well, let me see. Our folks, you put cattle on that land. That land can be used for ethanol or growing corn. There's a lot you can do 100 acres. Oh,
I'm interested. I'm not interested. That's for y'all.
come on now, let's work it out. Look, there's a lot of turnover money in land, brother. They don't make land. So if you got a piece of 100 some acres, you can get a lot off that land. 79, meaning the money amount of $79,000, you can still a lot. So people watch out now. So there's a lot that you can do with a lot of land.
I understand what you can do with it. I'm talking about like, from not, to the middle of the pandemic, and I have 100 acres, but I'm not farming or doing whatever. Like, what am I going to do with that? I'm talking about in the short term, not talking about long term. What you can do with 100 acres.
I mean, my friend has tiny homes on her acreage, so she's like, if I'm doing business like in the house.
Long term, you're talking about long term things. I'm just talking about, in terms of the pandemic, like I was in New York the whole time. Oh, I loved it. I don't have a big apartment, but just being able to walk around and having new tourists, having new students, having all the wealthy families come because they're at their summer house. New York was fucking amazing for me. Now I felt bad for the people who lived, uptown in these big high rises where there are a lot of people, where you don't get out the elevator because you don't want to get COVID. They were only allowing like 2 people per elevator. That wouldn't work for me. Small building, I live in a small building. Everybody went away, so I was just me in the building, and I was chilling. It was amazing. New York is right near me. We're right. Yeah, the supermarkets near me were fully stocked. It was amazing. They just let people in with like a reasonable flow and had to wear masks. But it was amazing.
Here, man, like it was night and day. I bet you, like here, if you walk in certain parts of Texas, yes, things were shut down, But when it came to football, they had 179,000 people in the stands at a Cowboys game. They served 1.5 million people alcohol. I was like, they have parties out here like you wouldn't have thought. And I never got sick. People on here gonna die. I mean, like people on the internet was like freaking out. And I went to the football game with 179,000 people. I never lost my life. I never, none of that stuff. They didn't make us wear. Now you could wear a mask here, but nobody was forcing you to.
You're not one of the people that were on risk, so you think they were saying for people who were on
boys, when they came on TV, we thought it was our signal to go do stuff again. We're like, well, Dallas Cowboys, they got a packed stadium, you know what I mean, over 1.2, million bottles or whatever they talked about was sold. I'm like, we're back. And so this shit was different out here. Like, even high schools had football games and stuff, and you would never thought it was a pandemic. You got people in the parking lots at games. They're not sharing, obviously, like utensils and stuff. They were in their apartment spaces, but I'm saying they were still out there. You know what I'm saying? So, access, it would have to be something more serious than just the pandemic to shut down football out here. I'm serious. Like, people was cursing out people, hey, don't shut down the high school games. I mean, y'all should have saw the emails and stuff at the time and things. And people was angry if they would have shut that down out here. Y'all, the pandemic, people wouldn't have it that. You shut down everything else, but you shut down football and church, you may be having to run for your life. If they don't, they ain't allowed that out here. Churches, written a suit and all kinds of stuff. But they finally said you can come at your own risk. And that's when churches open their doors, because slowly, you know what I mean? So yeah, it's just different out here. It's different here. You can go to games and all that. You sure did.
That's why most people lose, but also some people die because they think we're at risk, and that's a reality. But, because, you have to shut down, you can't do this. It's like, do we want, the risk, go ahead and do it, but there are people who are vulnerable who died.
It's paperwork, though. Like, seriously, like, some places will say, before you walk in, there was a sign saying, if you get sick, you can't sue us. That was signs around here. I can't say for everywhere, but some of these places didn't have that because they still wanted people to live their lives. Like, one place I went to had these, like, white circles on the ground, you know what I mean? And you would sit in this circle out there, and they bring you your food. So I was like, and so you couldn't go over to another table and talk to another guest. Because me, I walked outside the circle to go see if I could talk to somebody. This dude was like, yeah, I'll wave at you, right? Because they wanted everybody to, stay apart from one another. But yeah, it was different. It was really different to eat in a white circle. That was pretty strange. Pretty strange. Pandemic was really tough for me, y'all, because I was living in they kept, and I'll never forget, they kept counting what was in people's cards and stuff, right? And down the road. It happened like that. In your car, everything's spread out, so if they get it, they're gonna stock up because they're not going back to trouble. Yeah, they're not.
Nothing was depleted. I think if anything, you had, hey, you don't take all the toilet paper. I think that's what they said.
Yeah, toilet paper and milk.
2 toilet papers, whatever. So I couldn't believe it. I was so like, on one hand, I was so mad because I'm like, why did they fucking buy all this stupid shit and ship my clothes home and spend all that extra money? Because the bodega had everything. And then the next day I go to the supermarket where it was open right across the street. The shit's packed. The produce, the fruit's looking nice.
There was nobody over here where I live, dude. Like, there was nothing. It depends on what kind of town, dude. Man, have you ever had that Swanson's truck come to your house? When the pandemic happened, I got on the phone with a company called Swanson's. They deliver because you don't have a Swanson's truck or something that comes to your house when you can pick the phone up or something and say, hey, come. They delivered during the pandemic when everybody was arguing in stores. They came and you could pick out whatever you wanted. I can't believe y'all don't have a company like Swanson's that comes in a beautiful yellow truck. I don't. Wow.
That's out. Swanson's, I mean, I know the Swanson's TV dinner, but it's a weird truck. New York was a wild fucking experience during the pandemic. Because if you ever see I Am Legend, you know that?
Yeah.
I Am Legends. So yeah, just picture that, like Will Smith running around daytime, nobody's around, we're biking wherever, like we were biking all over places that were usually filled with traffic. There were no cars, I had video of all this shit. It was amazing. You would have skateboarders and razor scooter people popping wheelies and all that shit, in the middle of Broadway that would normally be packed with traffic, and then just turn all these streets which normally have cars or no cars, and just like taking over the city like it's some crazy post-apocalyptic movie. It was incredible.
Wow. Yeah, like I said, I've been to New York. I like it because, you can eat all night, nothing closes. There would be a city if you were hungry, you're not starving. Places that stay open, those are my kinds of places. And then if there's somebody selling something to eat, if you're closed, like places like Georgia and stuff, I was like, oh no, hey, sorry, we close at 11, y'all gotta go home. When they start shutting the lights out on you in restaurants in the South, I'm dead serious. They're like, you know what I mean? It's just different in the South. New York and up north, Seattle, place like that, stay open. Las Vegas, stay open. You can eat all day long. That's why I tell people you go on trips with me, leave your calorie counter at the house because you're gonna gain so much weight you won't even recognize yourself. Once you come with me, we'll work it off and we'll stay slim because I walk around too. But New York was a place that I could do that. I could walk around and literally eat all kinds of food. I was literally carrying food in my arms. I bought so much stuff. Because I like eating. But if people in New York were staring at me, though, they were like,
They should have made a documentary following you in New York, and that would have been amazing.
oh, I bet. The food. They even have a restaurant there called Dallas in New York.
Dallas barbecue.
Got that. Yeah, got good taste.
I ate there a couple weeks ago. It's not bad. They give you good portions.
They do. So
trying to say, normally,
why is that? Well, I feel like I got good portions there, yeah. Felt like I got at that restaurant. Now, some of the vendors on the side of the street there, some of them could be a little, stingy with the condiments and stuff. I told one guy, can you pile it on big size? He said, what do you mean? All that just dumped it. And so the people in the line, they was looking. And so I thought, never mind, just put a little bit, because I could just see people's faces like, well, you want them to dump that whole thing on there? Yeah. But now New York, it's real, it's different there, man.
I'm gonna tell you what, you would have loved this place.
I mean, I might have to. We have chili dogs when we hook it up here. We gonna wrap it in bacon. We gonna have some nice beautiful peppers on there. We hook it up over here in Texas. We gonna hook you up right now. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I asked for that in New York, and the guy, sorry,
Not the food court. You gotta go to this place, Raising Pine.
right?
The corner of like 72nd and Broadway. It's been around for like 50, 60 years.
I might have to check that out because that guy gave me a weird looking face when I asked him.
Forget about the food carts. Forget about the food carts.
Why don't they wrap the stuff in bacon? I told the dude, I was like, can you put more of that on there? It's very traditional. I don't know how to say it in the food course. You really gotta ask them to heap on extras or tell them you will pay for extra. That's what I was telling the guy. Hey, I'll pay for extra, but yeah, forget the food course because some of them places they really don't want to. I don't know what it is. You live there. Why do they stamp on the portions and not heap it on there? Like in Texas, man, if I showed y'all the food sizes of these waffles, they're as big as my face. They're huge. You know what I'm saying?
Tell me what a Texas Twinkie is in the variations and stuff. That's a Texas staple, right? A Texas Twinkie.
The peppers, yeah, those
stuffed peppers.
Was it like a deep fried Twinkie or something?
Listen to this guy. Tell him what a Texas Twinkie is.
It's like the peppers wrapped. I've had the peppers wrapped in bacon. Guys, it's great.
Like brisket inside.
Yeah, we put brisket. Yeah, we got brisket in there or black Angus. Man, we got the high quality stuff. I asked for one of those in New York. I asked the guy. I said, "Can you spit feed up?" He was like, "We'll see what we got." And he didn't. I said, "Brother, did you cook the pepper?" He took a raw pepper, and I'm just like,
you can't do that.
What?
You can't do that. If you're going into somebody else's, area.
He asked me to pick he told me to pick my topping, so it was I don't know what I'll call it. You pick your own or make your own.
You can't expect them to do, the cuisine that you're expecting in Texas and have them do it on a side street in New York. You just can't do it. You gotta take whatever they're making. You just take it and you eat it. If you don't like it, you just don't get it again.
I was trying because I offered to pay extra. You understand? Like I was paying extra money for more ingredients. That's how I roll. I like to pay extra for more ingredients, and I tip the person really well. And the pepper
raw Texas Twinkie
was not cooked.
Well, you can't ask for a Texas Twinkie in New York. Scotty's right about that.
Yeah, that wasn't happening. So all I got was cheese. I said, "Brother, can I get a little chicken or some meat in there?" So it was a mess. I made it work. But a Texas Twinkie, you're not gonna beat them. They're really, really good, and the food here is really, really huge. It's massive. I'm serious.
I get some barbecue from Texas. I see what y'all do with them cattle beef ribs.
Oh my God! Ooh, good. You jump up and get the ceiling.
Like a dinosaur landed on your plate.
Come on now. Come on. That's what I be telling people. When you come here, you'll never be hungry at my house because the stuff is huge. It's massive. Telling you, come on.
And I want to do those challenges too. Like I'm that type of guy. Like I'm gonna beat it. If you take me to the Amarillo and you do that 72-ounce steak challenge in an hour with all them fixings, ain't nothing but light work for me. I was born for that day.
Yeah, the food, you can't go wrong with the food at all. Look at that size plate right there. Look at how big. You don't get that little old bitty ketchup packet. We don't do that here. God said, I was like, nah, we don't do that here. Give me a massive ketchup bowl. Give me and they do. When you say the word massive, they boom, boom, boom. That's how they come out with your plate. Just like that. A whole basket right there. A whole fry rack. Here you go. Boom, right there. That's what I'm dead
Correct, right there.
They got small, medium, large, and
Massive. Yup. Boom, 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 boom. Yup, that's how they do it out here. Ain't nobody, you don't have to worry about count no weight, calories, none of that.
I know what you mean when you say massive.
Massive, that's right. And like we got this, and this, but we also have massive. Show do they'll give you 20 pieces. And there ain't no little piece of the wings, they're massive, they're huge. Big pieces. Look at that plate. You can't go wrong with that plate.
No, when the steak looks like a bicycle steak, you know you're gonna be eating good wherever you go.
Come on now. And that's the steaks. Now they can be, but that black Angus steak, it's soft. It falls off the bone. It's a beautiful cut. I'm telling you, it's a beautiful cut of meat there, man. I'm telling you, you got to try it. And they have some beautiful cuts coming out of this state as well. So yeah, New York strip or what have you, they got some stuff up there. But Texas, when it comes to steak, they do know how to make it and they do know how to cook it up here. And it's not dry. Or I went up north and the guy put something called dry rub on the stuff, and I'm like, dry. He was like, what do you mean? I said, brother, let me see. I didn't know how to explain. Like I was like, we put that
juicy though, wasn't it? Because of all the fat make it juicy though, no?
No, whatever he did, either he cooked it too fast, something. It just seemed to be dry.
Oh, that's not
steak
good.
Should never be too dry. And that dry rub sometimes, if put on too early or whatever, it can, really take the moisture out. That's why a lot of times you marinate the meat, and I think the problem was he didn't marinate the meat overnight. And so you're supposed to do that. He said he didn't.
My favorite cuts are ribeye. Where would I go for a good ribeye steak, Ashton?
Some of your old school joints in Texas make really good ribeye steaks. Some of these chain restaurants, they're like
steakhouses. Those old school.
Old school steakhouses. They still got butchers out here. I know y'all. I don't know if everybody goes to the slaughterhouse or what. I don't know what y'all do.
You know what? I'm trying to be my own butcher, Ashton. I'm actually looking into buying a station to not do anything for USDA, nothing commercial, but just for the private.
For yourself, you can, absolutely.
Myself, because I'm gonna do the water buffalo, so I got them all priced out. But I may start with ducks and sheep. Probably starting with ducks and sheep.
Man, start with Lord have mercy. Start with poultry, man. If you start with any kind of poultry, quail. I mean, people like duck.
Genius. Yeah, quail.
People like. I mean, I know. I told this guy. He was like, "We don't eat that in the hood." I'm like, "What?" So he was like, "We don't eat no lamb and all that stuff." I was like,
"Oh, they never live."
I was like,
"Had lamb,
y'all
never lived."
They kept calling it white people food is what they got called.
No.
I'm like, no, my grandmother can hook up some lamb, you understand, and stuff. My grandmother, we didn't eat pork. We didn't eat no dang on just chicken all the time. We ate lamb. We ate
lamb and collards.
Well, we ate just all kinds of beautiful things. You know what I'm saying? We ate like that for real.
Yeah, it's rich, decadent. One of the most savory meats I've ever had in my life.
Thank you.
Never regret that meal.
I've never had lamb in my life. I've never had veal in my life. No.
Oh, wow. You need a rack of lamb.
That's I'm good.
You don't like? Oh, my goodness.
I'm good. No, I just decided a long time ago that, I'm putting a moratorium on any new animals. So the animals that I've eaten are grandfathered in. So I can have the pork. I can have the seafood, I can have the steak, the beef, and I can have the chicken. However, I'm not going into the lamb, not going into the veal, not going into the deer.
Why not? Hold on, you're missing a lot of
I just told you why not. I'm not taking on any new animals.
It's good. If you can
even give it a chance. It is a.
I want to give it a chance. I said what I said. I said I'm not taking on any new animals.
New animals.
Ethical purposes, he says, oh my God. Give it a rest.
You're missing. I mean, he don't want to take on no new animals. Let me tell you something.
No new animals.
Living,
I said it 30 years ago. No new animals, and I stuck to it. That's it.
You get to try a Himalayan restaurant.
You can try Lord Jesus if you go look at Mexico. They got some
It's a guarantee that I will go vegan before I try any more of that shit.
You never had good food till you went to New Mexico on the side of that mountain where the white folks see down on the other side. I was the only black person up there. I didn't see nobody like me up there. I was like, what? It wasn't no, I'm serious. I was just up there and I looked around. It wasn't hardly no black folks skiing. I was out there skiing, but I thought, wow. But the food on the side of that mountain, it's enough to fill you up. That's what the white folks call it. Hearty meals and massive. I said, give me whatever that is. And this show is hearty on the side of a mountain. You get some of those heartiest food on the side of a hill. Think I'm lying. Shit. Oh yeah, they had all beautiful, beautiful cuts of lamb. They had you get some bison and stuff if you know what I'm saying, beautiful cuts of stuff like that. You understand what I'm saying? And yeah, they just want the food to be hearty and something that gonna fill you up because you're skiing. It's cold. They want to make sure what you get is gonna stick to you. Massive baked potatoes and things like that. So it's a little bit different than maybe some fried chicken or something like that. They're gonna give you something that's gonna stick to you on the side of that mountain because you're gonna be out there skiing and stuff.
Actually, I was cooking in Sonoma for an outdoor kitchen event, right?
Oh wow.
Yeah, it was fancy for them. I was just the sous chef, so I made a bunch of aioli by hand, whipping it with that oil, with the egg, making, garlic aioli, a couple pounds. So they let me drink for free all day, and eat real good. They paid me decent too, and
You said it was fancy for them. Where were you at? You said, wow.
it was all outdoor. They had a nice outdoor kitchen, and but they all sat down at a picnic table, and we just served them. But what we did for the main course was a whole lamb, right, spread open. I forget the word for the type of like you know what I'm talking about. Like it's like that iron bar. It looks like an H shape, like a capital H, and then it basically you just lay out that lamb flat and you
I'm
lean
seeing
it
it.
at
I know
a
what you're
45-degree
talking
angle.
about.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
I do, and that's the same with cattle. Like when you have a cow spitting on there. Yeah, and some guy was like, man, what are y'all doing? Like, so I just, some people don't like seeing that or whatever. I told one guy, do you know how food gets to your table?
That's the best way to cook.
That's the best way to cook something is over a fire.
Come on. Fire, kind of slow.
No,
let me tell you, this girl that I had a crush on at the time, we put all the leftover meat in this big old pot, and it was full. We would go over to it, and I was like, oh my God. I'm like, I want to drink this. Because it was filled to the brim of lamb stock. Like just fatty goodness. Like
that stuff
you can make a whole thing of gravy.
That stuff is good for you too when you have a cold. My grandmother would.
Oh my God, yeah.
Yeah, she would. Give it to her.
Yeah, that stuff will keep you living forever. And I said, oh, I want to drink that. And she goes, I want to bathe in it. I want to get it all over my body. I was like, yeah, that is the right answer, That is, good food makes you want to do that, like kind of you want to wear it as much as you want to eat it.
You want to go to places that have good food. I told somebody, I said, fast food restaurants, that ain't good food. If you're paying $50, $60, $70 a plate, something like that, you're gonna get what you pay for. You know what I mean? Like right. Stuff like this may be $41, $30, right? But look how big that is. There you go. You know what I'm saying? You get two of these plates for $41.38.
That's not bad to me. Let's be real. So I ain't complaining. I told that lady, like, yeah, that's your total. I said, okay. I ain't complaining because I ain't the one having to cook, and I ain't finna complain about no price because I'm sure not finna be in no kitchen cooking nothing. She was like,
price.
Isn't that great?
$50.
Yeah. Look at that plate. That huge. You get fries, greens. You get all that stuff. Look at that fish. The plate's huge. Look at that. It's big as your face.
$100 probably for that price over here for the amount of food.
Probably, in New York, you probably would pay depending on where you live. But out here, I found that to be pretty reasonable. I mean, because if you leave Texas hungry, that's your fault. Because a lot of restaurants here, they do feed you and they give you a hell of a lot of food.
And they that's the typical price point, you think, though, for like a big ass meal. You walking away real full, like $40, $50.
Yeah, you are. You here in Texas, yes, you are. And even Brahms, like just a regular restaurant like that, regular just fast food restaurant, even Brahms, their ice cream is good. I was like, oh, okay, I like Brahms.
Ain't nothing.
Their ice cream is.
That's the best advice. Whenever you go to a new town, small town, they usually these days they got a nice local ice cream place. Oh man,
dude,
can't beat it with a stick. Can't beat it with a stick. There's this one place in Fort Bragg.
Ashton, I'll try deer if you try sushi.
Oh, that's a good trade. That's a good
sushi. Is that got any meat on the bone? Is that any meat on there? Is there any meat on it? What? Is it a lot to eat? I mean, I don't.
Yeah. Sushi. You gotta go to all you can eat sushi, Ashton.
Does it need to be marinated?
Ashton, do you eat calamari?
I have eaten those. Don't get a lot though. You don't get a lot of calamari. Don't get a lot. This comes in this little round container, and I just didn't get a lot. Kind of salty. Gotta you gotta hold your nose, eat that, and just I don't know how to explain it, but
you don't eat sushi or sashimi, right?
I had calamari. I had the little black calamaris. I've had those. I've had where you in the shell, where you hold the shell open and eat those. Oysters, I've eaten those.
Yeah.
But it seems like squid and some of that other stuff, there's not much meat with that. When you go to try to eat it, it's very, the texture, I'll eat it, but it's
how do you feel about lobster?
I like lobster, like blue crab. Those are real good if you can get them. It's hard to get them out here in Texas, but blue crabs have a really good taste to them, but sometimes can be difficult to find out here on the southern part of Texas. But if you go up to the north of Seattle, you may be able to find them off of the Seattle, find them over there a little bit better than here. They taste better up there. Hard to find them here, though.
All right, this is how you introduce her to sushi. You like quail eggs, right, Ashton? You've had quail eggs before?
I'm sorry?
It's sushi, though. It's quail eggs. You ever eat the egg of a quail? Those little eggs?
I've had the black ones, the little round ones that come in the container. I've had those.
Yeah, I'm not doing them. You can forget about it.
But when you do it at the sushi restaurant,
just talking about caviar.
Caviar, thank you. Who said that?
You can forget about it.
Yeah,
what's wrong with caviar, yo? Hold on. What's up, caviar?
Bomb.
Don't get caviar from no gas stations. We're talking about caviar, yo.
What?
You need to get.
They sell caviar gas stations? What's going on?
I'm just telling you what I've never bought it that way. I'm just telling you what this guy was like. He was like, you can get seafood over here. No, I don't get seafood from places in the hood. We good. So, I just don't. That's just me. Stuff like that, a little bit high quality caviar and stuff like that. You want to get that from a beautiful sit-down restaurant, and they're going to plate it for you. They're not going to, put it in some can. No, real caviar is plated beautifully. It's decorated nice and stuff like that. You know what I mean? And they're going to give you good stuff so it tastes good. You want to get caviar from beautiful places, preferably places that have the blue star rating or
places that have good.
I don't eat caviar. I'm not fancy. I'll eat Chef Boyardee before I eat fucking caviar.
Well, you should try.
Okay.
Crackers and sour cream.
Yeah, you could make it work. It's not like some.
Hey, listen.
Why do you say fancy? Because I think it's pretty. Well, I don't know if most of the public eats that either. You think it's for
how
fancy?
expensive it is. They have fancy caviar. They have affordable caviar. You know what you do is you put it on fried chicken. Oh my God! Listen, Patty, you ain't live.
I don't know if I've done that in Texas, brother.
We can start a restaurant clean up. That's a genius thing.
On chicken?
It's surf and turf.
Surf and
try it, y'all.
Yo.
YouTube it.
On chicken?
I thought the same thing, and I had to do it.
That's a waste of caviar.
No. You took $100 to $200 caviar and put it on chicken?
Let me tell you. You know what the other ways in y'all's modern cuisine is? Let me tell you what the other ways that I find grossly offensive, and that is lobster mac and cheese.
Oh,
y'all
yeah, that's disgusting too. I don't know. No, we don't do that. I'm not doing that. No, that's cheaper than the lobster.
Lobster is so beautiful, and to smother it in fucking cheese and macaroni or whatever.
That's some California shit.
Nasty. Yeah. How dare you? The lobster.
I don't do that down here. We don't do that with macaroni and cheese.
You crab mac and cheese over California.
I don't know. I'm just saying.
No, you're right.
Who puts lobster and cheese together?
No, lobster mac and cheese is a thing.
That's gross. You're putting blue crabs and other stuff in there? Like, that's a waste of stuff if you put it in macaroni and cheese. It really cheapens the meal.
It's one thing if you're doing a blue crab dip.
Okay.
Of some kind, then that should be good.
Macaroni and cheese. I mean, if we do macaroni and cheese here, we're gonna do sausage, steak, bacon. You know what I'm saying? Add that in there. We're gonna add 3 different packets.
You do sausage and mac and cheese. Why can't you just let it be?
Because the people complain, they don't want to be in service now. They gotta prepare.
You don't have to though.
They complain. They ask the chef. They ask for meat when they didn't want it plain. So the guy comes from the side of meat,
and then the side is the mac and cheese.
I know. He plated it like that at first. The people didn't want it. He went back to the kitchen and put it in the macaroni and cheese and cut it up for them and all that. So that's how they want it here in the South. They want 3 types of meat in there. You're gonna have your bacon. I don't have a chef I mean, come on, he's getting paid well. He's being paid well. Come on now. So he's like, I'm gonna go back here. They're gonna pay him.
Mac and cheese is mac and cheese. You don't have to embellish it with all this shit.
There's not embellishing.
If you want meat, you have a piece of meat on the side.
That's incorrect. If you're going to make it hearty, which is what they
my house, my orders.
You want a massive.
They're having meat in the macaroni and cheese. That is the correct way. Sausage, right? We're not using cheap sausage. We're using good sausage in there, good steak in there, very rich steak. Brother, bacon. You know what I'm saying? This is not a bad way to go here. Nice chives and things on the
I understand bacon. I understand that. But like, when you start doing too much, you put in sausage and shit like that. Keep that shit over there. You're gonna ruin the sausage, and you're gonna ruin the mac and cheese. So, they don't all have to be together. You can mix that part of it.
I mean, I'm sure there are people who have had it cooked like what I'm talking about. But yes, generally out here, people will ask for it cooked in that fashion. But you
to the side your mac and cheese, you'll have to pick your other second meat. So whatever that is, you can pick chicken, whatever. It's up to you. Or you can leave mac and cheese plain.
Heart attack right now. Thinking,
But look, we're wrapping your steak in bacon, and it's gonna be so good. It's gonna be off the chops. And you never do that, brother. We gonna help you out. We're gonna make sure you eat well.
Definitely gotta have
I just feel like the meat, a hamburger, a steak, like the cow's died, okay? Respect the cow. Make the shit the way it's supposed to be made, like a nice medium rare burger on the grill. You don't have to put too much on it or whatever, or have it like,
We don't make it like that. We cut up the meat in there, steak, not just, we don't use no cheap old ground meat. We don't do that. We cut up a piece of the steak and we don't have it.
You know how offensive that is when you're having an animal die twice because of you.
Well, I mean, we got the money to buy it. We're buying a whole cow. We're buying a whole cow.
Put them on the grill, do the medium rare, take the steak off the grill, a little bit of seasoning, and eat the steak separately, then have your side of mac and cheese, whatever the hell else you want.
That's
Enjoy the steak by itself, like God had made it.
You got to split it up. You just got steak by itself. You gotta make it plated beautifully, man. If you never seen steak and it's wrapped in that beautiful bacon, and the same on the grill. We don't use it on the grill. We'll set that for you to the side. But on the grill, though, we take that ground meat, nice ground meat, but we'll take real pieces of steak. Because ground meat is cheap old meat. The good stuff is that hearty steak, for real, because that's gonna make a beautiful burger. Your burger's gonna taste nice and all that. Ground meat, like I said, is very cheap. Give good quality whole pieces of meat and your burger will be better for it. I'm dead serious. I really am. Fried butter. I saw a woman eat that. Fried butter.
they fry everything. So. Oh my God, that's what myself was saying.
Heart attack, wait,
DoorDash made sure my house with that. That's disgusting.
people eat that nasty old crap. Same thing when they had that fried ice cream down there. A lady ran to the line. I said, how's that gonna work out? She said, watch this. We dropped this big old bowl of ice cream in here. I thought the whole thing was gonna blow up. I've never had fried ice cream in my life. So we're all backed up looking because we've never seen that in our lives. And it worked. And I'm like, what? I've never seen a contraption like that work. And the ice cream was so nice, y'all. I've never had fried ice cream in my life until I went to the little place. I said, wow, they know how to fry stuff down here. Damn.
That's good. That's good.
You can pick different batters like different. It was all kinds of like on this menu. They had different batters from. So like somebody got Oreos or whatever, and that was fried. You know what I mean? And they had the different flavors of ice cream, over 100 different flavors. Bluebell, shout out to you, Bluebell, man. They delivered it. Bluebell was cranking it out there that day. They said they served 76,000 people. I said, that's what I don't care about. 76,000 76,000 people. Over there on the side. Telling you, y'all, man. Well, I'm saying, well, they know how to make it happen out here. And don't get me started on the lemonade. Hallelujah. Let me tell you, it ain't that cheap old powder stuff this dude till I can make lemonade. So I was like, yeah, good luck with that. He takes some powder and like, yeah, I don't know what it was. And where I said, bro, we're not doing this. It reminded me of something in jail. I was like, jail. I was like, brother, I said lemonade, you come back from the store with a can of powdered lemonade. I know that's all about. It is hilarious. I was like, powdered lemonade, who's drinking that stuff? Shaking to the bottom of the cup. He was like, shake. I said, brother, cool. We ain't doing this. No, cool. We're not doing that. I said, brother, we want to make that a lot better. We going to the store, watch this here, get real lemonade, or we gonna say we cut up actual lemons. And he was like, that's gonna take all day. Watch this with this one. It tastes good. It is fresh. All that other stuff. You might as well drink a bucket of sugar. That ain't no real lemonade. What's that? In a can? Are you kidding? No, I was so down bad when he came back with a can. I was like, come again. We ain't in the shelter. We in my house. So you gotta come back with that.
So listen, replays are on, and water. What we should do is take the replay of this, of the Ashland segment, and make a cartoon out of it. Well, there could be like AI. You could say, hey, one of the AI things. Yeah, I would just do that. We'll use Ashland's voice. We'll come up with various characters, at the fair that Ashland's talking to. All the fucking fried ice cream. There's at least 6,000 people being served.
This is stores. You gotta go with stores, but please do not come to my house with no dang on pineapples in a can or juice in a can. That's not what I asked for. So I just did a trip to come to my house with juice in a can. This ain't the 70s, man. Like, what? Yeah. No way. There is no way you gotta add water to it. I said, we're not doing this. We are not doing this. So I just, it's so full of corn syrup and stuff. You might as well get real lemons and real lemon juice and just go buy the jug of real lemon juice. Forget all that. All you want is that. You paying $3 more. Oh, I can't do that. Who cares? It's $3 more. Get the real thing. People, like when you cheapen the product and you buy a cheaper product, you're getting what you pay for. Yeah, you can get whatever he said he paid for that, $1.38. Whatever it was, juice in a can. You get what you pay for versus this may be $6 over here. See the difference? So I don't know. Juice in the can did not taste too good to me. And I just don't think that stuff could ever be put back out on the market. It is horrible. It tastes, it is really bad, y'all. They didn't even serve that stuff in the shelters because it's like, it just wasn't healthy. The guy was like, we can't keep serving this to clients and people. This isn't even real. Like, he was like, what is this? And they changed the whole menu and stuff at the shelter and even started serving people healthier stuff because it was like stuff they can. That's not good.
I have a question for y'all. I know how we're hearing about Coca-Cola switching over to sugar canes in the near future.
they still use cane sugar in Dubai. I can get really good cane sugar out of Africa. Real talk, it's still used. Yes, sir.
They do it in the bottles, right? Do they do that inside of the
If you want it in the glass bottles, because a lot of the actual glass, but not that cheap old plastic old Coke bottles. I told the guy, and we're getting the ones in glass. He came back to the house with plastic. That's not what I asked for. Glass bottles, that's going to be a lot better Coke for you. Tastes a little bit different, but it's richer. And y'all folks check that out. The glass bottles, old
They're not gonna fuck up the Sprite and the Coke like the McDonald's or the fountain with the big straw. They can't fuck it up.
cane sugar shouldn't be in no machine, because that ain't gonna work. The stuff settles, and so you don't want that. It's fine.
I think I've had it's called Stubborn soda, right? And you have fountain soda, and they did actually put more sugar in there, but it was their special machine, right? Like it wasn't like
So the machine was designed to take on the sugar.
So yeah, I think I had specifically tailored to their soda. But let me tell you, I could have lived next to that soda fountain. That shit was the best soda I've ever had in my life. That soda was so
What was the name of the soda? Where's it located?
I think it's called Stubborn, and it's like a chain, and it would be like a few, like, I see them a lot, so now I'm trying to think if I've seen them over here somewhere, but like, it's in a select few places, there's
Stubborn soda.
yeah, there's a chain barbecue place that has
Where are they normally located? Is that in the South, or where is that normally at?
I don't know, I was looking up this Coca-Cola Mexico soda fountain to see it. Yeah, I'm gonna look this
Did you find out? I mean, they do. I mean, Mexico, their soda's different. The parts of the world, even when I was in Dubai, they use at the time they used actual cane sugar over there. They don't use this cheap old what I call white table sugar. Not really good sugar. It's not good for you. I told somebody buy raw cane sugar, that kind of sugar, but that stuff in that cheap old sugar that's white, that ain't no good for you. I told somebody do not buy that old sugar. A lot of people do because it's cheap, but it also can cause serious problems with your teeth and stuff like that. Whereas cane sugar is not as abrasive on your teeth and stuff like that. It's more of a natural type sugar. So the more natural you can get, your body will thank you for it. Because I wouldn't be able to eat the way I do if I was just eating junk food and Twinkies and all that old kind of stuff. I'd be as big as a house. You gotta eat it right. Or what you eat. For real. Eating junk food and McDonald's. Thank you. See, I don't like that. Artificial, that's for diet, stuff like that. But a lot of the sugars in those machines, because sugar is, heavier than the liquid, sometimes wants to fall to the bottom. The machine has to distillate that, or something has to somehow get that sugar to turn so that it's not just tasting watery. That's the issue about the machines. The bottles, you don't have that problem because once it's sealed and they put air in there, it holds its volume. So that helps to work in food service and all that. So bottles are different because the seal holds the volume. Whereas sodas, it can be distillation, can be different because that's not in like a seal, like a bottle. actual sugar, when you break it down by molecule, it is a leaf and it is natural. What's the process?
I can feel what I've been eating or drinking. I don't like that shit.
Sugar.
It's what they used to use in medieval times as a birth factor of birth control, from what I understand.
Oh, you have to have a large amount. It's not. They have. Yeah, but that would be. That would be. Don't panic. That would be in some kind of. That'd be like a capsule form almost, or in a powder. You're not distillating it to almost molecule breakdown to a powder. You're not drinking a powder. There is so little of the stevia leaf in that it shouldn't cause problems to you like that. I mean, you're not drinking a teaspoon of that stuff. Because you have to have that broken down in a powder form or they cause harm to you like that. And that's not volume. Your parts per million, that would hurt you. Like soda, that stuff is parts per million. See the difference?
Oh my God, listen to this actually. And I knew it like that because it said, oh my Pepsi. I'm like, and I asked ChatGPT, like, did they add that stevia leaf after Pepsi bought them? Without a fucking doubt, that was the yes. Starting soda with sweet gold cane sugar and stevia.
That's crazy.
Pepsi fucking, they're a son of a fucking bitch. They won't let us have one fucking thing. Fucking thing. So you see how lucrative it is to actually start a soda company? Just a regular sugar
I mean, it is, but the stevia leaf is I don't say it's new because it's not. Interesting, like I said, I did not know.
You have to go out of your way to find the damn ingredient to it. That's what I've been doing. Shit.
They got this soda at home you can make yourself. It's a machine. You put I forgot what my friend.
Cool. Yeah, I tried
Yeah, my friend has one of those. I let them do it because I ain't messing with it. I said, bro, I'm letting y'all do all that because I don't know nothing about that stuff. And they make the soda or whatever, and it does its thing, and it tastes okay. It's not. It's not doesn't taste like the real thing. It's
the right ingredient.
Yeah, it's missing something. I told him
I think be throwing any cheapo.
No, you can't. No cheap
like that. Yeah.
No cheap stuff. If you're gonna drink good stuff, I don't care what it is, whether it's wine, whatever. You need to drink that stuff from a glass cup or from something that has a good texture. Because other than that, your stuff will taste like what you're drinking it out of, like those plastic cups. That's why I don't drink that stuff out of plastic cups. I hate it. I hate it so bad. Porcelain, if you don't have kids, it's really good to drink out of. But don't let kids have glass because they'll break it or whatever. Give them the cheap plastic cups. Don't give them no steins or no heavy plates. Kids, other than that, it's good to put your food on and it's good to drink out of. A little expensive, but it's worth it, y'all. You'll be better for it. I promise. See, look at that one. See, that's sturdy. That's what those steins look like. They're real cool. You're in the military, Water. There you go. You can get.
Oh no, that ain't me, Ashton. No, that's just my PTR. I've only dated veterans.
Oh, I'm finna say. I was like, I thought you were in the military yourself. Okay.
Nope. That's a protest against the war. I'm gonna leave it like that until we close this motherfucker out.
Well. Yeah, protest against the war, but I will say this: these cups are pretty cool, and they're well made. Metal lids and stuff. That's the kind of stuff I'm looking for. And a lot of times you can find them.
Oh, that's beautiful, actually.
Isn't that cool? Look at that. It's got faces on there.
Made in America? Where was this one?
Made in the United States.
This is really pretty.
Isn't that cool? That's got the Air Force. You can get them in the Air Force, Navy, all that. Just beautiful cups, and they will last for the rest of your life. You will never have to buy cups because they're well made too. Now, people, I don't want to pay $80 for a cup. Well, you can get stuff on TV when it falls apart. So there you go. I mean, it's good for if you are just getting into an apartment or something, but if you're trying to have something or a house or whatever, these cups will last you for the rest of your life. You will never have to replace nothing because everything's metal or billet aluminum. That's a sign, you want it made out of metal or billet aluminum, not plastic, not some stupid crap that falls apart. None of that. If it's not those products, I don't buy it. Well, I tell people, if it ain't made of the stuff I want, I just don't get it because they have this plastic that's supposed to look like metal. Yeah, it's not chrome. That's plastic. Moving on. Next, you want the real thing. And you got to be careful with knockoffs because there's a lot of knockoffs on Temu and stuff like that. And you run the serial numbers of the products, and if they don't correspond, that means it's fake.
You ever think about opening an online store, Ashton, for all your steins, like the ones that you're not emotionally attached to that you'd be willing to sell?
I haven't thought of that. I haven't thought of doing stuff like that. That may be a thought.
Yeah, maybe make a little eBay account, or you can try it locally on OfferUp and just see put any bites out there, start throwing a fishing line out.
My friend, she bought a couple off of me from her store. So for her store, I was like, okay. So yeah, I mean, people like these cups, but on eBay, you got to be really careful. Only go with reputable sellers. Only go with reputable sellers on eBay and people, you know what I mean? Because you got people that will try to rip you off. I had told the dude, I was like, send me a picture. He took a picture of the cup, the serial number. I ran it, and it didn't match. So I never bought the product. I just never called him back because the product's not real. When you have handwritten serial numbers on stuff, you might want to make sure you're getting the real deal. Normally, companies emboss those on the bottom of their cups so that you know that they're real. And they have lettering like that at the top. It should be raised, like the cup should have raised graphics on it. A lot of stuff is painted on or made to look like. You got to be careful with that too. Be real careful with that. That's anything though. People sell knockoff anything from shoes to whatever. You just got to be careful with that stuff, y'all. And run the serial numbers before you buy the product to make sure it's real. And if it ain't, I just wouldn't mess with it. I'm serious. It'll say.
I love cereal. What are you talking about?
It'll say. Huh?
What are you talking about cereal? What are you talking about cereal? You said something about cereal. You said something about cereal.
No, the serial. Wait, no, hold on. No, I was saying the serial number. Running a serial number is important if you are trying to